Live. About like 75% certain, of course. We're gonna get started with the cast today. It's gonna be a very extraordinary series between Hera and VortiX. I think I'm gonna be casting alone, unfortunately. I hope you guys can bear with me. And yeah, we're gonna get started because, you know, the game is already there. They have just initiated it, you know, VortiX and Hera have. I figured I would just kind of start the cast when the time would be appropriate. Sorry, I just kind of started here myself because I forgot to mute my own stream. And here we go, guys. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be Arabia by the looks of it. Yeah, Dry Arabia it is actually. And in the bottom in the blue, it is gonna be VortiX. You're gonna be playing the English actually, which is very cool to say. I'm a huge fan of the English overall, and just seeing them, you know, on a daily basis is always very, very cool. I do actually like how they play right now. I do think they're very, very potent. On the other side of the map, however, on Dry Arabia of all things, is going to be Hera playing the Holy Roman Empire. And we did see that he was very, very strong on this civilization yesterday when he was playing against Symptom of all things, and he was playing against the Rus by Symptom, which was I thought it was going to be very difficult for him to win, and he just managed to, you know, just go through that unscathed essentially. He won that matchup quite handsomely as well because he just had very good timing on the relics. He had very solid army production, and yeah, it was just looking like he was absolutely dominant on the civ. Even though, you know, HRE not really famous for being the strongest civ of all things. So yeah, it's cool to see that, you know, we see players just pivoting into new civs, into new builds, just figuring out how to deal with the perhaps direct counters sometimes even, right? So very, very nice stuff. I'm very, very hyped to see this. Of course, like every single army production, just shift in the meta is obviously something that I do appreciate quite a bit. So it is going to be a kind of a standard opening, I guess. For VortiX, it is going to be 5 sheep so far. Not too many, to be frank. And then on the other side for Hera, of course, he has been able to get, like, I think it's like 5 as well, so not that much. You have to bring those sheep back, otherwise you'll just run out of food by your TC. You have to build a mill somewhere, of course. Spending an extra 50 food early is not something that is necessarily the most desirable thing in the world. So I think this is what the French did anyway. No, what did he spend the final 50 wood on? Oh, the lumber camp is here actually. He's just gonna be using that to get some extra kind of wood early into the game. Oh, that's kind of interesting actually. So why would VortiX go? I mean, yes, you want to have wood, but I think you'd like to start your rage up first and then only go for the wood. I think he has like some more particular build in mind. I'd wager is what it seems to be happening anyway. On the other side of the map, we see also lumber camp being taken, so we have like a decent source of income here. The prelate, or the infamous prelate, is gonna go across, just kind of buffing those villages casually, increasing the gold income. So Hera is going to be going up a little bit later than his opponents, of course. I think some of those villages from food are going to be pulled, of all things. So he can actually just build this Akin Chapel. And the Akin Chapel is actually going to be... I'm not really sure about this placement. I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, it does buff your food income at the TC. So I think it's just going to go towards the professional scouts. That's kind of the clear tell. Because I do think you'd prefer to have your Akin Chapel just kind of, you know, touching upon the gold. So him not doing this is a bit peculiar. I guess that's just kind of going to be dictated by the fact that he just prefers to have it near TC, right? Just kind of blocking also the access to it to some extent. You can just kind of run by it casually. So I think that's just kind of a nice thing overall. I do like having my, if I do play HRE, I do like having my Akin Chapel actually just, you know, somehow narrowly touching up on those gold deposits. So there is that. On the other side of the map, we say VortiX actually building the council hall, and it is going to be dropped here, potentially just a little bit faster than his opponents, right? I think it's just going to be like 30, 40, maybe not even that, maybe like 20 seconds faster. So they're going to age up at a relatively similar pace. You have to say Hera is actually sitting on 4 villages over here, so he's actually going to catch up nice. I think there's not going to be a big differential between those two guys at all. So nothing really big happening so far, just kind of the standard openings, you know, they're just kind of repeating those very well-known strategies. 3 villages on this council hall, kind of the optimal number, I feel. If you look at the villages of VortiX, you'll see probably like 6 to 6 or something, maybe 7 to 6, or 8 to 8 actually. Yeah, by the end of the age, of course, it is going to be 8 to 8. So it's looking like we're working with a normal kind of open area, nothing really weird happening here. Just normal distribution of villagers. You just want to have this number specifically, so that you can you know, produce larger quantity of archers. Now it's actually going to be a large villager pool. Oh no, it's actually going to be towards the stone, so you'll see probably some emplacements on the towers. So there's going to be kind of tower rush-y situation, and it's actually very nice from Hera, because he has actually been able to wall off the most part of this map. We see the beastie cutie wall, quote unquote. That's something we have seen yesterday, with, you know, just kind of this kind of wing-like wall that is going to cut off a part of this area, just kind of allowing Hera to shoot anything that comes within the range of the TC. There's like one small segment missing still though, so I think you would prefer to have it there. The problem is that there is this villager here who is going to be contested by the scout, and actually this scout is going to move away, and you know, this wall is going to finish. So I don't know if this is kind of accidental, maybe he forgot what the purpose was of this, but obviously that's not the desirable thing at all. You just want to have that access to the inside your opponent's base, so HRE is going to obviously be in some small amount of trouble. This scout actually, I think he's okay. He's just going to be able to just get away, I think, with like a sliver of health. So he's not going to kind of die here, he's just going to take a heavy punishment. And Hera just, I think, takes away what he wants from this one. I mean, VortiX does. He's just going to build a tower aggressively, and he's just going to, I think, at that those arrow slits, right, just kind of place some pressure on this lineup over here. Also, Hera does go for that stable. He's going to drop the blacksmith too, so he's going to be a horseman response, which is initially okay, but of course, like, those archers, first of all, can reach the critical mass, and second of all, also, there's going to be probably spearmen coming as well at some point. Maybe those villagers. I like to actually, if I play the English, if I do Still Border, I do tend to place my barracks very close to my base, so very close to the proxy. So even by this tower, I think will be fine. Right now, we're just going to see like small movement here towards the west. There's going to be actually another tower dropped here. So this is kind of in the range of the TC, but of course, like, the tower doesn't quite care about a few arrows. It's just going to stand there and enjoy itself, just kind of, you know, being constructed here, just shooting those villagers right by the TC. I think it is going to be the objective here for Hera. Sorry, for VortiX, of course. I'm gonna keep making the mistake because, generally speaking, like, I think that the English should always be read, so I keep messing up the names. Of course, it is Hera playing HRE. Not many people have actually successfully played HRE other than Hera in the tournaments. So obviously, kudos to him for you know, consistently trying to do this, to pull it off. I think he's just making it work quite wonderfully. He has actually researched those professional scouts. Was there? That's weird, because he only has a single scout, doesn't he? So it's not the biggest response in the world. He's actually going to be able to. That's actually very good for him. So he's able to pick off that scout of VortiX. Which of course means there's no further scouting available, so Hera can do anything he wants in the confines of his own base without being actually just fully scouted. Obviously those walls prevent any passage, so those archers are going to be in trouble. A single villager goes down because that is a critical number of archers, 10 actually, so one more than there is required without textiles to answer the villager. So they're just going to get like a small amount of a bonus of sorts, right? The problem with Zakin Chapel is actually now that it's not reactive at all, right? Because it is in the front of the base, and there is no way for villagers to drop anything off by here. So, like, optimally, I think I'd prefer to try to evacuate this prelates at some point, because like he cannot make any latte if he's here. He has to just be nearby some gathering villagers, right? So, I think he can buff like 7 or 10. I'm not really actually certain how many he can keep at buff, but obviously very desirable to have that pre-latte just somewhere in bolstering your economy, because without that, it's just going to be a very sad game for Hera. Because those prelates are actually just the kind of cornerstone of HRE economies, right? So now this is actually kind of unfortunate because this entire landmark is going to waste. I think this is not the smartest placement against the English at all. I think you can just kind of find a better location here. It's also going to be actually VortiX being a smartass here. He's just going to cut down this tree, chop it down, and allow those units to pass. He's also going to get a tower down here, which means obviously no more access to gold for Hera for the foreseeable future. Obviously not the greatest thing in the world if you're trying to just survive. Those 5 villages garrisoned here, I think, is just a mistake. I don't think he wants to have them there, and obviously they're just, you know, not gonna idle away for a second or two. Now Hera does actually get that wedge rivet, which is going to prevent some of the range damage from kind of coming through. But this is actually almost a full contain right now by the English, right? The English are going to put a lot of pressure here. We've seen lots of those games like this, like they just never ended well for the defending party, right? We've seen like people drop games. I think even Beastie Cutie not able to hold with his Rus against that very volatile English push. So this tower rushes not only the Mongol domain anymore, we can see that even the English are going to, or not even just the English, are also going to kind of fiddle with this idea. They're going to entertain the possibility of just kind of dropping a few towers around your base and just pressuring you. Now you have to say that Hera has not really lost too much in terms of villager numbers here. Not actually certain if this is a good placement for those villagers or for those carcasses. I'd probably like to see them like either behind this TC, where there's no tower in the vicinity, and also archers in the rain, or maybe by the mill. I think that's also a possible opening. That's getting that mill, you know, with Hans is going to kind of allow you to survive behind and not really take any extra damage that you don't really want to take. Now, I don't think that VortiX does have any vision here, as you can see that. He actually does see this singular villager. I don't think he might actually not even see that. It might be like a vision bug. But he doesn't get anything done over here. Like he just needs to get this kind of wood line revealed for now, right? Which is obviously probably happen soon. Like once this tower goes up, it is going to basically just expose this entire wood line. So Hera will have to find another location to actually just defend. Actually, you can see there's a lot of scouts here and a lot of horsemen destroying this tower, which is very, very good for Hera. He's going to kind of regain control over this gold deposit, which is really something that you need to do. It's actually kind of a nice hold so far. It's been very, very effective of a hold. There is a blacksmith, however, is going to research those this iron undermesh, and probably what is to follow is essentially going to be some extra siege upgrades, right? So getting the siege engineering, of course, going to be pretty big. This is, as I said, this is kind of the critical mass of archers, so you cannot really just run head along into this. So Hera kind of really overreaching here, losing a vast number of his cavalry. So that's, you know, this is a huge bunch. 21 archers, you probably need like 15 horsemen to beat this, like maybe 10, 12 anyway. You can't just kind of approach it like this, especially in the range of a tower, because those guys just fire faster. So obviously not the greatest position to be in. By the way, this is still not visible, I think, for VortiX. Yeah, he doesn't quite see this, so those are just gonna chop away at this wood for a while, and they're just gonna get a free reign over here. Now this archer, this villager is actually going to drop here, and Hera actually able to get enough gold to go up to Regnitz, which is obviously very, very good. He probably was able to do this off the back of the market here. This prelate or prelate is actually going to be idling for a while, so this prelate is not going to have any access to resources. To buffing those resource gathering rates, of course, of those villagers. I think he was just trying to buff the farming economy that is just gone for now. Actually, so Hera is gonna go up to castle, but he's already kind of being sieged upon. So as I said, you know, the siege engineering was gonna follow, and it is here. Those villagers, those archers are actually going to heal because of this campfire. Right, setup camp is actually a very strong ability here, and it's going to allow the English player to essentially just heal those archers up to full. So all this kind of deaths of the horsemen are just kind of completely in vain. And here I would actually like to have some sort of a meat shield right now. I think he'd really love to have something that, you know, can aid that potential knight fight, right? I think he's just gonna go with knights here. He has double stable. I think he's just gonna go with 2 knights or 3 knights. He's just going to try to fight those archers headlong. Obviously, at this point, I think if you're English, you do want to have some spears at your disposal, right? Because you're comfy, I think, staying in feudal. You don't have to go up yet. But what you really want to do, however, is... Oh, that's actually very unfortunate. He's going to lose like 3-4 villagers to this. So he's not paying attention at all. He's actually busy somewhere else, just macroing probably. So this is very exposed of a wood line. So he actually has no wood available at this point. Like, that's kind of unfortunate. He has actually no good access to wood. I think he's just dead, actually. So there's just way too many villagers falling right now. There's just 4 or 5 villagers dead. 6 right now, I guess, even, or 7. Very sad, like, for Hera to drop a game like this, because obviously he maybe not even could have prevented this, but he could have definitely just kind of managed the situation better somehow, right? Getting those earlier towers maybe to prevent the those towers here from coming up, of course, would have been quite a saving grace. Now this village is going to evacuate towards the north. There's another 2 lines actually over there. I do think this is going to be seen by VortiX. VortiX is no silly either, because he saw those villages just moving somewhere, right? So he's kind of cognizant of the fact there is just one possible location for that, and that's just going to be the wood line in the north. So obviously Hera just recognizing that he's going to back away. We can see how many villages are idle right now. There's nothing he can actually do right now. He's not gathering any sort of resources. He also lost those houses, which is of course quite a big deal. He's kind of capped on population. 40 out of 40, not the biggest biggest kind of population in the world, of course, he's gonna go for this tower now because he's kind of desperate, to be honest. He has to just kill it with the villagers. But honestly, like, the villager count for VortiX is 50, Hera has like 35 or something, or 52, even worse. He can get a lot of knights here, so it's maybe eventually he can even get the knights anyway, but that's not the greatest position to be in. And obviously this Regnus is completely idle. I think he has not been able to leave the base of the prelate, because obviously there's like a you know, full coverage by those towers, so he's not able to smuggle out a prelate to just kind of pick up a relic on the way. Which means that VortiX is just going to have full kind of control over this, which does obviously mean that I don't think Hera has much more time in this game to actually do anything. He has not been able to gather anything. Those villagers are kind of desperate here, I think. Just he realizes that just too much stuff on the map. Additional reinforcements coming. Just, you know, feudal English can be very oppressive. You just need to kind of preemptively defend this somehow. I'm not really sure how you can do this against a player like VortiX, especially as HRE, which is you know, just not well known to be the strongest on the defense. So I'm not really sure how Hera could have done this, but obviously not like this. That's just not the way to do that. What I've seen work, actually, I think even with HRE, was extremely early stable, right? You just kind of prioritize stable over anything else. You just kind of have enough wood to build a stable infill, maybe double stable, even just double stable drop, right? And then you have, I think, enough to just push away those archers and push away those villagers. So that's what I think BCQT was trying to do yesterday in this final game of the day, where he lost, right? So he was actually trying to just defend something. Obviously that didn't work too well for him, right? Sorry, he was actually trying to do the same thing as VortiX was, and it obviously didn't kind of work in the end. So VortiX right now taking over this entire game, and he's very, very comfortable right now, sitting at 1-0, so he should obviously enter into the score here. It's best of 3, so it's not going to be a long series if this kind of proceeds like this. So Hera getting completely sniped out of this game. Unfortunately for him, of course. VortiX very confident there. But as I said, I think if you do anticipate a sort of English rush, which is kind of, I think a clear tell is that the English is not going to have villagers on gold for a long time. I mean, I think it's just going to be maybe 2 villagers, maybe even a single one on gold. Another tell is, of course, like a stream of archers going towards your base, right? That's usually like the very clear indicator that there is going to be some sort of aggression going on, right? So obviously not having villagers on the TC is also going to be a tell. There are quite a few things actually happening there. So Hera not recognizing that, not getting any sort of horsemen early on. I think that's kind of the, if you can preempt that, if you can get like some horsemen, some archers of your own, then you're gonna be fine. But if you just kind of go towards those greedy professional scouts and you produce no units, I don't think that's defensible at that point. You just kind of get tower rushed and die. I think he thought he was going to hold it somehow, by the token of some miracle actually, but he never was able to do this. He lost those horsemen and scouts, and yeah, he just never stood a chance against that army anymore from that point. I think he just needed to keep that meat shield, maybe go for like very, very fast castle or something, and just you know, find a nice fight later with you know, those knights in the package, right? Because knights are kind of hard to kill even for like 21 archers. Those are relatively sturdy units overall. Obviously wasn't the case. Another kind of defensive strategy, I guess, is just kind of counter tower rushing, right? So you kind of build your own towers. You're obviously in your base before your opponent can ever be there. So you can just get some stone, just build some towers defensively, and just kind of enjoy your life there. I think it's also kind of a viable strategy because you force your opponent to get early rams, which means they don't have archers because they have to build rams, which cost a shitload of wood and some more. I think that is also a viable strategy overall. Of course, not facilitated here at all. And this obviously means that the Hera not in the best position in that game at all. We'll see how that kind of shapes up, of course, as we go forward. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait now for Hera to figure out how he's going to proceed into game 2. I think the French and the Mongols are banned, by the way. That's what I was able to gather from the Discord. So those civilizations no longer available, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I think is gonna make up for some very interesting games. And the Rus, of course, is going to be probably the focal point of the series. I think that's going to be the next pick for maybe even both players. That we might see like Rus versus Rus matchup actually being played out over here, which is kind of cool. We just have to wait right now and see what exactly happens, right? We just have to see how exactly that develops right now. Hera is gonna go into game right now, by the way, so you can actually just start loading into this second series. Those guys are still loading, I believe, so we cannot just cast it directly right now. We have to wait for them to load. I'd really love to see Hera actually win something for once, so it would be lovely to actually get that happen. But it's going to be Delhi middle of all things. It's kind of clear that it's going to be a water map, right? So it's kind of maybe, I'm not really sure. I don't think we've seen Confluence. It's very likely to be the Danube River or Nagari, I think, is also a possibility. I don't think anybody likes Nagari, though. I'm not really sure why the pro plays. I think that is because of this kind of uneven distributions of resources that Nagari is not the most kind of favored map in the world. But yeah, Nagari might be the thing that we will be seeing right now. We've seen like one Nagari so far in this tournament, in the third edition, right? So I'm not sure what we'll get here. But I guess like any water map is going to be interesting. Hopefully not the Boulder Bay, though, because it's just... I don't think I actually want to pick the Delhi on the Boulder Bay, though. I guess that's just not practical, right? Because so I would wager it's just either going to be Danube or the Mongolian Heights. I think those are kind of two relatively balanced maps. It looks like it does look like Danube, actually. Let me see. Yeah, it's Danube. You can actually just, if you've played enough of this game, you can actually tell by the tree lines sometimes. It is going to be Danube before... You know it's Danube before you see Danube, right? That's kind of how it is. So Hera's going to do this kind of modern opening, by the way. He's going to have one villager on food. He's going to put 4 on wood, and he's going to send another one towards this water to build a dock. That's kind of a new thing. People used to not do this, actually. People used to essentially just go towards a house. But people recognize somehow down the line that you just need you don't need to kind of build that house immediately, so you can actually just afford, if you kind of do it like this, 4 villages on wood, kind of rally on the food and just go build the dock. You have enough wood when you need it to actually build that house, right? Which is gonna happen right now. Here is gonna start it. You need like 20 seconds to build the house, 15 seconds to build the villager, I think. No, actually, is it the other? Yeah, 15. Yeah. It is 15 for the house, 20 for villager, right? So you can actually start that house with 1 villager. If you're like 5 seconds into the production of the final villa, that would put you on the supply cap. So that's obviously very, very fortunate right now for VortiX here. So by the way, it is VortiX in the blue, guys, playing the Delhi in the southern end of the map, and of course in the north, in the red, is going to be Hera, who really does need to win this game right now in order to stay alive in the series, in order to have his hopes for winning the tournament, which he would probably like to do, because he has been grinding the ladder like nobody else almost. Essentially streaming 24/7, right? So it would be really kind of unfortunate to see him drop out so early. I mean, so early, like, it is round of 4 right now, but still, I do think he would prefer to stay alive, like everybody will, of course. VortiX is kind of very, very seasoned of a player, though, so he might not actually let that happen at all. You see that both players have docks up. I do think Hera started a bit later than VortiX, though, so VortiX does have 2 fishing boats to 0. I'm not really sure what Hera did there, but he definitely has somewhat less resources to work with in terms of the fishing, right? I'm not really sure why, actually. So he built double scouts. He actually started... I see 4 scouts. That requires an investigation. There's actually 2 scouts over here. There is a scout over here, so he's gonna take all the sheep from the map. I'm still not necessarily, the most confident person in the world whether this is like going to pay off in the end. But yes, he's getting lots of sheep off the map, right? He's getting like 30. I think he must have got like the majority of the sheep overall. It is obviously at the cost of like a little bit less economy on the water initially. So we shall see how this kind of pans out with Hera, because I would wager, right, that this is going to put him behind at some point, right? To some extent, he's not going to have as much income as his opponent. He's at 2 fishing boats to 4. So I was actually just kind of focused on talking about VortiX's build, right? The kind of quick dock rush in a way. I think Hera also built this dock somewhere farther away from the TC. So it's another kind of difference, right? So VortiX just went for the nearest possible point. And Hera just kind of had to stray away from this, probably just... to maybe extend his control over this kind of entire elbow of a river, I guess. He just wants to have control here. I do think that the players would very much like to get... he spawns very far away from this kind of passage, right? Whereas obviously VortiX spawns like basically in a horizontal line from this kind of nice position for the dock, which Hera is also using. So maybe this kind of also this kind of walking distance that did contribute to this kind of late to dock, right? Now Hera is actually getting way, okay, maybe no way, but somewhat more wood than he needs to. At this point I'm not really sure if he's going to utilize it for something, but he's definitely just getting a little bit more wood than is necessary. He does actually spend it on some. He said, yeah, that's the mining camp. Okay, so I think he might want to transition some of those villages from the wood line right now towards the mining operation over there, because you do want to age up at some point as well. You can see, by the way, that VortiX has been able to get some extra food. He's almost going up right now. Hera actually is gonna take a nice fight over here with those scouts. It's just, I'm not really sure what he's doing, because he used to have like 6 scouts, didn't he? He only has 2 right now. I'm not really sure what he was actually up to here, but you can't really do much here on this map, right? Because Delhi fishing boats are just gonna shred the scouts like immediately. So you're not gonna go professional scouts, are you? Because it's just useless for the Delhi if you're on the water maps, right? It's just kind of no use at all. Oh, Hera's just gonna probably just lose this trade. He's gonna lose a scout over here as well. He's actually gonna move. There's actually such a nice movement from Hera. He's just gonna get 1-for-1 though in the end as a trade. He's not moving this scout properly. I think he's gonna be triggering the wolf aggression as well. That's actually not the case. So he's just gonna run past it, and I think he's just kind of even trading for VortiX, even though he was like at a significant numbers disadvantage. I'm not really sure what Hera was doing. I think he tried to put some pressure on this mining camp and delay the age up, but it really never paid off in the end. And Hera is actually slightly behind for this reason, because he really has been producing scouts out of this TCI, quite a few of those scouts actually, and you know his opponent just went straight up in towards those fishing boats, and he's just had a more solid economy overall. And Hera's obviously missing some villages, and he's going to be at 24 or 23. I'm wrong. I think maybe VortiX, I was not paying attention to the skirmishes, so maybe VortiX just had to catch up with in the scout numbers, so he just, I think it just kind of balanced itself out in the end then. So you have Hera on 27 villas and VortiX on 28, very, very evenly matched actually. I think VortiX just made one scout fewer. We see, although like there are 9 fishing boats right here, there's probably like a similar number 8 over here for Hera, so again no big difference in terms of the kind of sheer numbers. This guy is losing this trade, by the way, so you really want to get away from here, you just don't want to lose him, of course. VortiX is kind of ahead in terms of age by like, I think 30-40 seconds, 30 it is, I think. So it's obviously kind of nice, but not a big difference maker overall. I think it's just going to be relatively equal in that regard. But the important thing is actually VortiX is getting lots of gold. He has like 7 villages, 8 maybe even. 8 it is, yeah. On gold, Hera sitting on 5 only. I think once he finishes this Dome of Faith, he's just also going to transfer villas over here towards the gold vein, because you want to go for, I think you just want to go for fast castle here as Delhi. And both players, since I don't think they're going to be too aggressive, I think both of them are just going to go towards the fast castle. There's also a junk, actually a Dhow, being produced by the Spanish player here in this matchup, and the Canadian Hera isn't going to go for that yet. He's just going to kind of idle this for a while. I don't think he has enough wood actually to do anything about it. I do think like a single Dhow is not going to do much to you if you have a dock and you have like lots of those you know, fishing ships that can shoot arrows, because all the Delhi fishing boats can shoot arrows in the end. So that's not too terrible, of course. And if you are able to get this wall up, of course, it's going to be great before this Dhow comes up. But I think it's late actually. The Dhow does actually appear, and I don't think you can actually get this wall up anymore. Like, you just have to get out of this if you're Hera. So Hera is actually going to try to desperately wall this off. He's just going to lose the villager and also not get the wall up, I think. This Dhow does actually pass over here. He's just going to kind of circle this like a shark, actually trying to find some sort of opening to attack the villager. So actually he fakes going away, but he's actually going to go back and try to do some damage. He's not going to get much. I really love the sails on this boat. Actually, look at how nice it's kind of dignified almost, right? The sail is just so huge and lovely. That's just kind of great graphical design, I think, of the game. But oh no, you probably do you lose this scout if you don't pay attention? I think yeah, you do lose him if you don't. So Hera would probably just prefer to have the scout alive, of course. So I'm not really sure what he's doing here. The thing is just gonna straight up lose this guy. He's not paying attention at all. Oh, he is. So 2 HP on the scout. There's actually a second Dhow coming through as well. So it's going to be some sort of aggression. Hera, of course, has his own boats here. So now, for now, he has like one of those Dhows. He has lots of those fishing ships. Here's also actually going to go up to castle first. So VortiX still kind of short on food a little bit. Now, Hera is going to lose one fishing boat from the get-go, right? So it's obviously not the greatest thing in the world. Because those dogs have a lot of DPS, but it's kind of nasty actually how much damage they can do. And obviously they're quite sturdy, so just kind of trading evenly isn't gonna do it actually. So Hera is just gonna be forced to lose some economy here. I think he's just going to have to withdraw some of those ships. I think it would be a nice idea to kind of keep those boats close, maybe just garrison them as they take damage. That would probably help a little bit. I'm not really sure if VortiX is willing to kind of commit to this. He is. Apparently he's just gonna get another Dow, and only now does he, I think, have enough to go up, and he's gonna go up indeed. I think we are in for a longer game, but Hera does lose a lot of economy here. I think he's just kind of going to give up a little bit here that he shouldn't have. And he's also forced to kind of give up on those walls. He's never going to finish them because there's just too much military here. I think he had like a small opening when those boats were aggressing. I think he could have just built that wall and completed it, right? But he never did. So now Hera is in a little bit of trouble, right? Because he has 2 boats versus 3. I don't think that's the worst because you have obviously just kind of the harbor helping you here, so not too bad at all. But 3 of those Dows can actually just one shot almost, like maybe, okay, 2 shot, like 2 volleys is going to be enough to actually take down a fishing boat. So obviously this is going to mean that Hera does have to defend this position quite hard. Like just micros of it, just use the repair power of those fishing boats to kind of reclaim the control. Now I'm not really sure by the way VortiX is going to commit here. Hera is going to go for Sanctity. I think it is Sanctity tech indeed. VortiX actually queuing up every single tag from this mosque indeed, and getting lots over here. Those Dows are actually going to just kind of stay on those shallows here, just kind of guarding this passage, right, so that there is no possibility for a villager to kind of build anything sketchy here, which is obviously very, very good for VortiX. Getting this control and just keeping it is obviously very nice for you. There are 10 fishing boats by the way for VortiX, and there are probably like 9 actually for Hera. So it's not in the worst spot in the world actually. I don't think VortiX is going to continue the aggression for now. Though he actually see oh, okay, so it's going to be explosive Dow being constructed. So Hera again has an opening right now to wall this if he really wants to. But like you have to kind of anticipate that coming. I think VortiX did show his hand just being aggressive on the water a little bit, so you can kind of predict this is going to be the thing. But both players actually going for relics immediately, right? This is something that you have to do as Delhi because you have lots of those manks naturally because you just want to produce them to improve your tech advancement, right? So you do actually just produce them just automatically, really. So this of course means that those relics are going to be heavily contested actually, and I do think that VortiX has been very fast to those, and he has been able to gather a lot of them actually from the map. So Hera, like I think by 5 seconds late to this relic, he should have just kind of sent this Scholar sooner than he did. Actually, it's going to be so many relics going towards VortiX's pockets, and actually there's a single of those explosive. There's going to be a very important moment for Hera because he doesn't really want to lose anything. He sees that, I think he does see that, but oh, this is a massive, massive hit. So it's going to take down most of this kind of fishing economy of Hera. He's going to lose a lot of this kind of fishing here. And he only has like 5 boats remaining out of like I think 10 or 11 that he used to have. So obviously not the greatest position in the world to be in. So that is not great. Hera does also lose that relic, right? So VortiX like first to the punch, first to get that relic from here, first to get the other relic too. So I think it's going to be like 3-2 at best at this point. And there's obviously some fighting still going on. There are 3 knights coming through as well who are going to put on some aggression. And yeah, VortiX is just going to bank up all those lovely relics right now. 3 in his pockets as we speak, and there's probably like kind of good potential for him to get the 4th as well if he really wants to go and commit towards that, right? So very nice stuff actually. Hera just pocketing 1 relic I think overall. Where is Hera's relic? Hello? Okay, see that relic? I don't see it at all. Like I feel like he had 1 on him actually. He doesn't have it yet. So maybe there's like a scholar somewhere who's just kind of standing still. I don't see him or something. He seems not to have that yet. It's actually a nice raid from VortiX. He's not gonna get much done though, because there are knights of course for lances actually for Hera just kind of standing there. So there's gonna be defended. But the problem for Hera is right now he's gonna actually lose the water completely. Right, it's not the greatest. He's actually going to get that Bagla, which is obviously very, very strong. It's like a Hulk. There's a Hulk equivalent of the Arabic civs. It does shoot arrows as well as actually having those ballistae on those both boards, but this means that Hera is actually gonna lose most of his economy. 3 ships to 10 right now, or 11 even. 10 it is for VortiX. It's going to be a relatively bad situation for our Canadian player actually. He has very little. There's also an explosive Dow here, so if Hera is not paying attention, he's just going to lose a lot of additional fishing ships. So there is this Bagla actually just kind of maybe chasing down those very, very hurt DAOs over here. And Hera is actually not going to get much done because there is a wolf that is going to aggress this scholar. So this scholar is probably going to fall because he's not moving this. If he were to move it, I think he would have maybe made it. There's actually another scholar as well. There's this scholar by VortiX. It's going to be completely kind of contested here. Now this DAO is, I'm not really sure what this explosive ship is supposed to achieve. So if you are Hera, you should really just garrison those or just do something about it. Right here is going to send a singular monk over here, or scholar actually, to... I thought he was going to go for the relics. He's just going to go towards that, towards the sacred side, just kind of decapping it from his opponent, of course. Now VortiX is going to be attacked by the wolf, so I think this is going to be like a really bitey infantry right here. So this wolf is going to take 2 of the scholars. Not really fond of science, is he? So he's going to be able to take down 2 scholars with a singular bite. Look at this hero wolf actually just absolutely demolishing this scholar of VortiX, mauling him down. Of course, there's like some small fighting here actually. So VortiX realizes he has an explosive ship. He's going to actually use it to great effect, killing those 3 fishing boats. I think it's kind of a nice trade, obviously denying some economy. Hera is going to decap the sacred side, possibly taking this, but VortiX is going to actually just kind of have this scholar over here take over 3 HP left, but he does actually capture this and runs away, but he's not going to get much done for now. So he's going to lose the sacred side, and Hera is going to probably assume full control in the middle. So all in all, it's going to be kind of a net positive trade for Hera for that, but he's obviously working with a relatively large economical deficit. I'm really sure for how much longer though, because okay, this is like a very scary situation for Hera now. He does realize his opponent does have a large number of lancers. And another thing is there's going to be an explosive DAO being built, so this dock is going to produce a DAO is going to be actually used aggressively here, probably to just kind of kill those knights off if he can. Now the problem for VortiX is like he's going to, if he just runs it through, I think he's just gonna get immediately one-shot by those baglars. So indeed they're just going to absolutely demolish this fishing ship. And this means that actually right now it's going to be Hera's turn to turn on the aggressive mode, right? He's going to move in towards the dock, I think. He's going to put under pressure on the knights as well. I think he can, at this point, almost safely cross the river because he can just kind of use this glass as a wedge in a way, just kind of driving that through opponents' shallows over here. So it's going to be a nice fight, I think, for Hera now, because he does have lots of DPS provided by the ships, right? So obviously they are very, very strong units. There's the problem, of course, being that there are also explosive ships being produced, so if he doesn't pay attention, he's gonna take a lot of hull damage on those ships. They can be repelled, of course, but this might actually dissuade any further aggression. Actually, it's actually kind of a poor rally, so it's gonna only affect a single bagla here. I'm not really sure, this is a very expensive unit, so I'm not really sure if you want to lose it, of course. Hera is actually trading quite nicely here with those lower knight numbers overall, because he has been getting this kind of water support. And those baglas are actually going to probably just keep VortiX away from ever returning back to base. So Hera is just going to kind of go back comfortably to his base, maybe just deflect this attack. I think that's what he really wants to do here. Just kind of clean up all those knights, and then come back and just put on some aggression again. Because the only way for VortiX to go back to his base right now is just by walking around. I think this is going to be some damage taken by Hera, because I know really sure we can basically evacuate all those villages in time. So there's going to be, I think it's going to be like 5-6 villages going down at least for Hera right now. But it's quadruple stable for Hera, and obviously the component of the defender being used to aid up to castle, right? So it is going to be quadruple stable for VortiX as well. I think both recognizing what the meta is. And now Hera does actually walk into this fishing boat with a single bagla. He's going to get a lot of damage done, but he might also lose the ship itself. I think this is going to happen eventually, right? Those fishing boats are probably, they focus fire, they're going to do a lot of damage. Now the VortiX is going to actually rush in towards these villages on this gold depot. I'm not really sure what Hera is doing those knights of his, but he's getting kind of torn apart. Like, you see lots of villages falling, I think like 6 or 7 actually down. Hera's taking heavy damage right now, not something you should be doing at all. And he's not really, I mean, Hera has been able to clean up the fishing economy of his opponent to some extent, right? He has been able to kill quite a few of those boats. But this being said, it's actually not enough. I think he never cleaned up those docks, of course. He has no fishing of his own, so it's not exactly the best situation. Actually, overall, VortiX is still fishing with 8 boats, so he has been doing this for a while, and Hera has been working with 0 fishing economy. So, advantage VortiX for now, like quite a big one actually. If Hera doesn't make something happen very, very soon, I think VortiX is just gonna win the game because he has better economy. 42 villages to like 60, I think, almost, yeah. 57 for VortiX. So VortiX is actually doing an excellent job here. Just kind of keeping up with the tempo of Hera is actually just throwing a few blows at his opponent as well. No, actually, because Hera actually not even seeing this force of VortiX, so those Lancers are just gonna get a full charge of, like, you know, 3 Knights actually falling for nothing. And here's just bleeding out units, which is obviously not great. Like, losing units is just the worst feeling in the world. Of course, like in those mirror matchups, you cannot just kind of allow your opponent to get the better of you in terms of trading. So Hera is going to actually engage with those Knights. I think this is going to be the deciding fight of the game. It doesn't look like Hera has much of a chance here, actually. So those Knights are actually like 1 upgrade behind as well. So VortiX's Knights are +1 attack and +1 defense. Hera's are actually just +1 and +0, I believe. So it is going to be a nice advantage for those Knights of... Actually, they're +2. They're +2 and getting... They're almost +2, in fact. And Hera's must be like +2, +1 then. So VortiX is getting a nice advantage in this fight. He's going to clean up those Knights almost. And Hera doesn't seem to have much more left. There is a single kind of stray Knight over here just trying to do some damage. I think there's a single villager corpse somewhere here. Of course, like 1 Knight isn't going to get much done against like a large force. You can see, by the way, that VortiX has captured those 2 relics, but he never actually put them anywhere in. So he never actually used those. There's actually quite a big income gap. I think he would have just had way more gold than he has right now if he were to just kind of garrison those monks. I don't think he ever actually took them out. I think he just kind of never deposited those relics, right? Which is obviously unfortunate. I think he does drop them down now, so he's going to kind of go and kind of fix that. Now there is a nice fight for Hera. I think he's just going to be able to repel that aggression right now. The problem, of course, is that first of all there is an explosive ship in those shallows right now, which is obviously going to dissuade any aggressive movement from Hera, right? You know, just kind of go for the shallows anymore. And the issue, of course, is that Hera's just not fishing. He's just not fishing at all. He's not able to get any water control because his big investment, like his big play, was with those 2 baglags, and he never really was able to get a big advantage out of those, right? He really hasn't been able to make anything big happen. He took like double attack from those explosive ships, I think, and he just lost his entire fleet. And like VortiX just stable here, like he was just producing those expo ships comfortably. You know, he saved all those fishing ships except like 2 or 3 that he did lose. And he's just kind of in a nice position to take over the game. Now, in terms of forces, VortiX has 19 Knights to his name, and that's basically that. Hera is sitting on 13 only. He's gonna lose 1 as we speak, by the way, because he used to have 14. And this kind of comes down to the production, right? He has fewer resources, obviously, so he cannot just kind of build as many forces as his opponent can, right? Which is obviously not good. And this means, by the way, that VortiX has been sitting on a single relic, in fact, for the entirety of this game. There's 1 still kind of uncontested over here. I'm not sure where Hera did put his, but I think he had 1 relic somewhere. I just don't see where it is. No idea, guys. No freaking clue where his relic is, but I think he took 1. He never actually just kind of, maybe never brought it back or something. No clue, guys. No idea, actually. Now, there is, I think, another of those explosives being utilized, right? Just kind of to aggress upon Hera. And there is another one kind of kept in in this kind of edge of the map. So if VortiX does actually see units passing, he can just utilize this to actually get some extra baning explosions done in a way. Now Hera's going to find a nice positive trade. He's actually going to be able to kill a single Knight here. If you are behind, you obviously take what you can. But he's going to be kind of permanently behind for a while. 51 villages to like 70 right now, 65 actually. So I think VortiX must have stopped producing, or actually Hera was able to find some damage himself. Now there's actually, I think maybe the wolf is actually the culprit. He must have killed a villager maybe, or 2. That would be an explanation, but I'm not really sure. Now there is obviously this large pack of Knights over here of Hera. He has like I suppose it's 28 Knights to 22 right now. So it's actually a large force for VortiX. If VortiX takes this fight right now, he's going to absolutely obliterate his opponent. Especially that he has actually the possibility. I think that's kind of a good play as well. If you have VortiX, you can just actually pull. I think he forgot about it, but he has like an explosive ship right here. So if he does manage to bait Hera in, this ship can actually come in and do some damage. Now Hera is actually also sitting on an expo ship, so it's gonna force VortiX to kind of cross this shallow. And I think VortiX just completely forgot about that. I think VortiX just kind of absolutely unaware that he has an expo ship still kind of over here that he can use. Now those expo ships are just gonna kill each other. And Hera is going to take this fight over here again. Like he has, I think, equal upgrades right now. He does, but he has actually 1 armor upgrade less, and those Knights are just way more numerous. Hera is just gonna completely, yeah. VortiX is just gonna clean up. He's gonna swipe the floor with Hera here. Hera is just out of the tournament, man. If he loses this fight, which he does, I don't think there's any comeback because he did lose some extra villages in comparison to his opponent, right? So. Here he's just going to get absolutely cleaned up. He's out of the tournament. 2-0 to VortiX. He's going to move up to the finals again. it's not the first time that we've seen VortiX actually go so far up, and I'm not surprised at all. This particular Spaniard has a lot to show for, actually. He's really, really strong. So we see him actually persevere over here, and VortiX is going to be our first finalist of the day. Very quick series, actually. It was like, I think, like, what, 30 minutes almost, like maybe 35. And VortiX just asserts his superiority on both maps, and he just takes it home. Actually, like, the second map was relatively defensive as well. So Hera was just eliminated in a defensive game from his opponent. I think it was just mostly defense, and like, you know, once VortiX was able to find an opening, he did actually capitalize on that and took down lots of villagers with those knights. And Hera was actually kind of slow with micro. He never had a wall up as well, which would have probably prevented lots of this aggression as well. That's what we saw Beastie QC do, by the way. He was actually very kind of happy to build lots of walls on this map. So I think Hera was like way too late to wall, and this kind of snowballed the game in VortiX's favor. Because if he had the walls, like, it's very difficult to break a wall for knight, so obviously walking them around is not the best thing in the world either. Okay, I'm gonna sip my soft drink and I'm gonna wait for the next game to happen. So it is gonna be MarineLorD versus Lucifer. No, I think Lucifer is out, isn't he? Mista, right? It's gonna be Mista. It's gonna be MarineLorD versus Mista in here right now. I'm gonna change the title then. And this is a very quick game, actually. Those two games were just kind of like nothing really. VortiX was very good today. Like, he's looking very, very strong. It's gonna be TheMista and MarineLorD. So both players are actually very likely to just kind of take it. I think this is a relatively even matchup overall for those two guys. I'm very, very curious who those actually persevere over here. Obviously MarineLorD maybe holding a small psychological advantage. Thank you, Walt. I'm very happy that you're enjoying yourself. Thank you, mate. I'm glad. Quick reminder, guys, if you're enjoying yourselves on the day, if you are having fun, we're just waiting for MarineLorD to come into that series against Mista, which is going to happen very, very soon. For now, I'd just like you to maybe subscribe on YouTube or maybe follow me on Twitch if you do wish to do so, of course. You will get notified and if I do go live, if I post additional videos, which is obviously going to be kind of cool for you if you are interested in Age of Empires 4. I'm going to be updating, I'm going to be posting lots of updates and such, so if you're interested in that, of course, you can just transition to that subscribe button, click it, and enjoy yourselves on my channel. If you're on YouTube, by the way, if you're new, you cannot chat on my chat unless you have been subscribing to my channel for at least 5 minutes. This is because we had some bots happen recently, so I had to kind of put in this limitation. Now, if you want to chat, then you have to subscribe anyway. It's not like I'm actually forcing you to do this. Actually, yesterday, if you did watch, we had lots of bots kind of coming in, so I did have to curb it somehow, and this was just my way of doing this, right? It's kind of getting rid of the bots, of course. Is hard on YouTube. I had to just limit access to my chat by actually just kind of clicking that thing. So I had to restrict the access, which I'm very, very sorry for, but if you're not a subscriber, you cannot actually chat anymore. Because the bots were just getting really, really frustrating and annoying, so... yeah, it just had to be done, folks. So for now, we're just gonna have to wait. We're just gonna have to wait for this to resolve. As those guys get into the game, of course, we're just going to start the next cast, and we shall see where it takes us, right? We shall see where it takes us this time around. And if you are kind of waiting, you don't know what to do, by the way, we have some pretty good games in our store. So if you think of yesterday's games, I think Hera versus Symptom was really, really cool to watch and experience. So if you're interested in that, I'm going to post it on the chat as well, so you can have access to that. So if you are just kind of waiting for the next game to start, here you go, guys. You can start watching that video. This is our cast from yesterday of Hera versus Symptom. Very cool matchup because it was Rus versus HRE, and so Symptom was actually very, very nicely handling that matchup, of course, but so was Hera. So it was very cool to watch, I think. One of the best games of the day, I believe. Quite firmly, it was one of the best games for sure. So that is something we can do as you wait for the next game to start. Yeah, and we just have to wait for the two players right now, for MarineLorD and TheMista, to just get set up and start playing, right? It's going to be pretty cool to see that, I think. I'm very, very curious as to who is actually going to persevere in that particular matchup, because of course both players really, really seasoned, really strong as well. So it is really going to be a very, very cool matchup. So I'm gonna have to say it's gonna be. I'm just gonna update the. Actually, I can't do this, can I? No, I cannot do this here. I have to do it on Twitch, because otherwise it's gonna break the stream, I think. Otherwise it's gonna break the stream, I think. Sorry, it was again me double talking, so we have to just update it here. So we just got, to those who are just coming in, we have to wait for the next matchup to start. And yeah, there's just kind of nothing we can do for now. We just have to wait for those guys to get going. Once they do, of course, we shall continue with spectating those games. So I'm kind of not sorry for this. I can't do much. I just have to wait for those guys to get started. They are probably just going to ban civilizations and such. So obviously it's going to be a short while before they're actually ready to go. So to wait, I'm actually asking the on the Discord as to who is banning what. I don't see that there. Oh, it's actually in the draft. So we actually have access to the drafts. Lovely, guys. So you can actually have a look at the draft, guys. So I'm gonna show you how the drafts look in Age of Empires 4. That's kind of cool, actually. So here's the draft. You can see that the first game. So we have Delhi banned by Mista. I guess this Mista, or it's gonna be the Mista, and it's gonna be MarineLorD actually banning the Mongols as well. And the first matchup is gonna be Rus versus French, which does, I believe, favor the Rus quite a bit. Very, very cool to see this. I think it's gonna be an exciting matchup number one. So you just have to wait for those picks to be revealed right now, I think. And those guys know what's going to happen now. They have to just duke it out and make the best of it. I think it's kind of, there's one of those matchups where if you screw up even kind of borderline slightly as the Rus, you're going to die. So you have to be very, very much on your toes here. We've seen some kind of interesting builds come up. Like I think Korix was this kind of notorious player who keeps getting double TC in every single Rus versus French matchup. He usually gets away with this as well, which is very cool. But the Korix has been just kind of promoting this double TC build. Which is kind of a nice answer to anything that France might throw at you if you have very, very strong macro play. Also just kind of if you're just very fast to move your villages, right? So that's kind of interesting to kind of mention, I think, because that's not what many people do, right? I think the French, generally speaking, it's considered suicide to pick double TC builds. But as the Rus, I think you get very, very quick access to the extra 150 stones. So what Korix is doing is he's actually going towards that extra stone very, very quickly. Like he gets 150, then he moves his villages from stone back to the safety of the TC, and he's going to, from there, he's just going to build up his to use a ticket, build up his wood count, and go up to that second TC. So I think he just opens with a barracks, then he goes into that TC later. I think that's kind of the build here. And also just kind of obviously using a scout wisely is going to allow you as the Rus to get that expansion going. But I do think the important fact of the matter is that you're not going to be allowed to get both the professional scouts and the double TC play. I think you have to just give up on the scouts if you do this. So I'm curious to see what happens here in this game, of course, because it's going to be a big question mark for us right now. So anyway, I think if you're going to be playing against the French, you need to get some extra wooden fortresses, you need to get some spearmen for sure, because otherwise, like a large number of knights can just dive your TC and kill you, right? So it is absolutely necessary for you to at least match the number of knights with the number of spears. Maybe just kind of get like 2-3 spears more, which is not difficult at all, by the way, for the any civilization actually, because those spears are produced very, very quickly, right? So it's not a production problem at all. It's just kind of as to how you distribute the resources. I don't think like we are I think we're kind of long past the point where you just go, you know, fast Rus Castle, spam horse archers, and automatically win. I think there are like lots of refined strategies available, and I do think those guys are able to utilize them as well. So we're just kind of going to see, I think, some interesting game right now between Mista and MarineLorD, because both of them are very, very kind of strong players, and they really do know what they're doing. I believe anyway, quite firmly. Both these guys are going to be able to find some nice openings and just kind of dismantle their opponents piece by piece. Whether this is actually true or not, we shall see, of course, because games go different ways, right? Games go different ways, and different strategic choices might actually determine whether the game just kind of continues or ends just very, very brutally and quickly. We had some very volatile matchups. So, as those guys get ready, of course, we will see what exactly they bring to the table. Of course, Rus versus French is going to be a very, very cool matchup to see. One that you actually have to master, I think, if you're playing the ladder from both perspectives. So, yeah, just kind of keep that in mind. I'm not sure what those guys are doing, though. I think we're just kind of waiting here for one of these players to get ready. I think Mista is kind of a chill guy as well, so Mista might be, excuse me, might be taking his sweet time at this moment. I guess this might be the idea here. So, I think there was some chaos in terms of picks and bans, by the way. I think that was the problem. I think Mista missed the pick of his own. That was the issue. So, I think they're trying to resolve it somehow, and I think we're going to see the game start very soon as well, because I think they have just resolved it as well, and they're just getting ready to play. Not sure how Mista is in the game and MarineLorD isn't, though. This kind of weird spectator bug, I'd assume. The comfortable bit, by the way, for us as spectators outside of this first day is that, in fact, both players have to, like, it's impossible for the players to forget about spectating, like about switching on the spectator mode, which happens in those kind of bracket stages, but right here it's kind of impossible because it's not just me casting, so obviously this means that if they do not switch on the spectator mode, nobody can cast those series. Oh, it's gonna be a Rus mirror, which everybody hates. Like, if you ever played Rus, guys, if you have ever actually played Rus, I thought it was going to be French versus Rus, but apparently it's just going to be Rus versus Rus. So there was some chaos regarding the picks. I think Mista's French were picked randomly, and yeah, it is just going to mean that the Mista is going to be able to repick his civ without seeing his opponent's pick. So that's what happens here, and Mista is going to be playing Rus versus Rus matchup. Obviously favoring the Rus, guys. Obviously favoring the Rus. So Rus is gonna win this for sure. I'm certain, guys. This is like one thing I'm kind of absolutely confident in. The Rus in the Rus versus Rus is absolutely overpowered. 100% win rate. That's obviously paradoxical because they also have 100% lose rate as well. So we'll see MarineLorD versus Mista, and whoever is better on the Rus and whoever is a little bit more lucky in their opponents, I think, as well, is going to persevere. I'm going to have to pause it for a little bit because if you load in as the game starts, and if this kind of timer doesn't kind of progress a little bit, sometimes the game just kind of gets choppy. So we are ready to start right now, I think. We have our two opponents, and in the blue, in the bottom, it is going to be MarineLorD playing the Rus. Lovely stuff. From France, by the way, from France. And to my best knowledge, it is going to be a Greek player over here in the north, west of the map. In the red as well, playing the Rus, it is TheMista. And this guy is actually really, really strong. We saw him beat Beastie QT yesterday quite ruthlessly as well. I think Beastie had no chance against him. And Mista did kind of showcase also of the prowess that he has in terms of the defensive play on top of those kind of very nice kind of contained, calm games overall. So I think Mista does have a very, very nice shot at winning this. Overall, I think he has a very good macro and micro. Now we're going to kind of focus. I'm going to stop kind of rotating the screen, and I'm just going to kind of have a look at how exactly this hunting is going for our players. So obviously 2 scouts per player. We have this one over here finding the second hunt. Actually, the scouts are going to discover each other. So both Mista and MarineLorD, of course, not too keen on fighting those deer without any support. So they're probably waiting for a second scout to come. There's also small competition, maybe here, not really, right? So the second scout of MarineLorD is just going towards that second hunt, in fact, but it's not going to find anything there alive, I believe, right? So I think these guys are gonna take a wolf apiece and just kind of call it a day. I think I'm kind of surprised Mista's actually gonna back away from this one. So I don't think this is the best kind of resolution in the world. Mista's going to find those two. I don't think he knows there's a second wolf here. He's just not paying attention. He does realize that now. And he's actually going to find this hunt as well. So I think Mista is going to get a little bit more money overall. I think he's going to have like a little bit better bounty. However, you can see that MarineLorD does actually locate this hunt as well. And, oh, it's actually going to be taken by MarineLorD. This deer is, I think... no, it's actually Mista who took it because we didn't see the gold bounty. What we'd like to see, of course, is that second scout who is actually walking around somewhere here, just contesting this. I'm not really sure why Mista is just so keen on giving up the deer hunts. Because he could have just kind of, you know, pulled his scout, just kind of kept his opponent busy, and just, you know, taken that. But he's not really doing this at all. He's probably just willing to... I think he was running out of food in his TC, so he just kind of prioritized dropping those sheep off. And obviously, this means he loses the entire hunt right here. Not the optimal scenario at all for Mista, because I think he was gonna... I thought he was gonna get this entire hunt. But he never actually managed to get enough scouts over here, and this means that he's just not gonna get much done at all for now. Unfortunately so, of course. So those two scouts are actually just going to have to walk around and just see the entire map being cleaned up by MarineLorD. Both of them actually going up at relatively similar timing, I believe, very, very close to each other. I think like Mista is actually going to have one villager more here. He's going to go up a little bit sooner. So yeah, that's basically that. 14 villages to 14, I would say. I don't think they built any additional scouts from their TCs. And we see this game kind of going passive for a while, I think. It's not going to be too much interesting stuff happening. I think they managed to clean up the map completely from wolves, so there is nothing really left. Mista is actually kind of nicely equipped in sheep. You can see how many sheep he's actually been able to bring back home. So that's kind of the problem for MarineLorD. Both of them actually kind of working with nice bounties. MarineLorD has a little bit more gold, but Mista is going to probably just kill off all the sheep here. If he kind of purges all those sheep, I think he's gonna have essentially like almost enough gold to get that second bounty tier. If he can't, actually, it's gonna be quite rough. Oh, he's a single sheep short, isn't he? Because he needs 9 and he only has 8. Oh, it's gonna be very frustrating if he realizes this, because you want to hit the second tier ASAP because it's just, you know, extra gold generation. It is, of course, this extra food gathering rate as well. Not having that is going to be kind of painful. And 8 sheep instead of 9 is all that makes the difference here. There's no single sheep left on the map, I think, as well. One here in the hands of MarineLorD is all she wrote. Both players gonna go up at the very same moment, I think, as well. So we're kind of looking at 2 very, very fast age ups, and both players, of course, immediately starting those professional scouts here. I think MarineLorD must have not needed to get that trade as well in the Golden Gate. He probably needn't. He didn't need to get that ticket spent, whereas Mista did, because he has like slightly less gold overall. So here's the difference: both of them start those professional scouts immediately, but one of them does actually have that small advantage of getting a ticket, which is obviously going to propel them to Castle Age a minute sooner than their opponent. Obviously, quite a good deal. Overall, I think they're just gonna kind of divide and conquer here, so they're gonna go to opposite angles of the map, just get those extra deer from there. Just kind of trying to look for extra sheep. I don't think there is any sheep actually over here, right? There's nothing really left, so they have managed to scour the entire map, and there's nothing left here but those deer carcasses. So the Rus is actually exploitative here in this particular land, taking every single piece of resources that they can actually swallow. I think Mista is going to need to kill a boar, honestly. I think that would kind of equalize the gold count a little bit. That would actually allow him to get some nice bounty bonus, of course. Because he was actually, I don't think it was I think he must have not calculated that properly or something. But if he had actually killed one more deer somewhere, he gave up on contesting them, of course. He would have actually had that bonus. He now doesn't have it at all. So big shame, but obviously it's not a big, like, it's not kind of a game-breaking difference. It's just kind of a large one, though. So you see the scouts actually bringing back all the deer. Both players actually transitioning some villagers in towards the woodlines right as they hit feudal, I think. So we see the wooden fortress being constructed here. Of course, it's going to return money once you collect, I think, 900 wood or something like that. So around 900 wood is going to be the breaking point. So if you are able to, you know, get 900 wood or more underneath that wooden fortress, is going to just return its cost in wood which is kind of neat. Of course, Rus obviously needing a lot of wood to construct those archery ranges and then get those horse archers going as well. So obviously, kind of a nice investment, actually, but very quickly repaying or paying for itself for the Rus players. So in terms of the game, right, all those game in terms of course of those deer carcasses, I think both players are just going to take their own deer. Just nothing really big happening here. I think they're just going to secure enough carcasses to be happy about it. I do think that there's going to be some sort of a play by MarineLorD right now to kind of get some additional resources, perhaps. I'm not really sure if they're going to go for a boar or something, those scouts that is, or they're just going to go towards a singular carcass, take it back home, just kind of call it a day. I'm also kind of curious because we have seen our fair share of heists, right? We've seen a lot of those kind of deer heists being done. So I'm kind of curious if this is actually going to be the case as well. 7:28 is the timing at which Mista starts his Castle Age up, and I think MarineLorD is very, very close to him. So I think they're both going to age up around like 8:20, 8:10 actually, something like that. Mista, of course, having a slight advantage because he has more workers assigned right now to this building. He's also started this a bit sooner, which means that if he realizes there's like a small, I don't think he can realize this, right? But it's just kind of going to come down to the details. But he's going to have the unique opportunity actually to go and move that singular monk across the board, and that monk is actually going to be able to get a distant relic. Maybe this one actually is going to kind of be nice for him. I think getting those, I think potentially Mista has a chance to get 4 relics total. Not sure how it's going to translate into reality, but I think he has the opportunity to get 4 relics if he does kind of act quickly, of course, because you cannot just kind of be behind here. So there's going to be a small skirmish of the scouts over here, and obviously they're just gonna exchange a few blows and call it a day as well. In the base of a MarineLorD, we see lots of kind of wood gathering over operation, of course. They have 14 villages on wood, 15 on food. It's kind of 1-to-1 ratio that you would expect. I do believe that, you know, his opponent does actually have the very similar setup, 16 to 14. So that's kind of the optimal overall setup for that. The horse archers being produced, of course, is also that monk who is already kind of. No, I was wrong. It takes a while for a monk to actually be built. He's gonna go for that kind of, I think maybe this relic here. Could he have made? I think he couldn't have made it actually, because MarineLorD aged up very, very quickly after him. And then he realized even if he had just kind of gone for that one directly, like, he would have not had the chance to get it. So, yeah, Mista is gonna grab this relic for himself. He has like definitely he has the possibility, the opening, to go for 3 relics overall. But you see, MarineLorD actually is going to contest this one over here, so he's going to move his forces. But so is TheMista, so you might see like a small clash number 1 in this particular game. He says we have 8 scouts, 1 horse archer versus 8 scouts and 2 horse. No, it's 7 versus 8 actually. There's 2 horse archers as well. So Mista is going to see that this relic is going to be snagged. He doesn't have the courage, I think. He hasn't mastered up the courage to fight this yet. But it is just double. Okay, now this is actually triple archery range for TheMista. I'm not really sure. You can see by the way that those players are not depositing relics too quickly because there's obviously lots of APM for Rus. This super APM intensive civilization. Both players I think are going to be triple producing those horse archers. Actually a 4th archery range being constructed as we speak, and I do think it's going to be quite a similar scenario for TheMista. Actually not the case at all. It's going to be double versus triple for now. So sorry, triple versus quadruple. So it's going to be a small disadvantage in terms of production for our Greek player here. So Mista is actually, I thought he was gonna get 3 relics. He's only going to have to get, he's gonna only be able to get 2 overall. So not the kind of most fortunate choice I think in terms of kind of where he was gonna move on the map. And obviously he was too afraid to contest that singular relic over here to, because of course like it's a mirror matchup. Like if you lose a fight like haphazardly, you will lose the game most of the time. So obviously he didn't want to take that. He didn't want to take his chances, and he was just kind of deciding to play it safe and steady. So MarineLorD producing from 4 of those archery ranges. I think Mista is still working with 3. So this kind of small production disadvantage, of course, is going to at some point start favoring MarineLorD. Mista would probably also like to move some of those villages from food towards the wood, because first of all he's going to run out of those deer very, very soon. And second of all, is actually floating a lot of those resources in terms of food, and he's not actually going to be able to build that extra archer range. We have 25 villages and 13 on 25 on foot here. To actually 24 and 14. It's very close. Imagine that I think MarineLorD is maybe trading some of those resources in towards the wood so that he's actually able to consistently produce with 4 of those archery ranges. There's 1 scout going down, not a big deal at all for anybody in here. So I don't think TheMista actually is going to care too much about this. Just of course scouts are valuable as tanks, but not the most expensive units in the world, right? You have, in terms of army, you have 20 horse archers and 3 monks for Mista, and 21 and 4 21 and 4 for MarineLorD, right? So 22 actually. So very even numbers actually, as they keep producing units, I think is going to kind of slightly favor MarineLorD because he has quadruple production to triple. Both players actually just very tightly spending those resources as well, so they're kind of sitting on essentially like nothing left at all. They're going to play this kind of hide-and-seek game right now, just kind of trying to take over the sacred site. You see there is a scout, of course, here from MarineLorD taking this sacred site, and TheMista on the other side is going to also contest this sacred site of his opponent. And the middle sacred site is being also kind of contested by 2 or 3 units. So it's going to be like lots of fighting. You might actually see a very fast fight of the game right now, which is going to result in the singular scout of TheMista just falling there, and the fight is just kind of going to get resolved. Now, also, I'm kind of confident we've seen more scouts before. I'm used to seeing way more scouts than this. Like, so I think that the shift in the meta was like to stop producing scouts and essentially just build way more of those horse archers, quadruple archery ranges to play, I guess. Especially for Mista, because Mista stopped producing scouts. Like he made those 8 very early on into the game. He never actually made any more. Only now, by the way, does he actually drop that right? He must have just picked it up by mistake or on purpose, right? But the problem is right now that TheMista doesn't have the sacred site at all. And MarineLorD is sitting on an extra relic, and he's also working with an additional sacred site. So what MarineLorD is almost forced to do right now is actually to take over something. If he doesn't get 2 sacred sites going for himself, or if he doesn't at least deny this one from his opponent, he's going to be severely behind, right? You can see the income per minute in terms of gold, because none of those players is actually mining gold, is going to really favor MarineLorD by a 200 value, right? Because this is just 1 sacred site and 1 relic, which obviously is not the greatest thing in the world at all. And the numbers disadvantage as well, of course, is going to kind of start popping up, I think, at some point. We have 42, 38, but MarineLorD, I think, is going to have enough production to make up for it. He has, like, way more resources to work with, because, like, 200 gold per minute doesn't sound like a huge deal, but it's obviously, like, 6-7 villagers that you just don't have, right? Because it's the equivalent of that. So we see a decap actually here, so this differential is going to kind of drop a little bit. So that is actually going in favor. I'm not really sure what he's doing with those monks actually. What the hell is happening here? Because I don't think he's doing this on purpose, is he? So the question is, like, why is he kind of picking up those relics and leaving? Maybe he has just a weird rally or something. It might be the weird rally, so that might be the difference maker here, to be honest. Just a very oddball rally point. By the way, both players are actually still working with just kind of this basic production, right? MarineLorD has gone up to this blacksmith, going for this boyar fortitude, of course, and this is of course going to be done as well by TheMista very, very soon. I think though it is an expensive army. It's like, I think 500 gold, right? Yeah. So the problem is that TheMista cannot quite afford it yet, and obviously MarineLorD having like the eco advantage, like holding that extra gold for a while. He has been sitting at the gold advantage for a while right now, so he is able to research something that his opponent is never going to be able to achieve if he doesn't trade for that gold. I think obviously using that to perhaps sell some food, even if he's floating lots of food right now, it might be beneficial as well. Just kind of getting that boyar fortitude is going to be a lot of extra HP for those horses. And Mist is actually going to get it in the... Is it? Yeah, he's getting boyar's fortitude. So both these players are actually going to go for the same tech choice actually right now. In terms of the economy, there is no upgrades for TheMista, and there is probably going to be no upgrades for MarineLorD. He doesn't even have a lumber camp yet. No, he should, but what the hell? He does, and he's actually not getting much done. Those horsemen, there's actually a huge mass of cavalry right now on the map, so that's something we're not really used to seeing. I think those players are, or would be, more eager to interact with one another. I think that will be the general kind of course of action. They're not eager to interact at all. And obviously both waiting, I think, for the upgrades to kick in. Like, MarineLorD is going to get that one very, very soon. So he's got it right now, actually. You can see those horse archers getting 20 extra HP, which is quite a decent bonus, like 25%, I think, something like that. To their total HP, like 27 maybe even. 28. Quite a decent bonus anyway, so you can see that they're actually quite sturdy as we speak, and this is going to mean that, of course, MarineLorD is going to have to wait for his own upgrade to kick in before he fights. It's gonna be relatively soon as well. You can see that he's gonna not yet, I think. Yeah, he's gonna get it like a second or two. So now I think MarineLorD is gonna be more eager to fight. Army numbers is 61 horse archers and 58. So it's going to be a relatively even fight, except for one small detail. I don't think MarineLorD has been actually making any sort of scout throughout this game. So he has way more monks. He has been spending on the monks. Actually, just one. It's not way more, but he has very, very few scouts. So obviously, with the extra buff with the Saint's Blessing, right, from the monk, when the monk attacks, he can trigger that bonus, the bonus for the entire army of his, like for all the kind of neighboring units, right? So you can see this actually just kind of triggered immediately for both players. All those units shining in gold, they're getting extra defense, extra attack as well. It's going to be a very, very large fight, but you have to say that those scouts are going to be shredded here by those horse archers. But at a cost, right? Because this means that those horse archers of MarineLorD have not been shooting consistently. You can see split fire by the way, so both players actually just kind of using those small groups of archers to kind of target and pin down those smaller numbers of units. Actually, I think MarineLorD is coming ahead in this trade somehow, so he's been able to actually win this particular engagement. Of course, he's kind of close to his own base as well, so this means he's actually able to get a very, very nice advantage in this fight. So overall, MarineLorD is actually going to be able to get a lot done in this fight. He's going to take a lot of those units down, and he has a nice advantage here somehow, even though he has been at a slight numbers disadvantage in terms of the, you know, mathematically he has had way fewer control points. He had just better micro. He actually takes this fight very, very nicely. He's just going to push in towards his opponent's base. Like, maybe this is a rally point problem, right? Because you can see the horse archer count is kind of good from MarineLorD. It's just a problem with the sheer kind of micro, I think, maybe, or rally points as well. So MarineLorD obviously reinforcing consistently there. He's actually going to take another fight. I think MarineLorD is just dead right now. It's actually so good from MarineLorD. Like, I don't know how he manages to do this every time, but he just wins those fights. It's like BCQT fighting. Like, BCQT just kind of is winning those fights just like this. He just kind of takes the equal number of fights. Like, even like slight disadvantage in terms of numbers, I think, and he just wins. So he was just, I think, splitting the fire away more efficiently. I think this is just the only solution that you can kind of come up with, right? He was just kind of more efficient, just kind of targeting, just maybe boxing enough units to one-shot his opponent's units just kind of every single time. You can see actually MarineLorD is just harassing the economy of MarineLorD, like, idling a lot of villagers as well. He has so much happening for him right now, in positive regard, of course. The problem for MarineLorD is, however, that he has sent 3 or 4 archers over here to this edge of the map, actually harassing those poor villagers of the MarineLorD. But MarineLorD has been able to probably just get a nice advantage. You can see the army count by the way, for MarineLorD is just 7 horse archers to probably like 25 or 30 even for 37 horse archers for the MarineLorD. This is insanity, guys. It's just absolutely crazy. And this is actually off the back of a very, very poor early game. He has had like a very poor bounty. That he has had a really big disadvantage in terms of the relics and the sacred sites. Like, every piece of control was just kind of shattered. And even though he was at a big disadvantage, he's been able to actually just somehow win this huge encounter. It's just miraculous, and it's just a huge fight. It's just a huge fight for the MarineLorD. Okay. Whew, we get a bit of a respite here. I think that's going to be the moment for MarineLorD to actually go around the map and just capture some extra sacred sites. I think this is going to be the big important moment for him. So he's going to be able to find those extra small advantages around the map, of course, because he has a full control right now. And there are 2 possibilities from this. So, right, you can white and just kind of go for another big fight, or you can just kind of keep aggression up, right? So if you want to keep aggression up, of course, you need to get some siege. I'm not really sure what he's going to go for, right? Because obviously Rus is very good defensively. Without a siege, you're not going to get much done. So I'm not 100% certain what MarineLorD is going to kind of use here. He obviously wants to decap those sides, so please leave a single unit behind, of course, if you're the MarineLorD. But he does need to get something. Actually, it's a Mangler from MarineLorD. Is going to do some damage here. There's a second one as well. I'm not sure MarineLorD is paying attention to this. He might actually lose all those horse archers. So he's actually targeting this one. He's gonna take it down very nicely. He should be splitting those horse archers. He's actually moving them forward instead to the sides. You can see where the Mangler is shooting because it just directs itself towards in that direction. So obviously, this Mangler is actually quite vulnerable here. Horse archers have very high base damage, so they're going to be able to dispose it very, very quickly, and those horse archers now are going to win this encounter too. I think actually it's not that bad fight for MarineLorD because he has like a nice kind of backup. He has another Mangler over here, and it might be actually MarineLorD's fight so it might be MarineLorD losing this one. So here the advantage kind of threw away. He had 37 archers, probably like 40 in this fight. He's down to 14. It's a huge term. MarineLorD's actually sitting on, you know, double mango and a nice number of horse archers. He's also working with a nice economy, I think. He hasn't lost much. 52 villages to TheMista's 58. So it's 6 villager difference, but this is made up by the relics and sacred sites, which, by the way, Mista behind that fight did not actually recapture. So he's not really doing that much on the map right now. Obviously, ML can just rotate towards the north here, and he's gonna be able to maybe even defend this on time if he's just kind of fast enough. No, I don't think he can defend this, but he maybe can contest the capture. And Mr. is just going to play this kind of catch me if you can game right now. He's just going to go here right now, get that. By the way, MarineLorD is going to take this boar hunt, of course, with that extra investment into the wooden fortress. He's going to secure this hunt, which means there's going to be an extended period of time in this game where MarineLorD doesn't quite have to hunt, doesn't have to farm too much yet. He obviously has some farms out, but not a large number, not a large quantity of those. So, getting those boar, of course, is generally speaking not something people do because it's quite risky, but you know, the Rus has enough capacity to fit 8 villagers, which is perfect because only 8 villagers can work on a single boar carcass. So it's actually very, very nice for him if he can kind of keep it up. There are 3 mangonels, by the way, for MarineLorD. He can afford them because he has extra gold income. I don't think Mista can afford anything at this point. He's just producing those warrior monks. And he should just kind of hope he has enough micro to win this at this point. I'm not really sure what he's going to do here. Because that's actually kind of a scary force, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of a scary. 3 mangonels is going to obliterate you. They can shoot in 3 directions at the same time, micro correctly. So, Mista actually going towards that wood line. It's a nice kind of flanking attack here. So he should have not shown up. He should have just kind of gone all the way up to those villages, maybe killed a few extra ones. So he's gonna get like 3, 4, maybe 5 even down right now, maybe 6, maybe 7. It's gonna be actually quite a nice massacre here. So that's what the Rus players love to do, right? 6 villagers I think going down overall, maybe 5. Obviously, very, very nice kind of economic advantage right now, taken away from MarineLorD. So those relics and sacred sites no longer kind of relevant because obviously the villager count is going to favor TheMista right now quite a bit. But it's actually not the best fight in the world. He's going to be forced to take this one because there's no other way for him to back away from this. There's just a single sprinkle, but those mangonels actually coming up very, very soon. So if he doesn't disengage very soon from here, he's going to be at a terrible spot. So he does need to kind of leave, but obviously he probably wants to trade at least. He wants to kind of take an even trade here, as long as he's able to do so. Once those mangoes show up, he's going to have to just retreat and just maybe withdraw some of those horse archers. He's going to leave a few behind as a sacrificial lamb, horse archer, whatever those might be, and he's just going to have to retreat and leave those units behind. Actually, not that. I think Mista is a very nice micro. I'm kind of surprised by this, but I do think Mista is actually a very, very good sense as to how many horse archers you need to kind of drag to kill one of his opponents. Right? I think it's like 10. At this one, maybe 9. But he's actually very good at targeting, and this means he's fighting way more efficiently. So his micro is actually super on point. I'm very, very happy with this game because of that. And the problem, of course, is that, yeah, MarineLorD is going to be able to produce mass siege right now, so that's something that is very hard to stop. Like, you can out-micro a single mangonel, you cannot out-micro 4. Or it's going to be very, very challenging anyway. And the problem is, like, there are obviously also some Springles. Mista is going to respond with his own Springles as well, so he's going to have some counter-siege. But the problem is you need to probably snipe both if you are just kind of in a Springled war, in the middle of a fight, you'll be fighting the Springles of your opponent first, because that's just the way to disarm their counter artillery, right? So the problem is that, you know, you just need to have a Springled advantage now as the Mista. Mista is obviously like behind in terms of the tech here. But it quintuple? 5 times the archery range anyway for the Mista? That's crazy. 6 times actually. 6 archery ranges. And MarineLorD is working with 4 because that's kind of the nice advantage for the Mista right now. He has way more villages, so he can actually just probably supply himself with more resources overall, because those kind of 2 raids that he managed to get off on his opponent's base were kind of sufficient to give him a nice eco advantage. So he's working with 30 horse archers to just 17 and 2 scouts. So right now it's not gonna be the best fight unless he's just gonna do this. No! Mista, he's gonna lose everything again. Look at this, he's gonna lose like 10 horse archers from the get-go. It's just terrible, terrible odds. I'm not really sure why he's doing this, but he knew this was risky. He knew this was not going to be the good move. He's losing all those horse archers, those very, very important units, and he's not getting anything out of this. He's lost like 25 now almost, I think, or 15 at least in this particular exchange here. Obviously he has 2 sprinkles, but his opponent does have sprinkles of his own, so it's going to be just a very, very nice push over here from MarineLorD. He's going to just fight in the front line, he's going to fight in the back line as well, he's going to win the sprinkle battle, he's going to win the artillery battle, he's just going to push forward. Like, MarineLorD didn't kill a single sprinkle in this fight, and yeah, sorry, TheMista has not killed a single sprinkle so far. He's just gonna lose everything, because he was in a very, very poor angle once again. So he had this game in the pocket almost, like, I felt it was just a TheMista's game to lose. But very poor decision making, honestly. Very disappointing kind of micro from a play of this caliber, and he's just gonna die to 2 very big micro mistakes. Like, he took 2 very bad fights when he was super far. He was never gonna lose that game, I thought. Like, it's just kind of mind-boggling that he did. Like, he won this fight, the very first fight, went exactly his way, right? This was just a very, very big advantage for him. So he's working with a huge supply advantage in terms of, like, military and villagers. Because he, you know, was able to actually just walk into the opponent's base and actually kill some vills. Actually, there was some counter horse archer that killed some of those TheMista's villagers as well. So there was kind of a small dent in his armor. But going forward, like this second fight, look at this. Like MarineLorD has 20 units to 42, and TheMista just, I know he was not watching. I think he just loses everything. He just equalizes army numbers, right? And then he takes a decent fight over here. This is this kind of nice horse archer trade with some Mongols just kind of coming as reinforcements late. And it was again like out micro by TheMista. He's in the horse archer fights. He's unkillable. Really, look at this. He had like equal numbers both times. Actually, he had like fewer units on the field. And he still won both those fights. Obviously, this is probably without the involvement of the Mongols, so that's why this kind of looks like this. And then this final fight, he just kind of doesn't look. Look at this. He has like again way more units, but he just takes this weird shots. He loses 10 horse archers from the get-go, and then like there's the other part of the fight where he just kind of runs in and loses everything else. Very unfortunate, honestly, for the TheMista, right? You can split against this if you are like very, very good at playing the game, but I'm kind of disappointed. I thought he was gonna do better than he did. It is what it is. What do you guys think of this game? Chat, what do you think? How do you feel? Because that was a crazy game in my eyes. It was insane, like lots of turnarounds overall. I'm also going to remind you guys, since we have a short break right now because the players are getting ready, please remember to drop me a subscription on YouTube and a follow on Twitter if you haven't done so, of course. I'm streaming a lot, so I'm streaming all the tournament games. Honestly, I also do stream my own kind of play if I get to play a tournament, if I get to just kind of play the ladder. So if you're interested in more Age of Empires content, please just consider dropping me those follows and those subs, of course. I'll be much obliged. Of course, this also allows you to talk on the chat on YouTube, which is huge, and it does allow you to, if you follow me on Twitch, to talk to me on Twitch too. Both things quite huge, of course, for me, because I love to get some interaction with my chat, if possible. So do let me know how you feel about the games. Yeah, it was crazy, right? Walter is just, I'm really kind of baffled. It's very confusing. It's so confusing, man. Because I thought he was just gonna absolutely demolish like MarineLorD with the advantage he was able to eke out initially, but just I think it's kind of partially because of the relics, right? The relic advantage meant that MarineLorD could just get more gold and he could produce more artillery, right? But at the same time, TheMista won so many fights there. He still, I think, he just legitimately threw the game to Mangonels. Like he just threw himself at those Mangos and just died, which is very unfortunate, of course, very unfortunate. Because yeah, I thought it was just impossible to lose it for him. I think it was just impossible to lose it for him. No kidding. It is what it is, though, guys. It is what it is. Yeah, I think you might be onto something. It might have been just the nerves or something, right? It must have been just the nerves. And we have to wait for what they do with the next game. I'm not really sure they're gonna pick right now. So we just have to wait for them to get ready. I actually have no way of telling what the picks and bans are gonna be. I have no idea why. Okay, so you can actually watch the draft. It finished as well. It's gonna be English versus French. Very cool. I do like this. Like, I do like this matchup from both sides. So we're actually gonna go into the game, guys. We're gonna go into the game. It's gonna be 1-0, by the way, for MarineLorD. I'm honestly gonna blame it on TheMista because it was his game to lose and he lost it. Seriously, it was exactly that. So MarineLorD with a single game advantage right now, guys. And without any further ado, in the north, in the blue, is gonna be MarineLorD playing his favorite civilization, the French. And in the south, in the red, very nicely colored, by the way. Finally, we're not gonna be confused at all by that. By the coloring, right? Of course, white and red being the English colors, it is going to be TheMista playing the English in the red, in the south. Very cool to see this. I'm really, really happy to see those two players, you know, duke it out with two of my, actually like one of the favorite matchups of all time, I think. You know, the English obviously being at a slight disadvantage, but at the very, very same time, you know, if you are properly aggressing your opponent, you can definitely do a lot of things right in this game. So, especially the map seems to be all tie. Is it all tie? Oh, no, it's Lipany. All tie has like those two mountain ranges in the sides, right? Lipany has this kind of small mountains in the middle. It's going to be Lipany, of course. And both players are actually just kind of looking to just do the standard opening. Like both, if you're the English, if you're the French, both of you do want to get to castle, to feudal age as soon as you can. And obviously, you want to kind of start executing your own plan. If you are the English, you want to get some spears and archers. If you're the French, you want to get some archers and knights. And that's probably gonna be the name of the game right now. I'm kind of curious where that it's gonna be 3 villages on food, which is just fine. And the 4th one is gonna go onto food, I think. I don't really think that that the English need the 4th villager anywhere on gold. It'll be very strange. And the French, of course, getting some extra gold. That's kind of the thing to be expected. Why would he rally the 4th villager? Although he's gonna just re-rally this onto their food as we speak. So that's kind of the correct move, of course. 4 villagers in gold? Question mark. In feudal. Hello. That screams professional scouts, doesn't it? I think it's kind of gonna be professional scouting because you're gonna drop the school of cavalry and you're just gonna go towards the professional scouts. I guess that's the play. Misty is gonna go up very, very soon as well. So there's 3 villagers allow him to age up. So I think that I'm not really sure how he did it wrong, but he should have been out. He should have been going up for a while with this build. I feel he didn't have enough gold with 3 villagers being you know, attributed to the mining camps. I'm not really sure what kind of happened there, to be honest. Now he's gonna use all 3, by the way. It's kind of a new thing for me anyway, because he's not gonna have anything on gold for now. This obviously means that he has a lot of extra food and wood income, right? It's kind of the nice thing about playing it this way. So he's going to kind of give up the gold, which he doesn't need initially as he ages up. He's just going to get like the maximum possible income in terms of wood and food, which means that, you know, of course, he will have a lot extra resources to spend on those archers and on those spearmen. I think that's kind of the play. He wants to get extra wood early to get the barracks up and just kind of, you know, keep his opponent honest, you could say. I think that's kind of the best way of describing this. 4 villagers building for ML and 3 of them building for TheMista, by the way. So it's kind of going to be the distribution of villages in this particular game. And we're just going to wait for those players to kind of figure out what they want to do as they hit that feudal. It's going to be a little bit longer before they do that, of course. Yeah, it's just going to have to be that kind of early opening here. For the English, because he has a lot of resources. I think he's just gonna Okay. Okay, hello? Why is there a mill in this game for the English? Guys? Why would he go for that? Is it going to be like a very quick wheelbarrow? I can't think of anything else. Like, I don't think he's going to go for pro scouts, is he? Because against the French, he can't just kind of contest it too well, because obviously they make more scouts faster. They have faster upgrades, cheaper upgrades. Everything is just better and cheaper for the French in terms of the eco. So neither player is starting those pro scouts yet. I'm not really sure what the purpose of this mill is, but I have no clue actually why it is here. Maybe the sheep numbers are just kind of MarineLorD judges then insufficient or something. He's just gonna go for it for a reason. So we see a single knight, by the way, and 2 scouts coming out from ML's base. Very late professional scouts for the French, but I think he just wanted to get some extra knights early on. I think that's kind of the purpose here. There's a spear and 3 archers for TheMista to defend this knight, by the way, which is not going to do much at all. There's a second spearman actually coming through as well. So we see this kind of nice, stable play. By the way, a single villager left on gold, so this is all that MarineLorD believes he needs. And the rest of those kind of forces, the rest of those villages are going to be kind of sent towards the food and the wood. So it's going to be mass production of the military units here. Those kind of cheap trash units like spearmen and longbows. And I think that's what is going to be the game plan for MarineLorD. Sorry, for TheMista. Essentially, he's just going to go towards his opponent's base and try to find some damage. Obviously, French having this nice exposed gold are going to be quite a treat. I think that's going to be important for MarineLorD to recognize this and maybe build a tower. He probably just started building the tower a while ago because he saw those forces, he saw the spears, he saw the archers. He knows he's not going to be able to contest it much longer. So it's also kind of unfortunate timing because he's about to finish that upgrade. Getting the professional scouts is gonna happen in 10 seconds. TheMista just kind of waltzes in right here. He's just gonna have enough to contest those there. He's not gonna do this, though. He's just gonna wait for the villager, which is going to be very, very important because this means that the MarineLorD is just gonna be able to snag some extra deer, of course, which is great for him. Now we're gonna see a tower rush for sure. Like there's going to be a tower built in those bushes over here, so he's gonna get that going for himself. Obviously allowing him to get some extra damage if he does back away towards this, right, and the tower does see the opponent's forces. He'd also probably transition the tower somewhere else, maybe here, right, towards this side of the map or something. That could also be quite nice for him. He has so many villagers on wood actually, which would be indicative of the fact that he might want to go in towards the blacksmith alley. MarineLorD already kind of have. I thought he had this actually, but he doesn't. There's actually kind of an important fight for the game, but what TheMista doesn't what MarineLorD doesn't see is there's going to be a tower joining the fray very soon. So there's going to be some extra firepower actually added towards those archers. Like I don't think that's entirely the best trade for for TheMista right now, because he lost quite a large portion of his units, but so did MarineLorD actually, and those archers have been able to essentially eliminate all those archers of the MarineLorD, also killing off a significant portion of this heavy cavalry. So a lot of knights fell, all the scouts fell as well, so the professional scouts are going to go to waste, I think. And right now it's just going to allow TheMista to advance towards MarineLorD's base. So there is no blacksmith for MarineLorD. There is no blacksmith for TheMista either, I think. That's what my hotkeys telling me. Yeah, there is no blacksmith yet. So they're not going to get anything going for now, for time being anyways. There is nothing really happening. Those professional scouts are going to go to complete ways though, because there is just 1 scout on the map right now for ML, I think. 1 scout it is indeed. So I'm not really sure what it's going to accomplish, to be frank. Like, there's another tower being dropped here, so it's going to obviously put some pressure on this cavalry. Like, without the blacksmith, I don't think you can do much, can you? As the English. So there's a question, right? Like, how exactly do you push? Like, how do you proceed as ML? Like, do you just kind of try to contain your opponent? Like, do you just kind of build extra towers around them, like, and kind of make circles? I think that's a viable strategy. We've seen this done by VortiX in the previous series against Hera, right? He's actually able to get like a lot of things done just by producing a lot of those units, just very, very early powerful units of the English, and then just kind of building towers. But what he started was essentially just building a tower in the economy of his opponent, right? So getting on top of this gold, of course, means that you're going to deny your opponent from constructing any sort of knights anymore. Of course, there's going to be a very, very valuable denial. And I'm not really sure, actually. I'm not really sure what they're gonna do from there. So I think all the wood that that TheMista has right now is going to go all the way towards those towers. So he's not gonna have enough to construct a single blacksmith even. So he's gonna have to be working with what he has for the foreseeable future. Those archers, of course, getting a nice chunk of damage on the knight. He might actually lose the knight if he doesn't pay attention to it. He's going to lose this one right away. There are lots of spearmen, by the way, over here, so it is going to be quite a nice angle, by the way. Those knights from the back actually going to backstab that villagers, so that tower doesn't go up. So TheMista is fighting without any advantages in terms of the tower attack speed bonuses. There's 2 spears left only, or just 1 at this point. The 2 still are, because there's 1 reinforcing. So the archer is gonna get cleaned up though, so this means that those spears are very, very efficient right now at fighting those cavalry units. And obviously this is a large number of archers as well, so you're gonna do quite well against heavy cavalry, like especially against like low-ish numbers of that. So the spears is gonna pull full hero mode here, and those archers are kind of going to be able to trade effectively against that knight. So overall, nice trade for TheMista. I think again, I do not believe this is a good exchange for MarineLorD. I think he keeps taking those kind of small, opportunistic fights where he doesn't quite know how much his opponent has. Yeah. I don't know what happened to this tower. I thought it went up, but actually has never gone up indeed. And I'm not really sure what you're gonna do. Do you send another villager? I think there's another one coming over here if you're TheMista, right? So he's gonna get that one going. There's another, by the way, he lost a villager. MarineLorD did lose a villager before. So it's gonna be the second villager potentially going down. Not necessarily, actually. It doesn't quite happen. And there's actually going to be a charge onto those archers. So TheMista actually is instantaneously just gonna switch his target. So those archers are gonna target those archers' opponents so that, you know, his spearmen are safe. And right now, it's going to be quite an even trade, in fact. And there are just 2 archers left here, or 3 for MarineLorD, so for TheMista. But he's going to get some nice reinforcements coming in. So another wave of units does actually show up. There's extra units coming all the time. And there has been no harassment, by the way. So MarineLorD has not been able to find anything on the other side of the map. You really want to send like a single or 2 knights across the map to kind of put on some pressure on the English opponent. There is nothing actually happening on the side of MarineLorD. So he's just kind of trying to use the single paw scout. Poor lad, actually, just to kind of get those deer back home, but he's not getting much done, is he? And MarineLorD is actually going to lose a large portion of his food income this way, because he has no available resources now at all. Now, Mist is actually also getting the tower. I'm not really sure if this is actually... No, it's not seen at all. So MarineLorD absolutely oblivious of the fact there is a tower going up over here, which is obviously going to be a very large pain point. As it is going to probably complete before his own does. And actually there are archers who are going to deny those villagers from building anything. So this is actually going to be contested as well. There's like almost enough archers here to fit into the tower. So I think TheMista is just going to recognize this. Probably save the villager as well by walking away. Yeah, exactly. So he's just going to walk away. But this tower does actually complete for the French. So that's kind of the scary moment right now, because I don't think you can fight this with spearmen. There's too many units to actually dive the tower without a ram. And I don't actually see. Sorry about my voice breaking down. So I know how that happened, but there's actually going to be a blacksmith dropped as we speak. So that's what I was thinking. You need to have something to break the tower right now. A single villager falls, so this is not a safe place anymore for the villagers of MarineLorD. But obviously, he has another gold available over here if he wishes to proceed there. No towers there yet, so obviously I think we would prefer to get some extra ones if you are playing the French here. 43 villages to Mister's 38. What? I think it's just the French steroids, right? It's just kind of French have that extra construction rate for the villagers. And that harassment hasn't accomplished much yet. The problem is, of course, that this tower can deny the wood line as well, so those villagers have to move elsewhere. It's going to be extra resources spent, not too much, because 25 is enough for the French to build that. And also, these units get the extra bonus from that tower too, because, of course, network of the castle is going to be effective here. And yeah, the English are just going to kind of take this slow. I would generally speaking say that if there had been no fights, I think I would favor MarineLorD heavily, because if you put critical numbers as the French against the English, I think you just instantaneously win a fight. But the critical numbers are not there, because MarineLorD has been taking those smaller engagements and he has been just kind of bleeding out resources and units. And yeah, that's the problem for him right now. He's not able to kind of get a hold of this game. He has not been in control for a while, because he has had like so few units. Okay, so it's 15-15 for TheMista, 15 spears and 15 archers. It's 5-11 for MarineLorD, so it's actually a very small number of units here. Hello, blacksmith. Siege engineering is done, so it's gonna be siege drums very soon. I think TheMista has just enough to build the first room, and he's just gonna go probably towards the 2 or 3 before he does actually dare to push in. Now this is actually very nice. That's what I really like to see, by the way, this kind of defensive placement of buildings for the French. So there's this kind of school of cavalry in the front, but all those kind of production buildings, like the archer engine in this case exclusively, is placed in the back, so it's not really likely that he loses those anytime soon. That's obviously very good. The small difference, by the way, for TheMista is, like, he has not been so oppressive because he has not been getting those arrow slits at all. He's just been consistently going towards that. He's been consistently just building those rams and units, right? He has never gone for the arrow slits, so there's no actual pressure from those towers themselves because they're not shooting any extra arrows, right? Which is kind of good for MarineLorD, I think, because he's just gonna survive longer against that. So there are no like 3 or 2 sneaky villagers on stone. There's just basically just pure income, pure army built by TheMista. And honestly, like, as this game kind of extends itself, I think it's going to slightly start favoring MarineLorD, especially as he's getting the 2nd archery range right now as we speak, which is obviously going to mean that there's going to be more production, more archers, and those knights are going to be way more comfortable in the fights if the archer numbers go up. There's just 1 ram so far, by the way, not more than 1, so it's going to be this tower going down without even ram being involved right now. Obviously, those auto-attack cancels are going to happen here for TheMista. He's going to move those units swiftly and just get rid of those piece of infrastructure for his opponent, which is obviously quite good. Looking at this game right now, so I need to kind of rearrange my position on the chair, so excuse me. There's going to be another tower drop, which is very important because, of course, if you're going to pick a fight, it's better to fight around your tower than away from it. This ram is going to come towards the tower over here, and some villagers are going to fall, by the way. So this is the only available wood line, by the way, for TheMista. So for MarineLorD, and if he loses this one, he's not going to have any wood income, which means he cannot produce any more archers. He has 600 wood in the bank, though, so I think he's just kind of preemptively getting that going. Now, this tower is very likely to fall because there's a ram here. Those are villagers being pulled by the way. There's spears in the front line fighting this. And some of the villagers are obviously going to fall from MarineLorD. He has a small advantage still in terms of villager numbers, so he's kind of comfortable doing this, I believe. TheMista, by the way, is getting stoned at this point, so he might just actually go towards the 2nd TC at some point, or he might just kind of start getting those arrow slit upgrades on those towers. I'm not really sure which one of that it is. I do wager it might be just kind of a triple TC build from TheMista at this point. Because I think he has still kind of numbers advantage on this map, so I do believe he might actually go towards that kind of greedy triple TC. You get this, and then you get King's Palace as a castle age landmark. I think this might be the thing that happens. But he's actually going to spend lots of that stone immediately, so he's actually getting arrows since I was wrong, right? So he's not gonna be greedy or anything. He's not gonna just kind of try to macro up behind this. He's actually getting arrow slits, and he's getting lots of stone mines, so he might actually eventually get the 2nd TC anyway. Because against the French, like, you have to shave off a lot of villagers to actually go even in terms of villagers, right? Because they just produce more. It's 54 to 50 right now, not a big difference at all. And obviously some of those villagers have been idle because they were forced to move around quite a bit. MarineLorD, by the way, forced to move to this back position here. With those villagers, by the way, 2 scouts actually able to get some breathing room, and they're going to move back, and they're going to start getting those deer back home too. So there are 5 archers of MarineLorD trapped in this tower, which is kind of good for him actually, because he's just going to be able to shoot some extra arrows here, and that's going to mean that obviously the defensive prowess of MarineLorD is going to kind of allow him to last here longer. Obviously he's just trying to stall the game, I think, at this point, trying to kind of maybe get a better footing to the later fights. I do believe TheMista's micro has been really on point though, so if he's able to just kind of assume control and just kind of keep pressuring his opponent, at some point he's just going to completely obliterate this game. I think he's just going to take this if he doesn't make any critical mistakes. Now, obviously, the same can be said about, like, I don't really sure. I think this is anybody's game. And those 4 villagers, by the way, falling is going to mean that actually TheMista is going to TheMista is going to be the one who assumes full control. Because he's going to take additional 4 villager kills. He has all the pressure in the world. The only problem, of course, are those 8 knights who are going to start pressuring the towers of TheMista, right? So TheMista is going to be forced to do something right now to maybe protect his infrastructure here. Obviously, those knights very, very steady right now with those upgrades. I think he has like the anti-arrow upgrade going right now, so kind of difficult to kill those guys. So I think it's going to be quite a difficult challenge if they go into your economy. Right now, they're just gonna stay at home, and they're just gonna defend, of course, because MarineLorD is on the back foot for sure. So TheMista is sitting on 125 supply, mostly of Trashians, but 55 villagers there to 56 villagers of MarineLorD. So actually, the difference is not big at all. It's kind of insignificant. 1 villager is nothing. Now, TheMista Doesn't have wood to go up to 2TC, does he? So I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's producing units, that's the important part. He has 130 supply total, which is obviously huge. And there's so, look at the number of spears. So those knights can never hope to find a good fight here. And those English archers are very good. Like, they're not good at those kind of direct hand-on, like player-on-player engagements. What they excel actually is when they're away and, you know, their opponent is actually disengaging. So those archers had to run eventually. And TheMista just finds some nice extra kills. So I think he comes up ahead in this small trade. This was massive armies, but very, very small trading overall. So it's, again, passive game right now. It's not big. There is literally nothing to talk about for me right now, because those guys are kind of playing slow and steady, right? They're just kind of sticking around the base, just kind of walking and trying to find a nice, pleasant angle, you could say, to find a good engagement. But I think I'm at the force numbers, the number of units for Mista is just super, super overwhelming. Just, I think it's just 80 something supply in terms of military to 50. Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a painful thing to defend this for MarineLorD, I think. He's going to bleed out another villager as well. This tower is probably dead to rise. There are so many pikes, there's so many spears, actually. You can see the numbers here. I think they could take on the archers at some point even. Like, that's just such a large force. And yeah, this is going to be probably the end of the game in one way or another. So Mista is going to look for an engagement here. Just kind of trying to absorb some extra archer fire with those archers, sorry, the spears of his. And yeah, it's just going to be a nice kind of disengagement actually. So TheMista does find two extra tower kills, I think, in the end. Maybe just one. He must have killed the other one before. He's just going to wait again. I'm not really sure what he's doing, to be honest, because maybe he's just going towards the maximum capacity. I'd really like to see him actually look for this wood line over here, because he must know that his opponent is still getting some wood from somewhere. So the only logical explanation is this wood line over here, of course, which is not scouted yet. So kind of unfortunate. You'd like to have a scout alive at this mod, I think, if you're TheMista, because then you can see a lot of things that, you know, your opponent is trying to hide. Like, I think if you can wedge your forces between this tower and here, you can really just kind of get a lot done, right? You can get a lot of, you can kill a lot of villagers, get a nice cleanup, and just kind of dominate the game later. There was villagers, actually those villagers are on the hunt for Mista. I'm not really sure how safe it is. Probably not safe at all, actually, for those English villagers. But TheMista is working with a decent force. I'm not really sure if he's gonna get outscaled though. I think it might be just kind of the case of him getting outscaled. But TheMista does go up to castle right now, so he's gonna drop that TC at the King's Palace. He's gonna actually go up to castle. He's gonna go for the tier upgrade, which I think is going to mean that he's gonna back away a little bit, because he doesn't want to take the fight with the tech disadvantage or equal tech, where he can have the advantage, right? So he wants to actually get ahead and then fight, I think, which is fairly important to kind of mention, right? So he's probably just going to withdraw his forces for a while. This upgrade takes like a minute 30 or a minute, I think, to kick in. Yeah, a minute. It's full minute for those archers, for all the castle age upgrades, I think, is going to be a minute. So he might immediately fire up some upgrades, of course. Like, this is probably the most Mista thing to do. MarineLorD also kind of very far away from getting any sort of tech up, by the way. He has very few resources to his name. And Mista is actually, as I said, getting the upgraded veteran spearman. He's going to get lots of men at arms as well going. I'm not really sure why MAAs of all things. I guess MAAs it is. Weird. I have to say, like, of all things, I did not expect men at arms here at all. There's gonna be additional 30 seconds. I think he has to fight, actually. It's kind of unfortunate he left the towers behind, because he could have definitely just kind of stayed within the towers and he could have taken that fight there. I don't think he can take it right now. He has to just run away and lose some units. Maybe, right? Because there's actually a large number of spears though, so they can actually take this one quite nicely, but those archers have been thinned out quite significantly by MarineLorD, actually, so this is not the greatest fight for TheMista at all. He has been in the driver's seat for the majority of this game, but right now he's bleeding out units left, right, and center. And this upgrade kicks in very late. He's actually, what he did wrong, he should have either stayed by the towers, you know, he should have just claimed the defender's advantage, or he could have just probably just kind of left, you know, just walked away very, very soon. And then he had taken this fight right now. He could have just let go of those towers, I think. That would have been the proper play. Obviously not really a big deal because he still has more villagers. He just cannot lose the game here. That's kind of the only kind of big disadvantage. He cannot lose the game. He just kind of stays alive here. It is still kind of a nice situation for him. He can't lose, but he can still. Obviously, taking this trade has been consistently a terrible trade for him. Like he lost most of his forces. He bled out a lot of units. He allowed MarineLorD to catch up in the supply somehow as well, which is ridiculous, I think. So not good at all. Mista is also sitting in a huge pile of stone right now, which he's not spending. He's actually going to be forced to defend. Is MarineLorD going to take this game right now? Because he was... oh no! Oh, this is looking so dire actually for ML. I mean, for Mista, Mista has a lot of those knights, sorry, of those men at arms, right? Who are very, very steady. He has all the upgrades, I think, for them right now. Let me say... Yeah, he has every single the ironclad as well as theirs. He has like lots of defense here on those. They are very, very difficult to kill for like regular archers. I think they have like enough armor to just take 1 damage per shot. So they're very, very steady. But Mista needs to find something, right? He needs to find a nice angle with this mangonel, I guess, coming. But MarineLorD is gonna get enough resources to go up himself. So I don't like this for Mista anymore. He's the master of throwing, man. He's like really bad at kind of looking for engagements here. So I'm just pouring myself some water. But he should have actually had this game in the... like, really, he could have just run away. He could have left those towers behind. Because he's gonna lose them now anyway, because he lost the major fight. But he really needed to do something. And he needed to just back away from the towers or just kind of defend them. There's no other way, he's just kind of completely through the game. I really cannot believe this right now. I cannot believe this at all, because I thought he had like every chance in the game to win, but he just... Oh, he finds a nice engagement. He's gonna take some villagers down to his opponent. He's actually gonna take like 5 or 6, but he's gonna lose some spearmen in return. And of course this is good in... as kind of a nice opportunity early, but for now... Those men at arms, look at them, they're taking 0 damage from those archers. Of course it's kind of a good thing for MarineLorD, so for the Mista, if he can just kind of find a direct engagement, but for now he just has to wait for this man go. It's actually gonna reveal itself right now. He's gonna shoot against the archers right now. It should have actually shot right now by now. So it's actually going to force ML to back away. He needs to get some anti-artillery right now, because he cannot just kind of fight this head on anymore. Which means he has to probably give up this position as well. So there are some additional men-at-arms who don't give a damn about the arrows because they're just so sturdy, right? There's also a siege workshop being dropped. So it's kind of a nice positive thing for MarineLorD. Actually, he's just gonna get the siege workshop being siege workshop dropped right here. Which obviously means that he can afford quite a bit. And those men-at-arms are actually going to take a fight against this force. I don't really like this too much because of course they're not gonna trade evenly even, I think. They're not gonna get like anything done here. And this has been repelled as well to some extent. And Mista is in shambles. So this is done. He's gonna get a Springle now, I think. Yeah, Springle's gonna pop up as well. So he's gonna be like this nice defensive force. And somewhere, Sis is crying right now because the English are gonna have their asses kicked by. Again, it looked like an impossible game for MarineLorD to win. He's just managed to make the impossible happen twice in a row almost. I cannot believe this. Look, there's a wall even, so those guys cannot escape. They're not going to be able to leave this fight. So again, like MarineLorD is going to take a lot of units down for free. And of course there's like a small offensive over here, but like what can you do against this? Like what can you do with this? Like there's a Springle here that can actually take down the Mangonel. There's some extra proxy barracks being built, like opportunistically here, because there are no units of the opponents kind of attacking here. This Mango is going to be forced away by the Springle. It's not going to kind of kill anything for now. It's just kind of a nice thing. It's going to take the Mango is going to take a singular shot, by the way. It's not going to be entirely safe. It's going to probably require some repairs right now. 2 more shots dead, right? So obviously not the greatest thing in the world. But again, like it's going to be additional units lost for the Mista. Like these units are dead to rights again, so he doesn't have much to work with anymore. He has decent economy. He has 96 villages because he's been building consistently, right? MarineLorD has only 67 because he's on 1 TC. I think Mista must have like 2 TCs or 3 even at this point, right? 1 and the King's Palace. So just 2. He's working with double TC. So still very good. I think he has a very nice economy. He just has to make sure that he doesn't bleed out too many units. I think he's gonna be okay then, because that's a large advantage in terms of the economy, right? He has a lot of villagers, he has lots of units, he's actually gonna get nice shots with the mangoes. Actually, no! It is terrible, terrible, terrible aim. And he's not gonna get much done here. Like, this shot doesn't do much, this shot doesn't do much. Those are actually kind of idle ones, idle mangoes. what is gonna happen actually? Oh, MarineLorD is just gonna tap out because he sees the keep. Actually, he sees he's gonna kind of lose the pressure in the end. And even though I think TheMista threw the game to some extent, this is still a win for the English. This could have been such a nice game if TheMista had just kind of waited. He had just kind of left. He had gone back to his own base with those forces, just got the upgrades, got all the tech going, and just kind of gone through the map like again and taken that kind of direct GG fight. It never happened really. Look at this, like MarineLorD essentially equalized the score here. Like he lost. He had so much more than his opponent, like so much more. And then he just kind of puts himself at a military disadvantage for like 3 minutes straight. And he just kind of miraculously trades evenly in this game. Just barely scratches out to win. So it's actually cool to see English win versus the French, right? Because generally speaking, this matchup doesn't favor the English at all. But still, I would say big question mark. Because this could have been handled way better by MarineLorD than it was. By TheMista than it was. Because he had a very nice kind of organic way of winning the game, which he never actually utilized. Like he had just kind of this natural victory on his hands, but he kind of figured he was gonna try to die somehow. Kind of the repeat of the previous game. Now he had the game on his hands, but he managed to kind of get his shit together when he threw, and he never threw again. Like this was actually just kind of nicely done in the end by him, but it was a sketchy game. And it was a sketchy game. I didn't like it in the end. It was not the best one in the world. I swear, it was not the best game. I'm still kind of looking at my history instead of his. You can look at the income, right? This does tell the story of the game. He missed out with almost 10k more food, 3k more wood, right? Like essentially just less gold, but also more stone. I kind of thought he was on triple TC, but he wasn't somehow. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. In terms of villager numbers as well, I think MarineLorD must have bled out some villagers too. Yeah, possible. I think possible. You see, that's actually just the King's Palace effect. He just outproduced villagers when he had Castle Age, and he was just kind of getting lots. And obviously MarineLorD was stuck on 75 because he was consistently under pressure, right? So eventually the villager numbers just persevered, and it was a fun game to watch. Actually, it was a very good game. I'm gonna note it down so I can actually just post a highlight later. So that's going to be like nice highlight material for my YouTube channel. Guys, again, a quick reminder, if you haven't subscribed yet on YouTube, please do so. If you haven't followed on Twitch, please do so as well. We do have a Discord channel too, so if you'd like to join that, I'm going to post a link in a second. So if you want to kind of be a part of the community, I'm just going to give you a nice invitation here. So you can actually join and be... there are going to be notifications of every video I post. We have like a nice chat as well. Lots of things actually are happening, so if you'd like to actually join the Discord, you are very much welcome to do so. So yeah, you can just click that link and you will be there. And I'll be announcing every stream, every tournament cast, and every single event, because we will be playing some other games as well outside of Age of Empires 4. Possibly we're organizing some other events as a community, so we'll have lots of things going on. If you guys would like to join, of course, for that would be very much appreciated. Yeah, so lots of things happening. Just join the Discord, follow, sub, you know the drill. Now we're just waiting. I thought I would find the next draft here, but I think they just kind of drafted both games actually, one by one. So you might see the final game very, very soon actually. So it's just about those players setting up, I think just getting some rest, and then we'll see the next game following in suit. I believe that is indeed going to be the case. So let's just give it a minute or two. These players obviously have been very, very actively playing the game, so they do need a short break, I believe. So no surprises there, of course. They just need some extra time to just take a breather, relax their fingers, you know, because if you click at 300, 400 APM for 30 minutes straight, obviously your hands need some rest. So no surprises, they do need to actually just kind of relax and chill a little bit. Then obviously they will be back to kind of providing you guys with excellent entertainment. Because it has been like very, very cool series. I did enjoy this one way more than Hera. Just kind of Hera got obliterated, man. Hera got obliterated. This looks way more even. Lots of kind of nice, kind of unexpected engagement wins as well. So those were very fun fights to watch. So yeah, very, very cool stuff. Very cool stuff indeed. I need to update the score. It's 1-1. And yeah, we're just gonna have to wait a little bit now. We're just gonna have to wait a little bit. So those guys are just setting up. I'm gonna relax a bit. So I've been talking for a while now, so they're actually gonna load into the game. So I'm gonna just kind of take a chill pill before the games actually just begin. I think we have a minute. And so I'm just gonna stay quiet, wait for the game to start, and then once it does, because it's just loading right now, we'll just obviously start the final cast of this round of 4. We're just gonna move straight into the grand finals. We're good to go. We have not seen this before. That's the first time I see this mirror matchup. I don't think we've ever seen Chinese versus Chinese before. It's gonna be a water map, I think, because like they're getting increasingly popular on the water maps somehow. Which is quite funny because the Chinese imperial officials cannot actually buff the docks. They can only tax them, right? So they miss out on a large bonus if they just kind of go for the dock, right? I mean, obviously they get lots of eco from this, but it's not like a optimal thing. But I guess just the ability to mass produce units and just threaten your opponent's dock is going to kind of persevere here. I guess that's the way of doing things. So I'm very curious to see what happens, actually. Very, very cool to see this. So Chinese mirror is not something that you frequently see, guys. And I have the honor to be casting this for you, so welcome everybody once again. We are gonna watch MarineLorD in the blue playing the Chinese here in the northern edge of the map, which looks like Danube River, maybe? Nice Confluence. Oh my goodness, I have not seen Confluence played in a tournament before. And in the south, in the red, is gonna be TheMista playing the Chinese as well. And for the Chinese matchup, there is one critical oh shoot, there's no critical point now, because generally speaking, the critical point for the Chinese is here, because you can build that like barbecue of the sun, or the Barbican of the sun as we like to call it, right over here. So the building goes over here, and you can just kind of assume control of this kind of middle area of the section of the river with a kind of well-placed landmark. But you cannot do this here because those are entirely blocked off by trees. So it's not going to happen like this. It's going to be a very different approach required from both players. I'm going to have to just kind of chill and find a nice opening to get control over the middle here. So yeah, there's going to be docks dropped probably for both players. I'm not really sure because like I've seen a lot of different openings on this map. Like people would go like very, very quick dock like here. MarineLorD, do we have a dock? Doesn't yet, right? He's just gonna go for dock right now. He's gonna drop it like a bit later. Why? Did he build? I think he built additional scouts. I think he has like 3 scouts. Yeah, he's actually doing the scout aggression, so he's gonna force his opponent, of course, to get some scouts of his own. Otherwise, this dock is gonna get killed. Of course, like 150 wood down is not the best thing in the world. So ML went for this kind of more aggressive strategy. So he went for early food. He did actually produce 3 scouts. 3 scouts actually, and he's actually taking this particular dock down. Now he's going to pressure his opponent into producing scouts of their own, of course, and he's going to force a fight. Obviously, kind of taxing his opponent's APM. It's kind of a nice micro test, if I may. So he's going to be kind of testing how well the other Chinese player can actually take those engagements with the scouts. Both players actually kind of equally numbered now on both wood and food, I think. So MarineLorD sitting on 4 and 7 villagers, and I think it's kind of similar. 5 and 6 is going to be the number here. 5 on the food, 6 on 6 on wood here for MarineLorD. MarineLorD is actually kind of in a pickle in a way, right? He wants to keep this dock alive by any means, but obviously taking a bad trade would mean that he is just kind of gonna have to concede it. So Emerge is just that's kind of very annoying thing to do, right? So actually the 4th scout is forced, so that's kind of what you actually aim to do, right? If you're gonna force those scout walls, you get like one more scout of your opponent, and then you just get out of there. Like that's kind of the way to play this matchup, right? So if you force a scout wall, just kind of go away from here. You might lose a sheep for your trouble because those scouts are actually very, very good at picking off the sheep. 3 scout attacks kill a sheep overall, so he might actually lose 1 or 2 here as a result of this. Obviously, you can no longer fight this because like 4-3. I don't think even a poor micro player would lose this completely. So obviously, this is not going to be a good fight for MarineLorD to take anymore. So I managed to kill my restream chat. And we're back. It was quite silly of me, but here we are. Not much happening actually, so those scouts are just gonna go around chasing each other, right? It's just basically that. There are actually 2 extra scouts. That's actually the nice move from MarineLorD. Actually, he managed to get a 2nd scout, sorry, 4th and the 5th scout actually from behind here. So right now those 2 scouts are actually going to do some damage to this dock. I think now actually MarineLorD is at the numbers disadvantage all of a sudden because they're like 4. Oh no, I think this dock is just dead, isn't it? So there are 2 scouts over here coming from the south. There are 3 coming from the north. Actually, they're gonna try to force a fight. I think MarineLorD is just gonna take down the dock because it's just gonna burn down eventually, right? So there's 150 wood lost, but there is 1 more scout that has been made. No, there's actually equal number of scouts on the map. Actually, 1 more scout for MarineLorD as well. He loses the scout battle because he loses the dock, of course. And then he's actually going to produce 1 more scout as well. So he's actually not the best game in the world for TheMista at all. So these guys are going to trade blows quite nicely, actually. It's surprising that MarineLorD does come out ahead. So I'm not really sure how he's doing this, but he's actually winning the number disadvantage. So the fight in which he didn't have the numbers advantage at all. He's actually able to take this fight. He has more scouts alive, but essentially like 5-4, where he basically fought with 5 scouts and killed 2 for 0. And then he's actually going to be able to maybe even harass this additional dock that has been built. And MarineLorD is actually in quite a lot of trouble. I thought this was going to be quite a kind of a slow, contained game, but MarineLorD is going to have enough resources to go up to castle, to go up to feudal. He's going to have enough resources to still harass his opponent. I'm not really sure what MarineLorD is doing right now. He has nothing that he can actually just kind of use to resist this. Like for now, he's actually just going to have to concede this position, I think. So it's going to be 300 wood behind now. That's terrible. It's absolutely atrocious because you have no... like, you're just losing so many resources. This is essentially half ATC lost already for TheMista, and MarineLorD is just kind of going to go unpunished here. There's no attempt even for MarineLorD to actually contest this. That's a massive advantage. Also, like, MarineLorD is not going to age up yet. He's not even starting that. He hasn't even started aging up. And MarineLorD is almost there. He's almost in feudal now. So it's a massive, massive advantage from this kind of early micro battle for MarineLorD. And he's gonna just attack this mining camp as well. So that's gonna be denied too. And this is gold. Like, this is gonna be obviously gold access that he doesn't need anymore because there is obviously the Barbican here. So that's going to be kind of nice. But man, this is so much lost. You see MarineLorD attack, using the cancel, sorry, what do you call it? Animation cancelling, right? So just kind of move quickly, just attack, move, attack, move. Like, this means that you can kind of attack more rapidly with those scouts. It's something that you also utilize in those kind of scout battles, right? You just kind of attack, and once the attack kind of reaches the particular kind of wind-up point, and it's released, so you can just move that unit and cancel the rest of the animation, which is obviously great. So 5 scouts over here just kind of essentially not winning the game perhaps, but just getting a huge advantage. That's why, generally speaking, if you are in this kind of aggressive trade situation, you would prefer to build a tower and then build the dock. because this means that the villager can actually just kind of play defensive. There's actually also a junk here from MarineLorD actually attacking those little ships of the TheMista. He's gonna lose all the fishing economy here. He gives up! He gives up, this is it! MarineLorD wins! Probably one of the shortest games I've ever seen. This is probably one of the shortest games I've ever actually watched. And MarineLorD just kind of comes out ahead of X and Micro. And he just takes it. He just takes it to the finals. TheMista is eliminated because of like a 6-minute game. 7-minute 50 game. That's crazy. Probably the shortest game I've ever seen competitive. Because there was nothing TheMista could do. Like, he was behind in eco. He was behind in, just generally speaking, wood count, right? He was losing every single fight. He had no forces on the map, really, to defend this. And he just loses the game. That's insanity, man. It's just kind of absolutely unexpected. Like, it was just all coming down to this kind of scout micro. The early scout battle, can you believe it? Because actually won MarineLorD the game. Not got him any advantage, it just kind of directly won him the game completely. There was no possibility for TheMista to come back into that from there. It's crazy, it's just absolutely disgusting, but also crazy to watch. Holy moly, okay, that was great. That was absolutely amazing, guys. I really love this game. It was so cool to watch. Wow, okay. We need to cool down. It's gonna be VortiX versus MarineLorD in the finals again. It's very nice. That's nice, guys. That's nice. Who do you think is gonna take the entire series, by the way? Do you think it's gonna be MarineLorD or VortiX? Because this was super sharp from MarineLorD. This was super sharp games. He found lots of very kind of unexpected fights that he was supposed to lose, but he actually managed to win anyway. It's crazy good for MarineLorD. It's crazy good for him. No kidding. It's kind of, I don't like this text too much. I need to move it somehow. It's kind of too big of a distance. I think it's better now. I need to get like a proper casting interface. I need to get like a better frame here for the match results. That would be nice to have, of course. We have to wait now. I once again highly encourage you guys to actually follow and sub to the channel. That will be very much appreciated. This being said, we're just going to wait for those finals to start now. I'm not really sure when it happens, but if it does, it is going to be epic. Because, yeah, it's going to be VortiX versus MarineLorD going to that final game of the day. So, yeah. Madness, guys. Absolute madness it was. And now we just have to kind of cool down and chill for a while. And just wait for the third series of the final series of the day to start. So it's going to be a relatively quick run, I think. Obviously, Hera contributing to that quite a bit. He just wanted to prepare, give VortiX some space to prepare for the final games, I believe. Just kind of, you know, being a bro he is. I'm kind of sad for him, honestly, because I was kind of looking forward to seeing some more Hera today, but apparently that is not going to happen. So we just have to wait for this to be resolved. Right now, MarineLorD, of course, very much eager to win another tournament, and so I believe is going to be the second player who is VortiX, right? So that's going to be very, very cool to see who does come out on top. VortiX, I think actually he was the finalist of the previous tournament, wasn't he? So I just need to kind of have a look to confirm that in my stream, on my channel, because I do have that game recorded. I think it was kind of the same matchup, right? It was the same matchup. Might be wrong, but I'm kind of 60% sure it was the same matchup, really. Oh no, it was Lucifer the last time. It was VortiX versus MarineLorD in the semis, right? That's where they met, and MarineLorD won. And there was the second kind of Spanish brother matchup, which was Lucifer versus MarineLorD in the finals. That was the entire deal. So that's essentially that. And again, I think it was kind of the scout battles that kind of decided the game there. I think it was kind of a massive scout duel, and it was like a smaller. I think no, actually, it was an even scout fight. It was kind of a water game. I think that kind of resolved things. It was French versus French, right? So there was like scout harassment as well. I remember the game now. You can have a look if you guys would like to, because we have some extra time to spare. So I'm just gonna show you how the game was going. So the previous tournament, that was the finals with Lucifer and MarineLorD. It was Boulder Bay final game 3. No, it was actually game number 3, which is not the final game. But MarineLorD was actually able to out multitask Lucifer quite a bit there. So he was actually able to find lots of those kind of nice openings around the map. So he's able to actually just get the water win, and he's also kind of harassing his opponent consistently with those knights. So he was actually able to find some extra villager kills, which of course in the mirror matchup is going to decide a lot. There's kind of a nice advantage this way. And if you look at the overall kind of layout of the games, I think the final game was the Delhi versus Delhi, right? It was actually a very nice move from MarineLorD, just kind of finding those small advantages. He essentially just kind of went around the palisades and such, and he just kind of used all those fishing boats to attack, and he essentially won the water, and that was it. That was all she wrote for Lucifer, I think. That was the kind of essentially the end of the series in the previous tournament. It was a very good game, but if you haven't watched that yet, I have a link, of course, for you as per usual. If you do actually ignore all those terrible bots that have been spamming in the chat. And now I actually managed to resolve this, at least. I'm kind of happy. I did actually manage to resolve that issue altogether. So we have to just wait right now. We have to wait for this next game to start. So you can just kind of watch MarineLorD beat Lucifer in that final with Lucifer's probably favorite civilization. Like Lucifer and VortiX were the precursors of the Delhi, right? So him actually winning was quite extraordinary here. I mean, MarineLorD winning in there was quite extraordinary. I think we're in the game actually, so we can start watching the actual footage, which is cool. So it's gonna be probably VortiX versus MarineLorD, game 1. "38 seconds to go." It's gonna be a Mongol versus Mongol game 1. Oh, lovely, 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 lovely. So they banned Chinese and they banned Rus, which means they start the series with Mongols versus Mongols. I think it might be like almost gentleman's agreement, honestly, because there is no other civ that can beat Mongols almost. Maybe the English can fight them at least, but that's kind of the only thing that can work. So especially on the highest level, right? So right now we see MarineLorD and VortiX both picking those Mongols going forward to that first game of the series. Lovely stuff. So guys, we're ready. We are going to get started here. I'm going to obviously switch the scenes because I forgot. And right now we're going to start watching the game properly. So in the east, in the blue, it is going to be Mr. MarineLorD playing as the Mongols. Now, it's quite a pickle for his opponent VortiX, because, you know, Mongols versus Mongols always wins. So 100% victory and 100% defeat rate at the same time. it is going to be VortiX also playing the Mongols in the west, in the red. And that's it. That's all the introduction you can have. We can just see how this players approach the matchup right now. The UV being constructed, of course, there is no scout being built, so generally speaking, people tend to build a scout very early. Like some of the players now, you see that MarineLorD does actually do this, which means that you essentially just kind of get a small advantage by getting the sheep early, of course, into your base, and you can build up nice economy through that. That's kind of the thing that you do. MarineLorD also starting with a stable here, so he's going to go for some early aggression, maybe trying to deny the Uvu. I think that's the play. However, obviously VortiX is no stranger to that. He's also going to open up with a stable, so I think it's going to be even Steven in the end. The problem for I think for MarineLorD essentially is that he's working with one villager fewer, because he had to build a scout. So he should have one villager fewer, like, overall, because scout and villager take the same time to build, yeah, 20 seconds. So I do think there should be a small economic advantage to MarineLorD, unless VortiX decided to get the second scout of his own. Now, so there is a single village difference, right? Which is essentially going to mean that everything you do later than your opponent now. Slightly, you know, obviously this is not a big gain immediately, but over the course of the game, like, one villager lost. Essentially, he loses a villager by building the scout, right? So this means, like, you lose a villager, like, if the game is very, very even, you will be kind of working with, like, slightly less, right? So that's not bad for VortiX. It's like, what, 50 foot per minute or something like that? I think just essentially that 50 foot per minute would be the villager gather rate. Per villager gather rate anyway. So, yeah, good stuff for VortiX. Obviously kind of kills his opponent in the opener just by not building a scout. Absolutely magnificent. If you look at what's happening right now, so MarineLorD, we can look at the gold positions as well. So again, very, very favorable position for VortiX because he has gold right up his nose. But this also means that his Uvu is very far, right? On the other hand, MarineLorD has a very close stone with very far gold. Once again, this means that this Uvu here is going to be easily defended, but the gold is going to require you to build a ger or a jer, whatever you choose to call those constructions. Now, this also does mean, however, that you might lose the Uvu, which is very, very expensive, and you don't really want to lose it all if you are MarineLorD indeed. So there are actually 2 horsemen constructed in response here, so you're going to push away the scouts, but just for a minute, or like actually for a few seconds, because there are additional 2 horsemen being produced and sent across the map by MarineLorD in response. So you see actually a small engagement over here. Of course, this is something that those horsemen do not want to do. You see MarineLorD actually microing like crazy here, getting those nice surrounds and just kind of getting those horsemen trapped for another couple seconds. Obviously meaning that MarineLorD is going to take a few additional shots on the Uvu. And even if he doesn't kill it, by the way, even if he just kind of breaks it to kind of forcing it to turn, go on fire, it's going to be actually enough, because this means he gets the bounty for it. So of course it's kind of nice to just get the Uvu, and the Uvu is one of those very few structures for the Mongols. So I think the tower and the dock, right, that cannot be moved. So that is something that you have to remember. So this is not going anywhere. This actually means that there is going to be some sort of fight, essentially forced right now, from MarineLorD himself, right? So he's going to have this kind of stranglehold for now anyway. He's actually sending additional units across the map, so he's actually going to try to force a very early exchange between those units. And you can see actually this is kind of going the way of MarineLorD in here, so those horsemen are trapped again. So he's actually, I don't know how he does it honestly, but he's just microing this like an absolute madman, to be frank. So he's actually getting a lot of those kind of, because he's backing off of those kind of low HP units of his own. He's actually going to do a lot of damage here. This is crazy micro actually. You have no idea how hard it is to pull off something like this in a game like this. So VortiX does actually lose the Khan of all things as well. I don't think MarineLorD has lost a single unit so far. So it's going to be quite a painful situation, because I have no idea how long you can hold this if you are not really just, you know, making things happen. We can see why the VortiX is saving up some stone for a reason. I'm not really sure why he's doing this. He's actually going to invest into another kind of set of horsemen, because he does need to push it away. If he doesn't push it away very, very soon, he's just going to maybe not die, but he's going to be at a severe disadvantage. You know, this is kind of free income. And obviously, losing 150 wood is nothing that you want to kind of afford, right? That's really, really kind of difficult of a situation to be in. So you have to kind of take this fight you're forced into this. That's what actually MarineLorD does super well, I think. He's just kind of gonna force you into those uncomfortable exchanges, and he's going to kind of make sure that you do not come out ahead of those. I'm not sure what this kind of red jot is, but I'm not really sure what this kind of red thingy is that kind of flows around. But there's actually a lot of damage done to the can, actually. But yeah, VortiX is losing units. I don't think MarineLorD has lost much, actually. And VortiX is just kind of bleeding out units left, right, and center. So there are some additional fresh horsemen being constructed. And this is actually going to be a large commitment from VortiX, but he's going to maybe eventually clean it up. So this actually means that there is a cleanup going to happen. And the nice thing for VortiX in the meantime is he's actually been able to get enough resources to just go up to feudal. And MarineLorD hasn't been able to do this exactly. So if, of course, this doesn't kind of end up with a massive screw-up, and yeah, if VortiX doesn't just necessarily just immediately die here, which is not the case because I think he's taking nice trades, I think he has a nice upper hand here, because MarineLorD... Oh, never mind, MarineLord's actually going up to feudal already, I was wrong. I looked at it, I just kind of didn't see it. I looked at it, but I didn't just kind of quite see that. So those horsemen are gonna exchange a few blows. This singular horseman over here is just gonna die, and this is going to be the end of this encounter here. So VortiX is going to survive without losing the Uvu, which is obviously cool for him. Losing the Uvu would have been an absolute disaster, right? So he can't afford it. But at the same time, he's actually going to maybe have to feel a little bit later. That's kind of the cost he has to pay. That's the price he pays for this. So it's kind of a large force of... This is Dry Arabia, by the way. It's going to be a map that has, generally speaking, the tendency to favor those professional scouts, right? So you have to keep this in mind. Actually, just getting the professional scouts is going to be quite important for you. If you're playing here, it's going to allow you to get some resources back to the base. But we have actually seen lots of Mongol players, like at least 2 or 3, of those pro players build very early pastures here, just kind of not using the deer at all, just kind of going for those early pastures, just kind of harvesting the deer instead of using the using the sheep, right? So kind of getting the deer carcasses home and just kind of driving them back. So that's kind of an important thing to notice. Now VortiX does push away those small units here. There's not much really to be said here. That they're just kind of trying to probably find a nice opening to fight each other, but there is nothing that is actually on the cards for now. Yeah. So some small numbers are going to stream across the map once again. We see there's like essentially 6 scouts, 5 horsemen for MarineLorD, and there is 7 horsemen, actually 3 scouts. What the hell? How are they different? So do that. Oh, I think this is this can. That's the can. No, it's not. How the hell? So somehow those scouts are different scouts. I guess maybe there's the carcasses. Yeah, this might be carcasses. No. Maybe the TC scout counts like as a separate scout from the one that you just kind of produce naturally from this table. I guess that's the difference here. But anyway, we have those normal horsemen being upgraded for both parties, so it's going to be quite an even game for now. MarineLorD is just going to force some extra horsemen from his opponent. Obviously, this means that the VortiX here is going to have some small advantage in terms of army numbers. Now, I'm not really sure if MarineLorD is actually going towards those professional scouts at all. He actually has researched that, right? So he has researched those. He's going to be working with a very similar, tech, I guess. Then. So yeah, they're going to pick up the carcasses. It's going to be the very similar kind of relationship between those 2 players as a result of this. And this means it's going to be kind of a slower passive air game overall. Do you guys know why I have not really seen this before. Do you get any benefits from building the pastures next to the Uvu? Does it speed it up? Does it make it like go faster? Because they're under the influence of the Uvu, so how exactly does it work? Can someone check it? Like, is there a difference? No, there's... Oh yeah, there is a difference actually, I didn't know this! So there's actually a difference for the sheep. Because they're free, I guess they're just kind of double producing, like they're actually like producing at a faster rate. I didn't know this at all. So you see actually a nice engagement in the middle of the map right now. So there's actually, you can see how nicely VortiX is actually pulling out those head horsemen. He's actually going to take this fight quite handsomely at that. He's fighting lots of damage over here. Those very low HP horsemen over here in the south are actually going to probably die. Not really actually, it's actually so nicely done for VortiX. So he finds a lot of favorable trades, he kills off a lot of the units of his opponent, like I think like 4 to 1 in the end. And VortiX is forced to kind of just tuck his tail away and just run. And yeah, this is a very nice engagement for VortiX, but he's actually going to afford that castle age up to, so he finds a nice fight. He doesn't probably have a way to extend this lead. Oh, this is not a good can play. But yeah, it's going to basically mean that, you know, both players are going to disengage in the end, and VortiX is just kind of going to be happy about just, you know, winning a small engagement. It's not a big gain because I don't think you can actually get much out of this. But both players are going to drop that step right out. Actually, VortiX has done this a while ago, whereas MarineLorD is slightly late to the punch. But in terms of the numbers, it's 38 economy to 38, I would say, maybe 37, 39, I think. No. Economies are even, military is the same. They're just going to fight this kind of equal game overall. You see that actually there's a small piece of pressure here from VortiX. He's forcing the issue in the middle of the map right here. I mean, around the base of MarineLorD, he's not going to get much done here, to be honest, because all those horsemen are very hurt. So I don't think you can actually take this fight and just kind of find any particular wins. It is actually 3-4-2, so VortiX does somehow manage to eke out a small military lead. Once again, both players actually going up to castle, relatively similar timings. MarineLorD needs like a few more seconds, actually like 20 or 30 more. That's not that good at all. And there's going to be triple stable knight production here for VortiX. So VortiX has like 200 stone on his hand, which means he can produce a single knight safely, single double knight, if that makes any sense to you. If he wants to do this, actually, maybe he might just go for some tech from the blacksmith instead. I'm not sure what he can actually do here that is going to cost stone though. So he's going to tech up anyway. We see +1 attack being just done immediately. He starts it as he goes up to castle age. And there is no blacksmith for MarineLorD, so he's going to be kind of back behind in terms of the tech here. If you look at those gears or jazz, by the way, in terms of the economy, MarineLorD has no eco upgrades. That also there is nothing that has been researched so far, and it's the same deal essentially for VortiX. He has not really done any research at all. So we're working very equal economies so far. Same numbers of villages, very similar army numbers. Both players, I think, kind of equally matched in terms of micro as well. They're really very good at kind of moving their units, to be honest. But I do think that VortiX has been able to produce some more knights because he just aged up faster. So I don't think MarineLorD wants to fight necessarily. I don't think he really wants to fight at all. I need to drink some water, sorry, because I've been teaching all day long now. I'm actually casting for you guys, so my throat is relatively tired. Now we have a nice force now for MarineLorD, but that's like actually way fewer knights than VortiX has been able to master up. So if he takes kind of a direct fight right now, he probably loses, but since he gets reinforcements so far, so close from home, it's actually not that bad. So VortiX goes in for some reason. I'm really sure. So they use the defensive arrow, both of them, I think, did actually pop the defensive arrow here. And in terms of trades, I don't think it's actually going to favor VortiX at all. He's going to bleed out all those horsemen who are very hurt initially. He does kill a single knight of his opponents, right? But actually VortiX is going to be against crossbows. I'm not really sure if he has crossbows of his own. So MarineLorD is going to go towards that crossbow pivot. Of course, crossbows in large numbers, especially very strong against those knights, because they can pierce the armor. I think like 10 crossbows or so is kind of critical mass that starts doing almost irreparable damage, right? So if your opponent has like 10 crossbows, you do need some sort of siege to counteract those nasty crossbow wielding units. So MarineLorD is going to also have a lot of food in the back. I'm not really sure what he's gonna do with this. I guess, you know, producing both knights and crossbows is gonna be very expensive in terms of gold, right? So I would wager that that's why he's not really kind of producing that much with food. He has no kind of trash unit to fall back on. But neither does his opponent, neither does VortiX, in all honesty, right? He doesn't have quite that much to go from there either. There is no prayer tent yet, and MarineLorD is going to go for his. So potentially he's going to be able to claim some relics. I'm not really sure how many he can get. Obviously also the sacred sites are up for the taking. And this kind of corner of the map is going to favor him. But right now we see a nice fight over here. So VortiX is actually going to choose to use the defensive arrow. And here we see this attack speed arrow used by MarineLorD. So he's going to get some extra attack speed on those crossbows. But overall I think this defensive arrow did actually favor VortiX quite a bit. He's going to win this fight quite handsomely because he's going to eliminate all the crossbows. He's going to probably take a favorable exchange against those knights as well. So he's going to... So VortiX is actually going to take this fight, maybe even the game. A very aggressive opener here for VortiX. He's actually going to really find a lot of damage at least. So he's going to at least take the military advantage. Maybe not completely win the game, but he's going to have a nice kind of number of units on the map that his opponent just cannot afford. Very good trading for VortiX here. So it is... Oh, he's going to also find out about those two knights. He kills one more. Which obviously is huge. It's just super important. You can just kind of pick off some of your opponent's units. It's just always going to be very, very big for you. VortiX also is working with a siege workshop of his own, so he's going to have access to the siege engines if he wishes to kind of deploy them. So I'm not really sure what you actually go for. Do you go for like a mangonel or something here to deal with the crossbows? I think that's the play. However, MarineLorD is actually gonna go up to double TC, which his opponent doesn't quite have yet, which means, of course, that it is going to be an economic disadvantage for MarineLorD, for VortiX eventually, anyhow, right? So there's going to be a nice amount of villages produced over the course of the next few minutes. Of course, you need to stay alive to reap the rewards here, so it's not like this kind of mid-game TC is going to just give you immediate value. It's kind of 900 resources invested, so before it, of course, returns, that it's going to take quite a while. Villages, of course, also very important, and they're expensive in terms of food, so you kind of are losing some resources by just kind of getting them. So it's going to be an expenditure and long-term investment. We'll see if it does pay off or not. VortiX has like a huge mass of knights, 13 right now. And I do think he has more upgrades, like +1 and +2 attack. I think he has like a huge upgrade advantage actually, so there's nothing for... Yep, this is +2 attack and this is +1 armor. And I do not think MarineLorD has anything. He has no upgrades at all. It's like he is playing against an opponent who has no upgrades right now. He can take every single trade he wants. Obviously, this Mongol does have to target those crossbows in order for VortiX to be able to take favorable trades. But still, he has such a nice advantage that on night battles, like in those kind of direct engages, it is going to be VortiX who probably perseveres. Those knights are very, very hurt now. I'm not sure where the shaman is, by the way, because he started the shaman, he cancelled the shaman, he doesn't have it, he has no relics to his name. So I'm not necessarily too... Or there is... I had the relic sound somewhere, so... Where's the relic? Oh, he went all the way, actually. He went the far way. So he actually made a shaman, he just walked so far up to get the relic #1. So he's gonna get the second one probably very, very soon as well. Now, so it's actually a very scary situation for MarineLorD, because you see there are like 2 of those mangonels there. Obviously, this is going to give you, this tower is going to provide you with the YAM network bonus. Also, in placing ballistae there, obviously the Springles is going to provide you with nice fighting power. Both players actually going hard on the Springles. You can see both of those outputs actually... No, yeah, these 2 outputs are going to basically include those ballista, those Springle upgrades. This one just has the arrow slits. So it's going to be quite a difficult thing to break. And obviously, yeah, single Springle is not really going to be a big threat. Of course, MarineLorD can deploy those Springles on the field because he's Mongols. He has the appropriate research, so he can actually produce Springles to deal with those mangonels. Now, obviously, this might force VortiX to get some of that kind of anti-siege of his own. Maybe from this, maybe even from that siege workshop. I guess that's kind of the nice solution here. VortiX are actually going very, very aggressive with those knights. He's actually going to find 1 kill on that Spring. He's actually going to probably sacrifice 2 knights for another one. He does decide to back away eventually. So he finds a single Springle for 4 knights. I don't like this at all. It's a terrible trade. Because knight is almost worth... I think knight is like a 70% worth of Springled. I think it's 250, 252 or 240. No, I'm really wrong here. No, that's not true. So 2 knights are worth a Springled. I thought this was somehow in my head it was more food than it is. So 2 knights are worth a Springled, which means that he threw away 2 Springles for 1. In a way, which was not worth it, of course. So we see that there's actually like kind of a nice aggressive proxy being built here. So we see two siege workshops, not one, just two being deployed immediately. And there's also a conversion. Oh, that's a poor monk. He has been denied that relic. So honestly, VortiX built that. Sorry, MarineLorD built that prayer tent, but he's never been able to actually do anything with those monks. And this is obviously not too great for our blue Mongol player, because he invested into this. He kind of wanted to get something out of that investment. He never actually was able to get any relics back home. And obviously the sooner you get them, the better. However, you can see there's actually a nice knight force over here. So there are two knights attacking those Mongol villages. I'm not really sure if VortiX knows this in the first place. Oh, he's actually busy with his own aggression. He probably doesn't find much damage, but those knights of VortiX are actually going to wreak havoc in those lines of the VortiX's villagers. So VortiX is going to lose like 4 villagers for free. You have to also remember, VortiX has no extra TC. So even if they trade villages for one almost, it's still going to be eventually like a positive, net positive game for VortiX, because VortiX does have double TC villager production, which obviously his opponent doesn't quite have yet. VortiX does, however, have a relatively nice bank that he's going to spend immediately. He's going to produce lots of those kind of siege engines. You see double sprinkled production here. And essentially MarineLorD is getting a single knight at a time, whereas MarineLorD is producing lots of units there. So let's see the numbers quickly. 26 knights of VortiX to MarineLorD's 14. Yeah, it's kind of not a nice number at all, but he has crossbows. But that sprinkled kind is actually not favoring MarineLorD anymore. So if he has a very good micro, of course, he can still win this. But he has to be careful with the crossbows, so he cannot really take an engagement before the sprinkles of his snipe at least 1 or 2 of those VortiX's sprinkles, because you need to kill at least 1 or 2 to prevent those Mongols from being deleted, right? So you actually have to kind of be cautious on both fronts right now. And those numbers are not too good, honestly, for VortiX, for MarineLorD, but MarineLorD does have a significant economical advantage now. 73 economy to 66. So the difference is quite large. So the question becomes, how well can VortiX actually capitalize on this situation? Do you guys think the volume is okay, right? Is the game loud enough, or would you like to hear the game a little bit more? Is it too quiet? I hear a relic being picked up. Yeah, there's a monk actually getting the relic down. But there are actually lots of mangonas, there's lots of sprinkles too, so yes, you probably lose a trade initially, but oh, whoa, there's actually very nicely done from MarineLorD. So he's actually going to find a nice engagement. Initially, he's going to trade one sprinkled for the sprinkled and a mangonal. Now there's another sprinkled being traded 1 for 1. And that's going to be that for now. However, there's actually another 1 for 1 trade. It's no longer actually favoring VortiX, sorry, MarineLorD, because he needs to be killing those mangos. He cannot take a fight with mangoes on the field for his opponent. So that's kind of the scary bit, right? He cannot really take those fights at all, because the mangoes are going to force you out of the map. And this is also going to force a step without mining operation here from mining at all. Like, so this means actually there's another mongol, so there's another sprinkle being sniped, and obviously if you are VortiX, you don't really care about the mongol fire, so you just want to snipe out those VortiXs, or those MarineLorD's mangos, so you want to snipe down those sprinkles of VortiX, of MarineLorD, so that they do not actually threaten the Mangala. So I just completely lost track of things here. So actually this is not the greatest trade of all for VortiX, so he does win the fight. MarineLorD does actually come out on top, because I think maybe VortiX was too busy microing the artillery. He actually never paid attention to this kind of ground force, and he gets actually shredded to pieces. Because I don't think there was a single Mongol firing throughout the fight on that crossbow lineup. And those, as I said, crossbows can reach critical mass, which is around 10. We have 9 right down the field. They were actually very, very efficient against those knights of VortiX. So VortiX finding himself at a slight numbers disadvantage. Of course, like MarineLorD, the longer this game goes, the better for him, because he has an economical advantage. He has never researched any sort of economical upgrades, I think. So we are at like plus 0, essentially 0 economy at all for both players, right? There is not a single upgrade at all done, which is reasonable because obviously they're expensive, they take a while to pay off. But in terms of villager numbers, sheer villager numbers, it is actually going to favor our French player. And obviously there is a relic as well there, so you can build another kind of mine, get that relic over to this prayer tent. And yeah, VortiX is going to be quite stubborn. He's obviously going to try to force a fight. I do think he should keep this Mongol away. So the kind of way this fight should go is that you try to force those unfavorable trades from your opponent first, just kind of try to get those Springles to kind of engage on you, and then you actually just back away with this Mango and just try to attack those Springles with your own Springles, right? This is the way to kind of get this done. Obviously, there's actually a small assault over here of the Knights, but those are not doing much. They don't get anything done. Actually, there are 4... Is it 4 Springle in play? No, there's a single Springle in place. No, never mind. That is a bow. That's a bow. So those are arrow slits, all of them, right? That is the Springle placement tower. So it does have this kind of nice rectangular window, right, that shoots the Springle bolt. So this is very hard to harass. With 4 towers there, I don't think this is kind of something that can be attacked by the Mongol cavalry easily. Anyway, there's actually a counter strike over here. So while MarineLorD is not losing villages, VortiX is, and those 2 knights are not going to go down very easy because you have no towers here. First of all, I think you'd have just stayed. Actually, you'd have just stayed and murdered like 2-3 villages before he was going to lose those knights. I would really love to see VortiX build some towers here. Honestly, he really needs to get something going like this because he's very committed actually just kind of this middle of the map play. But he has no double TC, so he's actually just kind of slower to the punch into his eco. He's like probably like 30 villages fewer, yeah. 20 right now, 20 villages fewer than his opponent. And he has nice upgrades, of course. He has +2. No, MarineLorD is actually gonna have +2/+2 right now. So he has like +2/+2 for the no, I'm wrong. MarineLorD has +1 melee and +1 melee defense and +2 ranged defense right now. I'm not really sure why he's getting the ranged defense for his units, because he's not fighting against ranged units of his opponent at all. I'm not really sure what the purpose of this is. VortiX, though, I think he's fully upgraded right now. He has like full melee upgrades. He has no ranged upgrades though, so he's actually going to take a lot more damage from those crossbows. Obviously, they have very high base damage. They have +9 versus heavy, so you're not going to deflect a lot, but still I think this can increase your survivability over time. So if you can take very good trades overall, I think it's going to favor you. I think VortiX is looking for some picks right now. I think he's just going to try to force some of those Mangonas or Springles to come forward, and he's going to try to take a nice trade here. So he's going to try to kind of force those Mangoes to fire. I think he has like slight numbers advantage, but this is actually 2... Oh, it's such a nicely done fight. So VortiX is going to lose 2 Mangoes for the 2 Springles for the price of 1. He's actually going to get absolutely obliterated here. There's no Springle left for VortiX, even though he had like equal numbers here. At the very same time, though, the Knights of VortiX are going to take this fight. They are going to absolutely demolish the Knights of MarineLorD. So this is actually a huge numbers advantage for VortiX right now on the field. Those crossbows can kite over. This is kind of the last hope of his. He has to keep those crossbows alive, and he has to actually just make sure that not too many Knights of VortiX do actually survive this exchange. You have to say there are 2 of those towers here helping as much as they can. And obviously, those Springles, they're not the greatest units in the world, but they're doing some DPS as well. They're kind of left unchecked. So honestly, this is... I think VortiX just kind of overreaches here. He could have just kind of taken that Knight fight. He could have just killed all the Knights off, and then he could have just run away. Why are you hating on MarineLorD so hard? Maybe are you watching the other series? What series are you watching, Sniper? Which series is it? Because I think you cannot hear me then. I think he's behind on the clock. So I think Sniper is not watching this series, because I'm not really sure, like, this is game 1 by the way, this is certainly game 1, so... It's a 30-minute rage between the Mongols, which I love. It's great. So the problem for MarineLorD is right now that he has maybe fewer forces, but obviously has so much more eco. You can see the number of pastures here, that's just kind of ridiculous. He has so many more villages, like, I think he's just... Yeah, VortiX is like 73 to 104. So it's actually getting out of hand slowly, I think. Unless you can find some extra damage here as VortiX, you are actually just kind of slowly going to, you know, just be bled out, I think. Because obviously your opponent is going to have a lot of resources available to himself. Just by the token of the fact that he has so many villagers more. So overall, like, if you can just kind of play this kind of longer sustained game, you don't even have to trade efficiently and you're still gonna win. So that's kind of the important part for VortiX right now, right? he has to win very soon, or he has to get the double TC himself, and just maybe even triple TC to catch up right now. MarineLorD though is actually working with 1,000-something stone in the bag, so he might actually do something. Though Sprinkled was our first time in the game won by MarineLorD, so by VortiX though. So VortiX does actually take a very nice engagement in terms of the artillery duel. And obviously this Sprinkled of his is not really doing that much. This Mangler has been able to get a lot of good shots on this crossbow. So it's kind of a miss micro for MarineLorD, first time in this game I think, whereby he actually does lose the engagement. And it's actually going to be crossbows versus mangonless. It's not the greatest thing in the world, of course. And those knights do actually get a cleanup here. So they win the knight versus knight battle. Now those crossbows are going to kind of quietly kite away now. And they're actually going to get a nice revenge. The can falls as well for MarineLorD, but he is actually working with a decent number of crossbows. So if he does move those units diligently, I think he still has a chance of winning. If he actually keeps those crossbows, I think that's kind of the backbone of his army right now. There's 10, 11 crossbows. 14 right now actually. They are actually going to do so much work. You can see they're actually just fighting against those knights very, very nicely. Of course they're low on HP because they took a single Mongol shot in the previous fight, so they're actually going to lose a lot of HP to every single blow, so they're easily disposed of by those 2 or 3 knights and Sprinkles. But overall I think it's another very, very nice fight for MarineLorD. And VortiX is running out of steam, guys, because he has not been working with the same economy as his opponent. ML is sitting on 150 supply. And VortiX is just on bare 85. I think he's just done. So very committed attacks from VortiX, and he's just not going to be able to hold. Eventually he loses that fight. He loses it quite handsomely as well. The crossbows obviously just bringing so much value. And yeah, it's all she wrote, I think, for VortiX. He's just done. I think the crucial thing is that, you know, MarineLorD found a nice point in time where he could just actually get the second TC. He has 3,000 wood almost right now. He can obviously just deal with this somehow. He can build a market or something. But, yeah, I really don't know. Like, VortiX just never caught up. I think he's just gonna die now because obviously, like, fighting against... Let's face it, guys. MarineLorD has more villages than VortiX has army or has complete supply over. I think MarineLorD has like 120 villages. And VortiX has 90 supply right now, and obviously MarineLorD has also a decent army to top things off. So any fight that is taken right now by VortiX is going to be probably like really disadvantageous, even if he trades well. Because MarineLorD can just remake the units, and obviously VortiX cannot. He has no economy to back that off. Or back that up. So that's kind of the pivotal thing in the game. Like MarineLorD just kind of found a nice moment to add that TC and just held on. There were some miraculous fights there for him, but he actually managed to hold on quite nicely, and he's just kind of sitting with a very nice force, large number of units here. He's gonna go up to 200 supply. I think he's gonna go for a push then. Okay, so this is gonna be denied obviously, so VortiX is not blind. He finds that that kind of nice proxy here. I think MarineLorD is just going to crush this fight. Like, anything that you do right now is going to end up with you dying, essentially, I think. I really don't see how exactly you kind of get it back now if you're VortiX. Because you're working against, like, 60 knights and 30 crossbows and 2 traps and, like, 4 of those Springles. You have 13 knights and that's it in Mangonel. That's so sad, man. Like, you have essentially nothing to your name. And VortiX is just supply capped at this point. He has like nothing that can threaten him at all. Where's the YAM network coming from, by the way? Where do those units get that? The tower is far away. But look, this is the end of the game, I think. This is the end of the game, you have to say that. That's a very nice Mongol, actually super nice prediction by VortiX getting that shot off, but the Mongol dies. Those crossbows are very hard though right now. They did take a lot of damage. The problem is that there's a huge bunch of knights actually coming through, and VortiX eventually decided to get some crossbow of his own. That's very late in the game. He knows that he's just done so. He has no way of fighting this huge force of the Mongols from VortiX, and he's just gonna have to tap out. And VortiX is going to be the one who takes the lead in the series, guys. 1-0 is the score. Yeah, very cool game overall. I'm very happy to see VortiX actually just kind of get things done. So very cool stuff so far. VortiX actually showing us how to play Mongol versus Mongol, just getting that TC, getting the crossbows against the knights, of course. All those things turned out to be very pivotal because he was able to find better fights, better games overall, just kind of getting those nice advantages all over the place, really. Super nice stuff. Super duper nice. So yeah, we have to wait for the next game now, of course. We can look at the economy. I think that's going to be the most telling thing in the world. 7k wood advantage for MarineLorD, right? We have... Actually, that's surprisingly close for the numbers that we saw he was working with. Like, 2k food is not a huge deal. But the wood was probably very important because he was able to build way more siege units, right? But way more production as well, I think. And yeah, villager numbers were crazy high. It's actually not reflected a lot. I think this is kind of the growth that you see. This kind of exponential growth is what you kind of eventually get here in this game, right? So that kind of stems from those villagers being around, right? I think it's kind of important to mention this. So my chair is kind of squeaky today. I'm not really sure why. I think I need to oil it properly. So guys, now we wait for that final match to start. I also need to edit my Twitch channel, I think. We have to just kind of slowly go there. Yeah, we just have to wait now. We just have to wait for those players to get set up for the final game of the day. No, actually wrong. It's so wrong, guys. It's really far from me the final game of the day. Sorry, I'm tired. So it's not the final game of the day. It's actually 1-0. So you will get at least 2 more fights. We'll get 2 more games at the very leastest, quote unquote. Of course, it is going to be probably like 4 or 5, to be honest. Like 4 games is something that we're probably looking at right now. 2 games minimum more, and anything that comes from there, that goes from there, is just going to be up to VortiX and MarineLorD, actually. Okay, so those guys banned Mongols. So they banned Chinese and Rus, so those are gone. Mongols are gone as well. We are kind of down to a few civilizations. We might see French now. I think we will see a French matchup. This is probably going to force those guys to also go into the Abbasids. I think there's going to be also forcing those guys to go into the Abbasid dynasty games at some point in the future. So in this particular match, the very first match, the second match of the series is going to be HRE versus HRE, by the way. Which kind of means it's probably Boulder Bay? Do you guys think it's going to be Boulder Bay? Because I'd wager it's going to be Boulder Bay here. Given that HRE is just so strong in water now. Always has been, by the way. Unless, except for the moment when they had the Hulk meta, right? The French versus French was the only civ playable on the water maps. But right now I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what we're going to be looking at. Right? VortiX, of course, is... Which of those players is better than HRE? Because Hera is my favorite pick, right? If I were to pick someone, I would just say Hera, 100% going to take those boys down. But right now, like, I'm really not sure at all. So we shall see, guys. We shall see indeed. Who is better on Holy Roman Empire in game number 2 over the day? Very curious, very curious to see what exactly happens there. So, okay, the game is up actually. The game has started, so we can just go into this. So, HRE versus HRE, VortiX versus MarineLorD. That's the second HRE versus HRE we get in the Winter Series, I think. We've seen this before. It's going to be very cool to see how exactly that pans out, honestly. So, we just have to wait a little bit now for those guys to get set up properly for this match. And as they do get into the game, I once again would like to ask you guys to subscribe and follow if you haven't done that yet. I think most of you watching are actually faithful YouTube subscribers, so you don't need to do this. You guys have been around for a while. I think this kind of this baseline viewership that I'm getting, which I'm very grateful for, by the way. Welcome, guys. I'm very happy that you are there. That's the reason I'm casting in the first place. So very happy to have you folks over in the chat, of course. You are very much appreciated. That's something I have to say, like, obviously. Because I'm kind of performing, and that's just... Performing for nobody makes no sense, right? Performing for someone, though, very, very, very cool stuff. Now, those guys are performing as well. I think it's going to be Boulder Bay. Actually, no, it's very close. The spawn is way too close to the edge of the map for it to be a Boulder Bay game. It's Hillendale. It is Hillendale, guys. So, in the eastern corner, in the blue, it is going to be our Terran player from StarCraft 2, the French god of Age of Empires 4. It is going to be MarineLorD playing the Holy Roman Empire. The Germans, as they are called in some places of the world. And if you look at the other side of the map, towards the west, it is going to be VortiX in the red, playing the Germans as well. From Spain. From Spain he is. And Hillendale is a very tricky map, by the way. Thank you so much, by the way, for that follow. Bowhunter 123, welcome, mate. We are casting this particular game right now. The thing about this map and this matchup is it can go two ways. It really depends on the players, depends on the scouting, and it actually depends on whether you can get your scout inside of your opponent's base before they wall off completely. So there are two ways this matchup can go. The very first matchup, the very first possibility is that it goes like all the way towards the Imperial Age, and they just have this kind of slugfest. They just build up very high economy count. They go up to Palace of Shrabia, they build up even higher economy count, get the relics of them up, and then start fighting. That's possibility number one. Possibility number two is that, actually there are more, but generally speaking, HRE versus HRE can also end in a push. Because HRE very, very kind of good at kind of infantry fights, right? So they can actually go up to castle, get some seed and just go. I've seen this happen quite a few times, actually. I was caught off guard because if you are playing against the HRE, you kind of assume naturally that your opponent is just going to go up to Imperial, just get the Shrubby and just kill you, right? So you just kind of try to essentially attack them as they reach Imperial Age, where they have nothing really to show for that. So that's kind of the thing that you're supposed to do, I think, is in HRE. That's what works for me anyway, just kind of going up to very fast castle, maybe just kind of even not fast because you're just getting double TC going up to castle, building a large force in Castle Age, a siege, infantry, archers, crossbows, whatever you really choose. But if you go there and then you attack, you probably just kill the HRE player, who is going to just kind of rush that 11-minute, maybe even 10-30-minute Imperial Age, which is I think possible for the HRE players who are just really expert at the build. Now the second possibility though is that they just go and kill you before you start doing anything. I had that happen a few times. Those crazy men-at-arms pushes in feudal can be kind of surprising. And of course, if you go up to castle, they are very, very good at just kind of skirmishing. Of course, they have very good income because, of course, this Archon Chapel, this landmark that everybody builds these days, is going to provide you with a very nice kind of aura. Around this, like every single villager in this aura is going to be gathering at a 40% increased rate, essentially benefiting from the prelate or pre-latte build. We call this guy a pre-latte because it's funny. Because the thing is, like, lots of the native speakers casting this game have been calling this guy a prelate, I think prelate, which is obviously a wrong pronunciation. This guy is a pre-latte, stand corrected native speakers. The proper pronunciation, of course, is prelate. That is the name of this kind of religious representative here. This is the pre-latte guys trying to get those buff on those units right now, on those villagers, trying to bolster their gathering by 40%. It's insanity, pure sheer insanity indeed. His opponent here, of course, MarineLorD, is going to do the same. He's actually kind of faster to the punch, which is obviously going to benefit him quite well, because he's going to get this buff sooner. More villagers with that extra improved gathering rate are obviously something that you want. So you have like this nice kind of obviously very, very nicely placed Archon, giving your villagers like kind of an all-around buff overall. Now this mill, by the way, deployed over here is going to start the professional scout, because HRE loves their food in their base for obvious reasons. Of course, those extra gathering rates are quite huge indeed, and they allow you to essentially just bring extra food to the safety to kind of increase. So it basically means that you have safe food source that is also almost infinitely going to benefit from this Akin Chapel, right? Even though you have a single hunt in your base, like right here, the second one is away, so that's why people do this. I think just kind of getting that extra economy going is something that you do actually want to have happen. Now, I do believe that MarineLorD is slowly running out of sheep, though, so it's kind of a problem right now. You see, it's not all villagers are consistently working. They're kind of close to kind of exhausting those deer. Resources, of course, not the greatest feeling in the world. VortiX actually went for an additional scout. That's why he's doing this. Of course, you do need to get those scouts out as well if you are VortiX. So MarineLorD, he's gonna get those scouts out right now. He's gonna get like 1, 2, 3, 4 now. He's gonna also move those villagers in towards the gold, so they're kind of not wasting their time. And it's looking like kind of a nice, clean opening here. I don't think there's much to be done else in kind of this small scout fight. Obviously, villagers helping a little bit with those little tiny funny daggers. You can see how much micros has been done by MarineLorD. Actually, those scout fights, you do not want to take this guy to a scout fight at all. He is an expert with those little scouts. He's obviously coming from StarCraft 2, a very seasoned player, so he has really solid micro overall. VortiX, of course, no stranger to RTS games, no stranger to micro, but I do not think that anyone other than the Muslim, I think, can basically mirror the micro that MarineLorD does bring to the table right now. Very good stuff. He can actually out-trade you in every single regard if you allow him to do so. You can see actually VortiX going for pro scouts as well as stealing those deer from underneath the nose of his opponent. MarineLorD will probably just kind of catch the wind of that very soon, because he just needs to ferry those 4 carcasses back home, and then he will go towards this hunt. He will see some deer are missing. He'll probably just go across the board and just kind of take those deer instead then. No wars going out, there's no infrastructure indicating any aggression, just those stables here, just, you know, to bolster the economies by providing those free scouts, of course. Not free essentially, but they're just kind of not wasting the time with the TC, so that's just all there is. Very slow openings is going to be, I think we can predict it's going to be either a slagfest now, or at some point in the castle age, one of the players just decides to go full berserk, and then it's going to get very interesting, because of course the kind of the normal build for HRE is not 2 stables, it's 4. And you don't go for like 2 stables immediately. You go probably, I think that's what we're gonna see here. You go quadruple stable knights. I think that's kind of the basic build that you go for. If you can secure at least 2 relics, you essentially have enough to sustain the production of knights. So very cool stuff, of course, if you can get this going. I think just kind of preemptive. It's gonna be a preemptive stable number 1. More to come, of course. MarineLorD is going to get this Akin Chapel age up going, and his opponent is going to follow in suit. You can look at the relics on the map. So this relic obviously favoring MarineLorD, this relic also favoring MarineLorD. Of course, those are very close to his base, but VortiX does have 2 very close to his one as well, so those 2 probably his for the taking. The one here actually very close to VortiX's base as well, so overall it is going to be about those pre-lattes and how soon you can get those coffees on the table, or those adventurous monks on the board. You need to actually move them out very soon, because if you don't kind of get this kind of upper hand on the relics, of course you're going to lose this challenge. You see MarineLorD, by the way, getting some horsemen out very prematurely here. He's just kind of, I think, cognizant of the fact that he can contest some of the relics, and he's gonna send some extra forces to support both his monks and also to support prelates, and also support his, or disrupt his opponent's possibilities, right? So he's gonna be trying to at least just kind of take away some of those potential relics from his opponent. I'm not really sure if he's actually going towards this relic. It's kind of unfortunate if he is, because he's going to kind of have it taken away from him. This monk of VortiX is going to be first to the punch. Is also going to be, I mean, the prelate, the prelate is going to be here, taking this far relic first. Very ballsy play, I like it. So he's going to go all the way to this kind of far relic, take it. He might actually get the nice economical advantage of, you know, 3-7 villages essentially mining gold for free for the duration of the game if he does claim all 3. Now there's a small raid, however, coming in right now. So there's a horseman, there are some of the scouts as well from MarineLorD trying to trade over here in the base. There are actually 2 additional horsemen coming in. So it's going to be a somewhat aggressive play from MarineLorD. But VortiX has been able to secure a nice position for him. So there's also a knight coming out. Obviously, defender's advantage means that he has knights here before his opponent does. It's actually just double stable here for VortiX. I'm not really sure how it's looking for his opponent. We're going to have double stable to double stable. This little monk is gonna reach the Regnitz Cathedral, obviously dropping the relic there. I think this guy is gonna die though, so you will see like one of those. Oh, he actually preemptively, that's actually super smart. He forces those units to back away. He's gonna live at least a minute longer. If you actually use those scouts to surround your monk, I think he survives, but this, no, this coffee is gonna spill on the table. It's gonna spill all over the floor of Hill and Dale. This guy is dead as hell. And there are actually some knights streaming in as well from the back, so actually this is not the best trade as well. And we might see VortiX stuck over here in this kind of edge of the map, because he doesn't have enough to fight this. He doesn't have enough to kind of repel his opponent and kind of force him to, you know, just kind of allow VortiX to take those relics. There's prelate all over the floor, guys. There's prelate all over the floor here. He has been absolutely shattered. So another prelate actually approaching those two relics. I'm not really sure what's gonna happen. Do you think MarineLorD is gonna go for this actually? Do you think he's just gonna go towards this position, just gonna take one of those relics, deny that opportunity with from his opponent? Because you could actually do that. Like you can just go and snag this relic now if you're very ballsy. What I'd really like to see though is at least if you're occupying your opponent as a MarineLorD, I'd like to I'd like him to actually go towards something on the map, so you can go for the sacred sites. You know, this is very late actually. This prelate is not gonna get this. Like he's gonna die in return. I think it's kind of a sacrificial prelate. He could have actually captured some of the sacred sites, like maybe even 2 or 3, if he had actually tried to do this hard. But I'm not really sure if MarineLorD has enough right now to actually ferry this relic home. He's gonna try to convert, obviously forcing those units of VortiX away, but just for a minute or two. I mean, for a few seconds actually, for a second or two. Because right now this prelate's obviously not really going to do too hot. Now there's going to be small competition here for that relic over here, so this prelate is also going to be denied, so nobody is going to hold the relics for now. There's a single relic for VortiX, and I do believe that MarineLorD for the time being is going to be... Oh, here's 0. Question mark. Oh, it's another prelate dying, by the way. This is going to be like a lot of trading here happening, but... How does he have 0 relics in Regnitz? Now he has 1, like he's gonna have 2 now, so it's actually gonna get equalized now. And I do believe that eventually VortiX is going to have the benefit of claiming both those relics. So you can see he surrounds those knights of MarineLorD. He's gonna get all those kills down. I think you can trade this still for 1 knight if you're MarineLorD, but not much more. And actually more pressure coming in from MarineLorD over here. You can see those 2 knights actually stationed here, but they are very low on HP, so they're not going to last too much longer. And actually another prelate from VortiX going towards this relic number 2. If you are MarineLorD, I think you're kind of still happy because you're sitting on a monumental amount of gold, 1,000 no less. But you'd really like to get something else, obviously. Like, you want to get, like, some sort of advantage on the map. He had all the opportunities in the world to capture all 3 sacred sites right now, which he has never really utilized, unfortunately, so... There's kind of very big oversight. This prelate dies again, man. There's such a... Oh, there's literally prelate all over the floor now. No kidding, man. No kidding at all. So many dead prelates. Those guys are atheists for sure. Look at those. They're not really going to teach any more sermons. They're not going to give any more sermons anyhow. So that's a nice massacre here. This game is going to get very interesting right now. 5 of those knights, an additional prelate actually coming down right now towards that sacred site. I do think that eventually VortiX is going to be able to get those relics. He's being greedy though again. I think he has to just kind of cut his losses, just take this one to Aachen, man, and enjoy your day. So eventually VortiX gets the relic above his opponent, but overall I think MarineLorD has been able to benefit from more relics for a longer period of time. He could have definitely just had those 2 sacred sites for himself all this time. So it's like additional relic in Aachen almost in Regnitz. So that is quite nice. Of course, there's an additional number of knights coming for this prelate, so he's not going. Oh, he's not going to go anywhere with this. So there's a conversion. Does he see this? Does MarineLorD see this conversion? Yes, he does. Actually, the additional knights streaming in, so I don't think you can deny this one again. That's actually a very good trade for VortiX as well. So VortiX is going to take this fight very nicely here. He's going to take a nice advantage, obviously forcing MarineLorD to get out of that position. Also claiming that final relic number 3. So all the relics are off the map as we speak. And you will see probably some other forms of aggression coming in. we see a single wall of only for MarineLorD over here in the northern part of the base, and VortiX is actually sitting on nothing so far. He has no relics to his name, so we see that there is basically not much happening at all. Yeah, that's that. There's nothing else to be said actually. Villagers building walls. There's a sacred site being finally captured by MarineLorD. It's very, very late into the game. He could have had it for a while. Obviously, that's kind of a big loss. I think instead of contesting those relics with a prelate, he would have definitely just kind of gone for the sacred sites. So this being said, this is actually quite a nice fight for VortiX. He's gonna take a few of those knights of MarineLorD out. He's cancelling the altar. He's just gonna charge in right now. He's gonna get into those close quarters with the knights of MarineLorD. He's going to maybe just kind of dominate this fight. I think this is kind of still equal numbers almost, and there are 6 knights for ML and 9 for VortiX. So VortiX is slightly more overall, and actually this is again, I think this is F2A moved, and he never catches this sacred site in the end. It is actually VortiX going towards this one, but he's gonna be denied by the singular knight of MarineLorD. Actually, he's gonna get this kill, and another religious unit does actually fall. Those knights are chasing the prelate, so actually, again, this prelate is probably gonna fall too, and this is going to be a very prolonged castle age for both players. With VortiX actually nowhere near the age up, and you don't need that much as HRE, right? You need like 1,920 food to go up, and 960 gold, yeah. So I think MarineLorD is actually essentially closer to the age up than his opponent for now. But obviously VortiX is generating a little bit more resources. There are also some stray knights trying to kind of pick off the villages here and there, but obviously this is not gonna do much at this stage in the game. There's just going to be a slow progression here into this later stages. Now we're gonna see Imperial Age very, very soon, I think. Lots of knights kind of here for VortiX at the foot of this hill and dale. And there's a knight falling for a single villager kill. I don't think that's too valuable at this point. We have 48 villagers for MarineLorD and 44 for VortiX, so VortiX has lost something here in those trades. He was also, I think, forced to produce some extra prelates so that he can get those relics. I think that's kind of the lost villager production time as well that he was forced to incur. It's actually a very nice sneak attack from MarineLorD, finding some extra villager kills. So obviously very, very nice for ML overall. VortiX actually spending some of those resources, like he's producing lots of knights, but his opponent actually is walling off a stone. I think you should cancel that actually. This kind of is a clear tell. He's gonna go for Schwabia soon. He's actually very, very close. He needs like 500 foot more. He's gonna go for Schwabia then. By the way, there is no wheelbarrow upgrade for HRE of VortiX. I'm actually gonna check on the other side. The mill doesn't have the HRE. Sorry, doesn't have the wheelbarrow. There is no products upgrade either for ML, so none of those players values those economic upgrades here. It's kind of important to note this. Neither of those players are actually gone for any economy, because this is so important to kind of, I think, keep high gold count. Now the important thing, however, is that MarineLorD has reached Imperial and VortiX is nowhere there, nowhere close to being there actually. I think you cancel knights actually. You should cancel knights and just go for your own imp. Because if you don't do this, like every single second that passes now is going to be though multiple villagers really lost. Like this is like, I know, 5 seconds, yeah, 5 seconds to produce a villager for 12 food. So it's essentially free villager printer going brrr right now for Mr. MarineLorD. And VortiX does need a little bit more time to get there. I really think he should have cancelled some of those knights and just gone up to Imperial himself, especially when he saw that stone, because it's a clear tell that there is some nasty fuckery going on, and you cannot allow that to happen, not in your games, Mr. VortiX. So you are gonna fall behind now in villages. Obviously there's gonna be possible to catch up to this essentially at some point, because obviously right now this is actually a skyrocketing villager number, but at the same time MarineLorD has no military to his name, he has no knights. So he has to wall this off very, very soon. I guess to make sure that he doesn't die within the next few minutes, because obviously this is a large force of VortiX. I'm not sure if VortiX realizes how far ahead he is in the military terms. He's gonna go up to Schwabia, by the way, so VortiX is aging up with 13 villages. It's gonna take him like about like maybe 20-30 seconds at this point to get this age up. MarineLorD though is actually aware of this kind of attack. He's gonna get those stone walls going. I think you want to kind of cross it over like this That would be a very nice idea. I think you can also start repairing. I think there's also a possibility. You might actually want to turn the camera, makes it easier for the villagers to go and repair those walls. He's gonna start repairing now, but you have to remember those knights can actually attack through the wall a little bit. So actually this is a very aggressive move. Oh no! He has not started the stone wall. He has to just kind of split those villages around very, very fast. If he doesn't get the split fast enough, he's going to lose this, but he actually manages to wall this off on time. Very, very narrow timing. But he has to get this stone wall as well. And this is actually very, very risky, and he has to go and get those walls very, very, very soon. If he doesn't start those walls immediately, he's going to lose the game. So he has to get this wall off very, very quickly. You actually have to interrupt this. You have to quick wall. You have to move those villages. Go, 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 go. Chop, 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 chop. Then you have to just start those walls. You have to get those HP values on them so they're not possible to cross anymore. So those foundations no longer crossable. Quick wall successful from MarineLorD. A clutch situation in this game. I'm just going to take note of this. So I'm going to just see... we have some highlight reels for later. Importantly though, he gets this wall off, he stays alive, because you have to say this, like if those knights make it through those walls, VortiX is going to absolutely tear you apart. This is a huge knight army, this is 23 knights, probably very hefty upgrades as well, so it's going to be very difficult for you to defend this. Now this actually does allow VortiX to take over not only those relics, but also take those sacred sites. Two of them obviously going towards him, third one actually captured too, so VortiX is working with a nice military count. He also has full control on the map for now, so he's been able to benefit from a lot of this kind of gold income. You can see this in the graph here, current resource and income per minute as well, basically tripling MarineLorD's income, 600 from Aachen to 1800 from all those sacred sites. Also I think he's mining somewhere. I think this is impossible, yeah, it's impossible to get 1800 without any sort of kind of active gold income. There is a small clash of knights over here, obviously, actually elite knights for VortiX, even though it was MarineLorD who got up to castle first, to Imperial first. In terms of the villager counts, there's 70 to 100 something, I think, no, 87, that was close-ish. So we are printing villagers right now from this palace of Schwabing. He's not going to use the TC because it's not efficient anymore. You're spending a lot of food on this. You really want to just kind of boom with your economy. We might see some upgrades for the wood as well. I think we are actually getting the first double road axe here come in. We see some economy from for the mills as well. So MarineLorD is gonna go for +1 on the wood and +1 on this food. Also wheelbarrow done too, so horticulture and double products and wheelbarrow done for MarineLorD. For VortiX though, it is essentially nothing. We see that there is +0 on everything, no wheelbarrow either, so it's going to kind of, I think it's going to benefit to some extent MarineLorD if he can stay alive in this game, because you can see there's a bombard cannon coming in, and defending against bombard cannon is of course not the easiest thing in the world. You really have to start repairing this wall if you want to have any hope of actually surviving in the series. Actually, this poor villager stray here, not really gonna do much. There's no upgrades for those knights yet, so those knights are not gonna benefit from much. There's a single elite knight actually in the base of VortiX trying to do some damage as well. Not sure about the universities and upgrades yet, but there's a cannon on the door knocking on this gateway of MarineLorD. So if this one falls, this is going to be an open base, and I don't think MarineLorD has enough on his hands to defend against this yet. So this is 30 knights to cannons against MarineLorD's 20 knights overall. So this is going to be maybe just... that's not a good fight. It's just not a good fight at all. I think if you are MarineLorD right now, you're just trying to buy yourself some time. Maybe outmaneuver those cannons, so you see actually those knights get a little bit of free time with those cannons right now. And they're going to go for this pincer maneuver. Obviously, some of the knights of VortiX are not there. It's actually a nice opening fight for MarineLorD. He can actually take out some of those knights out of the equation. Obviously, damaging the cannons is obviously quite important too. But VortiX does seem to have more knights overall. Like in total, I think there's a large production line for VortiX. Obviously, defender's advantage for MarineLorD is going to allow him to reinforce faster. But knights do move fast indeed, and VortiX does take game number 2 as well. This decisive push is all it takes. He comes into Imperial Age late, but he does manage to win this crucial fight, out-maneuvering his opponent, getting more units on the field, and eventually just kind of out... yeah, I have no idea how this happened actually, but military count does tell it all, does tell the full story. I think MarineLorD just kind of rushed Imperial too fast. He stopped producing units, and eventually, just he never had that's the problem for MarineLorD. He never had the count of knights that VortiX started the age up with, because look at this. Like he has had essentially VortiX had more knights at 18 minutes or at 16 minutes than MarineLorD had at 24-minute mark. So it's just kind of insurmountable difference. Just better macro play overall. Just very disappointing ending to the game. You have to say that because you were expecting something more from this game, but obviously still very, very good stuff. Guys, again, I encourage you to follow and subscribe if you haven't done so yet. If you're on YouTube, drop that sub. It costs you no money, of course. You can also decide to buy the membership for the channel for free, $5 or $10 a month, and this is also going to give me some extra benefits as a streamer, of course, because it is some money that I get for streaming overall. So this being said, no self-advertising to be done. Other than this, I'm just going to wait for those guys to start game number 3. We might see very, very short series because VortiX is 2-0, 2-0 in this game. It's not looking too hot for Mr. MarineLorD at all. So make of it what you will, but I do firmly believe that it is indeed MarineLorD who is going to lose the series at this point, because VortiX has had his number for a while in all those matches, and we see that he's not going to give up too easily. He's going to be very, very persuasive, and he's going to be able to find those very nice fights, just kind of taking a good engagement after good engagement after good engagement, just outnumbering his opponent and consistently taking those very, very beneficial fights. Finding that kind of nice location in the map as well for himself on this hill and dale he is, right? He's been able to just kind of get all those very, very decent points of pressure and occupy all those relics. Just getting lots of things done overall. I think this is just, it has been a stellar game from VortiX again. Just, just ahead of pace. Because this is a mirror matchup on a map that is very, very symmetrical. And VortiX just plays the map better. He gets more knights, he gets more eco running. And even though MarineLorD is very persistent, kind of blocking that third relic from being taken, you can see that the resource difference is actually just favoring MarineLorD, but MarineLorD just never traded well. He never traded well. You can see that VortiX just killed way more than he lost. And I think throughout the game, actually, this was kind of the story of the game, right? If you look at the military timeline, you see that MarineLorD just kind of he had way more than his opponent. He dips below the army count of his opponent now. He just kind of tries to go up. He loses a very major fight over. He stonewalls himself into his own base and tries to survive just kind of on this kind of low number of knights, but he just doesn't have enough. I think he also threw away some nice rain to harass. Of course, that's not the optimal play because obviously you are never going to outkill Palace of Shrub unless you have like 30 or 20 knights in your opponent's base. So obviously in this case, not the right play. MarineLorD had the quick fingers on those walls, but it was just not enough. Like the bombers come, they just wreak havoc. And MarineLorD is nowhere near having enough army count to contest VortiX. VortiX, of course, not sitting on the biggest knight army in the world. Obviously, like 35 military supply is not necessarily the biggest number of units in the world, but still he had enough to take the game. That's all that matters in those games, in those series. We're just going to go into into game number 3 right now. It's going to be Delhi versus Delhi, another mirror matchup, by the way. Yeah, we have 13 seconds, so we're just going to kind of chill. And we're going to see some ships fight some other ships, I believe. That's going to be the name of the Delhi matchup. Very frequently, it is just the ships versus ships. And I do think VortiX, again, one of the very first players to adapt to Delhi's playstyle. I think he has a very good idea as to how to play the civ. And I will trust in Mr. VortiX in the series. However, of course, if MarineLorD can take it back, it is going to be his game as well. So, without any further ado, it's going to be Danube River, I believe. It is Danube River indeed. It is going to be MarineLorD in the blue playing the Delhi in the southern end of the map. In the north, in the red, it is going to be VortiX. 2-0 in the series. Currently trying to win the entire tournament. If he can take this one home, he's going to win the tournament 3-0. against one of the best players in the world, no less. So it's going to be a very impressive victory if he does manage to make it work. And he is going to be VortiX. Now the opening, very early rush towards this dock. Both players actually starting in a very similar timing here. Getting this dock near this shallow here for VortiX. I'm not really sure like why people do this in different kind of angles. Some people prefer to have the docks over here. Some people do actually prefer to go towards this kind of bottom. Water says, thank you so much for that. $5, welcome. I mean, man, though, I'm bad at this because I haven't had a donation in a while. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated indeed. Thanks, mate. Lovely. Thank you. I'm very glad that you're enjoying yourself. Now, if you look at this, this setup, so some people just build the dock over here in this kind of narrow edge of the map, which means you kind of obviously can wall this section of the river off, like even create this kind of cross with the wall, right? Just kind of crossing this so that nothing can pass either vertically or horizontally. That is one of those kind of very, very cool features of those docks. Sorry, of those walls, right? So those shallows allow you to wall, and you can wall them in a cross fashion, and this obviously cuts off the entire shallow from both sides. People often also go for this shallow. They kind of build a wall over here, even a stone wall sometimes, and they just kind of entirely block the passages, kind of walling, you know, how do you call this? Perpendicularly to that river. So then you kind of block it off with a stone wall. There is no way for any ship to pass until you get to those castle-aged carracks or baglass, right, or whatever you call it for other civilizations. But those are very, very strong, and then they can actually go. Not baglass, actually. I'm wrong. Those are not baglass. Those are shebeks actually for those Arabic civilizations, right? And they can actually crush those walls, and they can actually go over them. But if you get a stone wall early here, you can basically just assume you're going to be safe, and you're going to have some access to this side of the water of yours. Now the problem is, of course, that sometimes someone will just be very, very smart, and they will just go towards this kind of far edge of the map, drop a dock over here or over here, if you don't have any vision here, of course. They'll start producing military ships from that dock, and they will surprise you. Like, of course, like if you are feeling safe because of a stone wall, you don't usually build any military ships, of course, right? So getting caught with your guard down is not the most pleasant feeling in the world, and losing to a single explosive just kind of detonating in the middle of your fishing armada is not the nicest feeling in the world, of course. So that being said, those fishing ships are not going to be threatened yet. We see 4 over here for Delhi of VortiX and 5 for Delhi of MarineLorD. And there is also a small scout skirmish. Of course, MarineLorD wins it, no surprises. He has not lost a scout skirmish in this tournament yet. Obviously I think he forced Mista to essentially rage quit from that game before, because he was able to take every single scout skirmish in the game, and he was able to just kind of win the game off the back of excellent scout play, which is really, really huge. I'm not really sure why he hates scouts so much, because if you watch MarineLorD stream, you can hear him actually complain very, very loudly about the scouts and how animation cancelling for scouts is bad. You can see, by the way, this scout is trapped again, so 1 more kill for MarineLorD on this map. He's taking full control of the scout battle, 3 scouts to 1, I think, to 2 actually for VortiX. I'm not really sure what the plan is for those players though, so if you kind of maybe close the map a little bit, if you do remove the minimap, you can see what those guys are doing, what agendas they have, what exactly they're pushing for. So VortiX here in his own base, just getting some gold to age up, I think. He is obviously gathering lots of lumber. 4 villages on foot, kind of rallying later, I think, towards that foot as well. He needs to have this kind of steady influx of resources. MarineLorD already aging up right now, I think. So if you go to the other player here, you see that indeed this is going to be MarineLorD going up with that Dome of Faith. I believe there's no other tech choice that is going to work very well for you in this feudal age up. He has very similar distribution of villages and units across the map. And yeah, that's all there is right now. Actually, VortiX does take 1 scout for 1 in that scout battle again. So this battle ensues and he takes 1 for 1. MarineLorD actually not getting too few as fast as I thought he would be, and I do believe that actually VortiX has been constructing with more villages for a longer time, so he's gonna get that age up at a very, very nice pace as well. I'm not sure what the plan is for those guys, by the way, so you might actually just kind of work with this kind of closed maps, because I think this is going to reveal more about the plans of those guys, because every single Delhi player has a sneaky agenda. Delhi are just kind of this very wholesome civilization in the sense they can actually do a lot on the map, right? They can, you know, build those sneaky docks. They have very good towers. They do have very, very strong walls, and you can see actually MarineLorD dropping the wall immediately over here as he gets the opportunity to do so. On the other side of the map, VortiX is going to just kind of sit in his base right now, not really much vision that he has of his opponent. He just sees that landmark being constructed, and he sees villages and gold. Kind of indicative of maybe fast castle here for both players. I think they're just gonna go towards fast castle and just kind of duke it out with knights and explosive ships, right? We're gonna probably just keep switching between those two players for now, because that's kind of the nicest way of kind of knowing what exactly is happening, what agendas those guys do have. We see actually there is going to be a water play. I saw the gold disappear. There's the only way for VortiX to spend that gold. It is going towards that dhow, right? It's a dhow, the archer ship of the Delhi Sultanate. It is going to put some pressure on the other side of the map. If you look at MarineLorD, though, MarineLorD is going to wall it off, so it's not going to be easy for that dhow to cross the map, of course. And yeah, it's kind of nasty, because you would have preferred to find a use for the dhow. It's actually going to just have no effect at all, and yeah, it's not going to accomplish much at all. This is essentially like a lot of gold that you sink. I think it's like 120 gold, right? No, 90 for a dhow. Those are cheap as hell, man. Those are very cheap units. But wait, does he cancel that? No, he's actually going to build. I think he tried to rally it over to the other side of the map, in fact. But he just, I think he clicks there and he sees there's no way because there's a wall off, right? And that's essentially all she wrote for the dhow. It is going to take a while for it to break the wall, I'm gonna tell you as much. So it's going to probably wait until cast age to be useful. And that does, of course, mean that this 90 gold is not going to be available to Mr. MarineLorD. Instead, he's going to, sorry, to VortiX, which he's going to be slightly late to the punch. You see MarineLorD actually closing onto that age up right now. He has enough resources almost to go there. 200 gold, essentially, and 100 food is going to divide him from the castle age up. So he's very, very fast to the punch. He's probably like a bigger count of ships, 13 fishing ships for MarineLorD to just 9. And we actually have 2 dhows. There's a problem, right? You have 2 dhows on the map for VortiX. VortiX doesn't kind of know about this wall off yet. Once he discovers this, I'd really like to see his face. It's probably just kind of this nice Geralt expression from the Witcher series saying fuck in a very kind of pronounced and elevated way. You see VortiX, of course, trying to, you know, take this wall down. But 50 armor is going to take a year and a half to take this down. With those weak attacks of the arrow ship, right, it's just gonna be like it's gonna do multiple instances of 1 damage each. So it is gonna take, I think, about 2 minutes or 3 to break this, of course, and it is an opening for VortiX to adjust and build some military of his own. I don't see it. Oh, actually, there is. I was thinking of this. So VortiX is going to experience some extra pressure. So MarineLorD is actually going to build a dock here in the back. So MarineLorD is going to go up to castle, is going to get the dock behind MarineLorD's, behind VortiX's base. So VortiX doesn't see this. He's going to go up to, excuse me, compound of the defender, and he's going to not see this dock being deployed yet. So what he doesn't know is that there is going to be potentially an explosive ship that is going to directly assault his fishing ships right here. So it's going to be a dangerous point in the game for him indeed. Now, both players going up to castle, of course, means that there is going to be just a slight desync. I do believe that VortiX is going to hit it like about like 30-40 seconds later, which is exactly the amount of time that it takes for a single explosive ship to be built. So I think VortiX is going to be blissfully unaware that there is going to be an explosive ship coming his way indeed. This is the play from MarineLorD. He's going to deploy the dock over here, and he is going to be able to just put on the pressure on VortiX's lineup of fishing boats. I think if VortiX doesn't see this, it is going to cost him plenty of money to get it going. Of course, VortiX does also lose a relic that is very, very close to his base. I mean, actually, it's in the middle of the map, let's face it. He walls himself off, which is not going to really do that much because there's a dock here that he doesn't see. I'm really just kind of a huge fan of building a tower here. Like, I've seen so many games lost because of a single explosive that it's just kind of mind-boggling. Nobody does this. Those guys must have lost those games as well. It's not like just me. I think it's not just me. Now, does VortiX... He sees this. He does actually see this so good. So, VortiX with the map awareness of freaking settle here. He's going to spot this explosive ship. He's going to actually just catch it as it goes in. He's actually going to use those dows to demolish this one. So, only one dow takes a small amount of damage. And now, VortiX does actually know what's up as well. So, it's actually very, very good. Excellent. Like, this is super good map awareness. You have to say, by the way, the blue player is... I have to say this. The blue player is favored on this map. I'm not kidding, because blue is very hard to see. I actually went around the docks several times in my games. Like, I actually saw the docks with my scout, you know, on the minimap, and actually, I never noticed them on the map itself. Because they're just very, very difficult to discover. I'm not kidding. So, this dock is actually lost. It's a failed investment, essentially. So, those two dows that are kind of looking not too great overall are actually going to wag. There's a relic being contested here. There's also a sacred site being contested by MarineLorD. He's kind of going to claim this relic and get out of here, I think, as he captured the sacred site. So he's going to have a nice advantage. 2 relics to 3, I believe, is going to be the overall count. So VortiX is going to capture 1 over here. He's going to go for the second one. Those are his to take. But MarineLorD does indeed take this third relic. He's going to have a nice kind of gold advantage. Also, building 2 of those by glass is going to be the play, which means he has a nice military advantage in the water, actually. So he's going to raise those walls. He has been the one who built that, so he's actually going to cross this water over here, and this is going to be a very, very scary point in the game for VortiX, because he does need to have a bagla of his own to defend this. There's no way you defend against those 2 Hulk-like ships without a bagla of your own. He's going to probably start producing one right away, or I guess he's gonna just lose all those fishing ships instead. You need to at least cross-cut this river right away. You need to build a cross-cut. You need to build a crosswall. Crosswall. VortiX, crosswall this shit, please. He can't do this yet, so he sees the dock over here, but obviously VortiX has built another dock on this side. And there's another explosive dow actually that is going to do 0 damage. VortiX is not paying attention here, so MarineLorD isn't. And the problem is, however, that there are actually 2 explosive ships on the way, but those are not going to kind of do much damage if you... I mean, now if you catch those back glass off guard, of course they are. But it's just the question of how well they can... This is actually going to be a very good connection. You can see they don't do too much damage at all. And there's going to be a very, very big explosive coming out as well. It's going to be another kind of point of pressure for MarineLorD here. Because those fishing ships are very clamped up actually. And this is going to do a lot of damage to VortiX if he doesn't pay attention. There's this single dow though, so this dow might actually just dispose of this explosive on time. It's been very... you have to say it is very, very good micro. Because this is a huge disadvantage going towards VortiX. Like, he has been at a military disadvantage for a while. And he handled this very well, but right now there's another bagline. There's also an expo ship coming from the bottom side of the map. This is not spotted at all. This actually does kill just a single fishing ship. Just a single fishing boat goes down, which is actually quite a good trade overall. Obviously, there's still a dock here, so there are 3 docks, I think, on the map for VortiX. So 3 for MarineLorD, 2 for VortiX. So this is going to be a very intense fight right now. There's another bagla. I'm not sure what happened to the other two. I think he lost both of them to fishing ships and explosive ships. And there's 1-for-1 explosive ship trade, by the way, so VortiX handling this very, very well overall. Excuse me, he's gonna lose some of those fishing ships, actually. He's gonna lose some of those. It's impossible to just win this fight straight away. But he's gonna build a bagla of his own right now. He's going to take this fight home. And obviously he hasn't lost as much as he could have. I think it was a very large investment from both players. MarineLorD does come out on top, but just very, very narrowly so. And there are elephants, man. There are elephants. I've seen one, like, I caught the glimpse of one with the corner of my eye. But there are elephants. They're actually getting elephants. VortiX is getting elephants here. And they're very good. Like, the spear elephants are really good and it's nice because they trade super favorably. They have the task attack. They have also the spear attack that does actually do plus 40 damage against cavalry. So if you have those units on the ground here, you can obviously do a lot of damage with them. That's actually quite huge. VortiX does actually defend this eventually. He's gonna keep most of his economy intact as well. This is a large force of those fishing boats that are still gonna be used. And actually VortiX might actually look for something on the map. He might actually look towards attacking his opponent in the very, very near future, if he wishes to do so. Yeah. So it's going to be a slightly more passive game right now. VortiX realizing there's going to be a slight pressure from this kind of northern edge of his base. He's going to place some extra palisades. 3 layers now. feels like Age of Empires 3 almost, those skirmishes AoE were kind of involving those multiple layers of walls. Now, MarineLorD does decide the better of it. He knows, okay, there is no way he can actually push it, but there is an opening over here for those knights, and if he does break this, it's going to be quite a nasty situation. Now, the problem for him is that there are 3 of those elephants on the other side, but this is actually counted by 3 elephants of MarineLorD, so there's actually an equal match here. And if those knights break through, which they definitely will, it is going to pose a significant danger to VortiX's economy, because I don't think he has anything in place to defend this. Now, MarineLorD is going to probably go across the map. Actually, he does lose a Bagla, I think, here, to an explosive. He's not paying attention. He was not paying attention at all to those ships. And now this is also not a favorable trade for those elephants, because he's gonna lose them eventually. And those knights are just kind of idle, where he can just move them into his opponent's base and start doing some economical damage. So there's also a Bagla that was produced by this dock over here. So this dock is producing a Bagla right now. Not sure what it is doing actually for MarineLorD. It's actually getting explosive ships. So this Bagla is going to do another kind of bit of damage. So he's actually going to just demolish those ships. Actually, there's a single expo ship coming in right now. If it's not sniped immediately, of course, it is going to just explode in the face of this Bagla over here. It just kind of casually passes by, in fact. Those elephants are going to start trading. Actually, it's not the worst trade in the world for VortiX. He's going to take one of these elephants down. I think he's just going to win this. In fact, he's going to just kind of trade 1 for 1. So far, he's actually getting a nice advantage in this trade. So this elephant's really steady. 1400 HP, of course. Extremely healthy units, but they're very expensive to produce as well. So losing 1 is going to be extremely heartbreaking. Of course, 1,000 resources invested here. That just is going to be lost. I'm not really sure what sort of damage those knights did, because I was focused on the water battles, but they're actually in the wood line right now of VortiX. VortiX doesn't have any infrastructure here to defend us, and there are obviously 5 or 6 knights. They can kill villagers in seconds, but you see VortiX just, VortiX first of all just reacting very nicely, and second of all, MarineLorD actually just kind of very cautious on the play, getting 3 or 4 villagers overall. So not the biggest loss in the world. I think if you do lose those knights in the end as well, this is going to be quite a nice trade for you. The problem is, however, that, okay, so first of all, there was definitely the explosive ship going through. Actually, yeah, VortiX just decides, okay, there is not enough for him in this game to win this anymore, so VortiX just gives up. I thought it was gonna kind of continue for a while, but yeah, VortiX just loses the game eventually. Surprising ending to the game, honestly, but it is an ending nonetheless. So VortiX just kind of, I think he bled out too many resources. He lost the water. It makes sense, or it makes sense for VortiX to give up, right? Because he lost the water battle. He was kind of not getting enough income. He was losing the elephant. He was losing lots of economy. You can see that this is kind of a downward slope, whereas, you know, MarineLorD was at least stable at this kind of 92 supply. So all those trades did eventually start favoring MarineLorD. He also did kill a lot of the villagers in the end of those knights, so actually he found some damage. The military was just pathetic for VortiX in the end over here, not too much to rely upon. And yeah, that is actually MarineLorD getting 1 in the series. So 1-2 right now is going to be our scoreline for the day. And now I can thank you properly, Walter says, thank you mate so much for those $5. Very, 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 very much appreciated. That is just, I think this is the first time, by the way, that someone has ever used the chat feature. So, it's actually quite cool. I've never seen super chat used before on YouTube, actually, which is very, very nice to see this now. So thank you, mate. We're gonna wait for the next game, of course, as those guys get set up for game number 3 and game number 4 now, actually. So we just have to wait for those guys to set it up. I think they have to do a draft now again. I think they have to do a draft for game 4. We can watch it live, so you can go to the draft, guys. So they're going to be drafting the civilizations for the next game. So MarineLorD is picking, and it's going to be picked by VortiX as well. It's going to be the Abbasid for MarineLorD. It's going to be the English for VortiX. And you have to say that if you are playing the English, you are heavily favored in this matchup, unless the Abbasids make something impossible happen. We've seen Abbasids win, but it does take a lot of attention and a lot of kind of patience from the Abbasid player. Actually, you have to be very, very conservative and just defend like a god And obviously you have to kind of dodge the tower rush. If you don't, you're screwed. So, very quick picks and bans. Let's hype. Let's re-hype. So, excuse me, setting up for the game number 4 of the series. That's wrong interface. That's the correct one. English against the Abbasid it is, ladies and gentlemen. English and Abbasid it is. So, just getting started right here for the final series, potentially of final series of the day. 2 games at most dividing us from the end of the tournament, and the winner does actually get a significant prize. I think it's gonna be like $1,000 and something for the first place. It's $3,000 prize pool, I think, so it's quite a decent tournament overall. Even if you go second, of course, you get a prize. And you do get those circuit points that kind of promote you to that main event in this Winter Championship series, or Winter Championship actually for Age of Empires 4, which is going to be also hosted by EGC TV later on down the line. You see the logo there in this kind of upper right-hand corner of your screens. That's the org that is running this tournament, that is shaking the ground with those cool ideas, and they're actually shaping the meta with those professional players who decide to, you know, go and practice this game and actually go commit and try to win the games, try to win the tournaments, doing their absolute best. We saw Hera fall today, we did see TheMista fall today. We are down to 2 players overall. They're actually starting the game as we speak. And it's going to be a very interesting game number 4, because obviously lots of pressure is on MarineLorD. He was down to 0, and he needs to complete a full reverse sweep now in order to move forward and win the tournament. Not impossible, but difficult nonetheless in an RTS game, of course, where every single mistake is so heavily punished and there are so many mistakes to be made. I think it's going to be pivotal now that they go into this next game, and, you know, MarineLorD does actually take this one from the very early moments. He has to just establish control against the English. He can never drop the ball. If he does, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. So, we're just waiting for those 2 wonderful guys to load into the game number 4. 2-1 is the scoreline, guys. The story is amazing. The stream has been super fun as well, so we're just kind of going to wait for those guys to set up. 7 seconds and we'll see some excellent matchup again. I'm really curious about this because I do love Abbasids. I don't play them much anymore, but I do love them. I used to main this, but they kind of felt too weak for me. I was kind of not maybe too good on micro. I do think MarineLorD does actually have what it takes to micro properly. So, in the south, in the blue, it is going to be MarineLorD playing as the Abbasid dynasty. He's going to go very heavily towards that wood, which is highly indicative of this being a water map of sorts. You'd guess, right? Is it Mongolian Heights? It is Mongolian Heights. And now, it is going to be our fan favorite right now in the red, 2-1 in the series, playing as the English. It is going to be VortiX. 1 game away from taking the series, taking the grand prize, taking all those circuit points as well. He is going to really have a nice advantage here if he does pressure his opponent properly. I haven't really seen that much VortiX English play though, so I'm very curious as to how exactly this progresses. So both players opening with double scouts, I think. So there's 1 scout over here. There's also a lot of sheep to be had on this. Now you have to remember, Mongolian Heights, very rich in sheep. So if you can actually just go with those 2 scouts and gather them, you can go up to like 15, crazy number of sheep, like 15-20 sheep at the very least. You can see actually the English player is going to go towards the sheep, so towards the food and gold. So he's not going to go towards those wood lines. The Abbasid player, on the other hand, he's going to go towards that dog very early on. I wonder what the plan for MarineLorD is, because honestly, longbows are one of the best units in the early game that counter those fishing ships. So if you play against the English on the water, you have to be very cautious not to lose. One of the kind of nice responses I've seen so far is actually placing a tower over here. So you can kind of preemptively, you know, harass those archers so that they cannot really reach your fishing boats without kind of being harassed by your towers. So that might be the play. You obviously do need to actually get those emplacements as well, so you need to get those arrow slits. But you can secure this kind of, I guess, a wall here, and the tower here is going to basically solve the game for you, and in the early phases anyway, because this is going to mean that, you know, your fishing boats are going to be very, very difficult to reach. The other kind of nice heads-up Abbasid play we've seen is obviously mass cavalry, just kind of dropping those stables, like 2 stables very early on in a hidden location, just kind of getting those horsemen out and just, you know, maybe taking over the game this way. But 2 stables are going to cost 300 wood. I don't think MarineLorD is going to have enough to afford them anytime soon. Now, this being said, on the other side of the map, VortiX is very close to aging up already, and is going to take additional time. There's going to be a very, very nice, sweet timing for VortiX, by the way, because he's looking at, I think, like 4-minute-ish age up at this point. Like, if he gets the food in and he just kind of does start the age up. You can see how many sheep he has, by the way. Is it like 19 sheep? Yeah, I said it's gonna be an absolutely insane amount. He got the better end of this, right? I don't think MarineLorD does actually have enough to afford. He did afford double scouts. He just never got those sheep back home. And there's actually going to be a nice scout fight over here. So MarineLorD not only does actually have like later age up, but he's also going to have to fight those scouts right now. And until the moment when he can produce like normal units, he's going to be forced to just return to those scouts, just kind of use them as the only kind of line of defense. So of course, not the optimal scenario. MarineLorD really far away from getting that age up, right? He's not started yet. He's actually quite a long distance away from getting that. It does take a while actually for this to kick in. So 2 minutes. He's going to be around like 6 minutes something actually. It's very, very bad. I don't like this start from MarineLorD at all, because he's going to be very late to feudal. And against the English, who are just very, very good at getting very early, you know, this kind of early pressure and just keeping it, I don't think this is the optimal path at all. I mean, I hope he proves me wrong, because I do love the Abbasid. I do love to see Abbasids winning, but this is not looking optimal. So, because for the Abbasid specific, if you're going for fishing, you can kind of get that later age up. It's fine, because you still have like a lot of villagers, can, you know, just kind of commit a large number of villas in towards that age up building, right? And you can just drop the landmark with like 7-8 villages, get there momentarily. That is not the case for our Abbasids, because they have like this fixed timing, 2 minutes. You cannot do anything about speeding it up. He starts it at 420, so it's gonna be 620, 420, yeah, Keg W, right? He's gonna start it at 420 though. It means 620 is going to be this point at which he starts getting those, you know, feudal techs. Whereas, of course, MarineLorD is going to be feudal in like 2 or 3 seconds from now. He's gonna start producing those longbows like a madman, and he's just gonna pump out a massive, massive number of those. And there is no defensive infrastructure, you have to say that, you have to remember, for VortiX, so for MarineLorD, he has nothing that protects those towers. Yeah. He needs to do this indeed, yeah, he has to just kind of get this done. And the problem is, like, how does he do this now? He has no towers yet, he is very late with those walls, so this is super late for the wall up. He should have really done this, like... I'm not really sure, like, he does win the scout war, like, because it's MarineLorD, of course, like, he never loses the scout wars, this is kind of one of the features of this player. But he's never gonna get this wall up completed. And he's gonna get completely denied here. Those archers are going to go and walk over this this narrow kind of passage here. And MarineLorD has clicked up, like, he's halfway through there. So if he just managed to salvage, though, he manages to salvage those fishing boats. If he does that, he is eventually going to have an opening, right, to fight this with light cavalry, but it's going to be still a ways off. And I do think that VortiX does recognize the cavalry is going to be his kryptonite. He's going to drop that extra barracks somewhere. He's going to keep on the pressure. You can see that actually there's going to be some offense over here on those boats. He loses 2 from the get-go. I think those are 2 fishing boats being dead. And there's actually 2 more garrisoned right now into that dock. Healing inside, by the way, which is kind of neat. But those 4 boats are not doing too hot at all. Now, MarineLorD, as I said, he has 300 wood, which is no coincidence, by the way. This is 300 wood that it takes to go up to double stable. So he's probably just gonna go age up, just drop the double stable, and just, you know, enjoy his cavalry. Actually, no, he's actually gonna go up to a dhow first. So he's gonna build a dhow first. He's gonna definitely get a stable. He's gonna try to look for some sort of engagement. I do believe that VortiX is not stupid, though. He knows what's up. He probably does have what is going to take to answer those units. I'd really love to see VortiX just kind of cross over right now, to be honest, and just get a tower somewhere. Like, getting a tower here is going to obviously deny any sort of repairs, and the arrows do eventually wear down those fishing boats. Actually, there are... Nobo's garrisoned for MarineLorD. I'm surprised he ungarrisoned some of those. There's a Dow right now, so he's going to fight with those archers, but MarineLorD has actually lost a lot of this fishing fleet. So this investment, kind of late feudal, was not really playing in his favor at all. He could have invested that wood somewhere else, or he could have invested that wood like here to build like a few towers, like first just kind of get some sort of defensive infrastructure. This was a very greedy opening, and he really gets punished for it very hard. So he gets nothing out of this water play. So there are 2 fishing boats, they're obviously good, like 2 extra villages, but you are actually up against a critical mass of archers, like those are longbows no less, so they're gonna actually pressure you quite hard. You're up against a lot of different things that are going to kill if you don't defend against them properly. And you can kill off this villager. Actually, this is actually a very nice pick-off from VortiX. VortiX is going to deny. So MarineLorD is gonna deny this dock from going down. So the English are not going to have an easy time on the water. But you have to say, those archers are going to be very, very frustrating to deal with for MarineLorD at this point. So VortiX does seem to have nice control here. VortiX does seem to have nice control. And you cannot just, I don't think this is a good play. You need like 5-6 horsemen right now to win this. You need 2, I think you need at least 2 more horsemen here to actually take this fight against the archers. I do not believe that this is something that the archers can win. I might be wrong. I hope he proves me wrong here. But I've seen like people throw away those horsemen like for nothing very, very frequently. So he's going to try to evacuate us actually. So I do think VortiX knows better than me that this is not a fight he can win. Maybe the upgrades are the kind of decisive factor here. But you can see that this is actually 1 horseman dead already. He does miss micro this. He does kill it eventually. But yeah, those are going to eventually chop him down, I think. He's going to be like a nice organ harvesting from those archers here. A 2nd horseman does go down actually, so it's just an even trade. I think you want to just obliterate this force. You want to surround those units and obliterate them, not just gonna fight them like this. So I guess he just wants to take the pressure off, but he does lose the trade. So I was actually correct. VortiX does win the trade and MarineLorD does lose it. And honestly, throwing like those kind of early units as a player who's on the defense is going to hurt you quite a bit. That's not nice at all for MarineLorD. Now there's nothing on the water, literally nothing, because I do think that the patrol has been kind of diligently done by MarineLorD, so he's gonna prevent any sort of docks from going down. But he's also going to have a single dock of his own that's not really doing much. There's a single dow being produced again. And the English are gonna go and amass a nice force of infantry and archers now, so I do think you'd like to build some spears if you are actually playing as VortiX. The problem, of course, here is for VortiX that he can. For VortiX it is that he cannot just cross the river nicely, because there are going to be those dows unless he just unless of course MarineLorD just kind of closes his eyes and allows this to happen. Those dows are just going to be this permanent force that blocks any sort of passage. So if you want to have any hope of actually just going past this, you probably have to choose another shallow, like maybe the northern one or something. And you have to say MarineLorD has been able to get a nice force of cavalry and archers. And he's building 3 villages essentially. Like 50% cost is just 25 food for villagers. It is like a lot of kind of nice potential for production, right? You can have like a lot of nice openings to keep producing those villages as you go forward. He has double stable, he has a single blacksmith, getting this archer defense upgrade as well. Obviously, VortiX working with +1 projectile attack as well, so it is going to be a relatively even match overall for now. It is actually VortiX's turn to defend this, so I think MarineLorD can actually safely build a few fishing ships right now, which is he's doing, by the way. But he's actually trying to find a nice opening here on those nodes, right? So you can try to attack those farms, you can try to kind of just distract your opponent a little bit, force them to maybe move the villagers away. You cannot dive the English TC with horsemen, it's never just gonna work nicely, because those TCs are just really, really strong. And horsemen have extremely low PS armor, so just 1 baseline, I think, +1 is going to give them a little bit more. +2 is just still not enough. I think they're just going to be absolutely shredded by the TC. And obviously raiding against an English TC is like twice as dangerous as against any other, so this is not going to be a nice fight. This is not a fight you want to take. Now we see a larger force over here of those archers and horsemen for MarineLorD. So MarineLorD is actually kind of in a comfy spot. He has a decent amount of resources. I don't think VortiX is going to go up to castle anytime soon either. So VortiX is actually going to have a nice opening door to castle. I think he can actually harass those villagers a little bit at least. So he's going to get some villager kills. 1 villager goes down for a single archer. It's very, very good. Yeah, I would not. I don't think this is gonna work because I've seen English TC, man. It's just, I mean, you can get into this kind of nice narrow position here, but still you're gonna go against the longbows. If you lose, that's something that I did a lot when I was learning to play the horseman aggression, and you lose horseman, you lose the game, because this is the only thing that keeps you in the game, keeps you in the fight right now. Actually, the English do manage to drop a single dog. They're actually producing double galleys right now. And it's going to be a water fight and a ground fight at the same time. So those archers actually force away some of those villagers once again, denying some mining time at least is the best you can do. And there's a water fight going on, so those 3 dhows of a MarineLorD are going to fight against those triple galleys. Those galleys are way more expensive, 180 gold each. So this is actually, I think this is essentially VortiX's age up just on the water, contesting nothing. In MarineLorD, I think he's just going to click up very, very soon. Like, here's the pressure right now. The English have not accomplished much with their push. I mean, they killed a lot of the economy, of course, but they actually haven't denied anything on the ground. It's not like MarineLorD is in a sorry shape. He's actually doing quite well. And VortiX has nothing on the... like, he has nothing that can actually just kill MarineLorD right now. He sees, like, he might see this this kind of force of VortiX right now. Sorry, VortiX might see this force of MarineLorD right now. Those guys are actually going to go into the wood line, kill at least, I think, 2 or 3 villages. 2 villages are going to go down. It's a very nice kind of shallow dive. That's what you want to do. Like, you don't want to commit to this because horsemen are just kind of not good at sustaining any sort of damage. They're a shit unit overall, but somehow, you know, those top pros are going to make them work. And it's actually going to be VortiX pressuring MarineLorD off this dock. 5 dhows actually is a decent force. So you might see a kind of a water and ground fight at the same time. You see, and then actually there's going to be double engagement, I think. So there's going to be horsemen fighting the archers, and there's also going to be those nice, powerful dhows of the opposite fighting against the dhows, against the galleys and the archers of the English. So I think this is going to be a nice trade, although so far it's been going towards, I think I would say this is a favorite trade for MarineLorD, especially that he's going to go up to castle in the meantime. So he's just buying himself time. Once obviously he reaches that castle age and build those very powerful baglash, it will definitely make just very short work of those archers and galleys. And VortiX is nowhere near aging up. He is actually spending more money to get the water supremacy, but he has no idea. I think the Abbas are going to get a nice tech advantage now, going up with this kind of culturing, I think. Yeah, they are. And you're going to go up to this very, very comfortable positions, because you have to say longbows are good against horsemen. Longbows are kind of good against everything up until the opponent reaches castle age, and then they are actually very, very weak against knights. Actually, this is not the bad fight, not the worst fight actually for VortiX at this, for MarineLorD at the same time. He's actually trading quite equally here. He's gonna lose those units eventually, of course, yes, but he is actually holding on. He's gonna hit castle any second now, I think. Yeah, he's gonna hit it right now. I can see VortiX actually a fair minute behind. So the Strelbora not essentially doing too much work. And I do not think VortiX is fighting over a lot on the water, because let's face it, there are like 2 fishing boats here. 1 now. So we see a bagla being built, by the way. It's going to be this kind of thing that tips their favor towards VortiX, towards MarineLorD if you get this unit out, because of course the bagla has a very, very good potential of killing all those galleys, especially with the support of those dhows, right? So it's going to be a very pivotal moment in the game as he goes through towards the kind of southern dock and probably gives a really powerful docking to VortiX. VortiX is about to just get really, really docked here in this southern part of the map. So VortiX, not in the best position, you have to say. He's gonna go up to Castle of King's Palace. He's gonna get that extra villager production, of course, that no other civ can enjoy from the age up landmarks. It's kind of a nice thing overall to have. But he's gonna face against the knights. And MarineLorD is also collecting stone for something, as my brother has noticed on the chat. So we see those knights actually charging in towards those archers. They are kind of good at trading against them as they engage. So I think you lose 1 knight. I think you're fine with this, as long as you kind of start essentially just kind of cutting down those longbows counts. So you see, actually, he's gonna eliminate a nice kind of number of those longbows here. So this is a very favorable trade from MarineLorD. He's also using those archers to pressure down those villages of VortiX. So those archers are going to take a nice fight. Of course, the English villagers can actually fight archers face to face, because they're like very, very primitive archer unit themselves. And essentially, MarineLorD does clean up, but this is not a favorable trade overall. I think he just loses this quite handsomely. And of course, there are some more upgrades coming in, and this water battle doesn't necessarily favor MarineLorD as well. So this is going to be a very, very nice advantage Sorry, this doesn't favor VortiX. He's gonna lose the water permanently now, I think. You have to believe that this is going to be all she wrote. Obviously, nice kind of micro. No, actually, no micro with this Bagla. I think VortiX is doing. Sorry, MarineLorD is gonna do something else here. There's actually an explosive ship being queued. So if you don't pay attention, if you of course MarineLorD here, if you don't pay attention, you might lose some of your fleet. So you have to just disengage with some of those kind of more head ships. Otherwise, you might actually not retain that water supremacy. You can see that he actually just sees this. This is the GG called MarineLorD is 2-2 in the series. VortiX realizing he lost the water, he lost the ground, he's behind in tech. He's just going to never be able to cross the water anymore. The economy does favor MarineLorD as well to a large extent because he's going to be able to build those ships. I would say this is surprisingly early GG. I would not call it a GG yet. Obviously, VortiX not getting much on the water is a game changer, but still he has double TC, he can go up to triple TC. I think he is still going to survive this, especially if his opponent hasn't really been using those docks too much. So, question mark, VortiX, question mark, you can win this. I think it's not an unwinnable scenario. Villager count actually not favoring VortiX at all. He was able to kill some villagers as they were constructing that King's Palace, I think. But, do you guys think this was over? Because I don't think this is over for VortiX. Look, he had like double TC to single for against MarineLorD. He had decent eco, like he had a lot of resources, like he was not too far behind. He had nice tech, he had nice villager count. Healthy one at that, like he was double producing villas, he was gonna catch up. I'm not really sure. Was it? Did VortiX have a double TC as well? So I mean, did MarineLorD have double TC? I didn't notice this. He must have got like a very late one then. MarineLorD must have got like a very late double TC. Anyway, very late. I mean, this is a very early G. I think this is something that would tilt me. I'm kind of tilted by this game. I'm gonna say this. I think this was not it was not over. So it didn't matter then. He didn't have like a large advantage anyway. I would question that GG. We have one game ahead then. This is gonna be the last game of the day, no matter what happens. But I'm gonna say questionable GG. If you have a chance in a game like this, in a tournament game, and it's going to, if you win this game, you win the tournament. There are turnarounds so often in this game. Like you see, like nice micro plays, just like getting something done, you know, shipping units over the water. Like there are a lot of openings. I really don't think this is the end. I might be wrong. But I do not think this is. I think this was early GG. I think this was relatively early GG overall. Yeah. No, but I think English. I play English defensively a lot. I think they can go on the defensive quite well, actually. I think the English are kind of good at turtling. I'm not gonna lie, I think they're kind of decent at turtling in those games. Do you want to join the final game, Kuba? Do you want to cast with me? Because I can just stream for you on Discord, we can just cast it together if you want to. Okay, sure, no problem. No problemo. We just have to wait then for those guys to get ready and we'll cast that final match of the day. I thought it was like, I thought like MarineLorD broke down actually. I thought he was just done for. I'm surprised that it wasn't the case actually. It was a super cool, it's been a super cool series honestly. I'm very much enjoying myself here. It's been like really enjoyable overall. Very fun. So guys, we just have to wait a little bit. I am going to once again encourage you to subscribe to the channel if you are not subscribed to YouTube yet, if you're on Twitch, you can click the link to YouTube. I have lots of casts, by the way, there. So if you're interested in Age of Empires 4, I stream and I cast. Subbing to me on YouTube is going to be like the shortest path for you to, yeah, just getting more cool content. I'm trying to do my best. I hope it's going kind of well. And if you guys are enjoying yourselves now, you'll probably enjoy yourselves as, you know, those additional casts flowing. I have like about 20-30 casts on my channel now, so you'll definitely enjoy yourselves if you decide to actually just, you know, just check them out. Whew. This being said, very intense series so far. One more game remaining in the tournament, so it is going to be something. All right, it is going to be something. I'm curious. I'm very curious as to how it goes, but it is going to be a very cool series. No matter how it really ends now, because it was very, very tight. Match number 4, so getting game number 5, which would resemble this in any way or form, I think is just going to be amazing. We have to wait for those guys. It's going to be a small recess for me, as I need to kind of let my throat rest a bit, because I'm kind of exhausted. I've been casting for a while now. MarineLorD seems to be stuck in his score graphs. Yeah, he went to kind of have a, I think he went to have a break. So I think both players just need a short break to see what exactly is going to happen. Wait, is it over? How is it over? Did I miss a game or something? Yeah, I missed. No, this was Mongols. Yeah, actually, no, that's true. It's over. I'm dumb, guys. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It was. I kind of misnoted something. So VortiX lost the Mongol game. That's true. So it's not. I was like, we're looking at the wrong score. The series is over, guys. I'm a big dumb. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry. It's over. It's over. Guys, we're done. We're done for the day. I'm so sorry, folks. I kept the score wrong. Because VortiX actually just won a single game there. MarineLorD was 2-1. Because VortiX won the Hill and Dale, the HRE game. Then MarineLorD won the Delhi Mirror, and he just won this. It was super early GG then. This was the last game of the series for VortiX, and he just gave up like that. Oh no. Oh no. That's terrible then. Oh crap. Okay, it's over then. We're kind of done with the stream, I think. Yeah. I didn't keep this score diligently enough. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Marine won the tournament. I'm so sorry, folks. Yeah, he just won. He just won with that game. That's very anticlimactic. I kind of misnoted the first game of the series. I noted it as VortiX winning. Obviously, VortiX had this kind of lower economy and lost. So yeah, that is it, guys. So remember to sub and follow. We are done for the day, apparently. I kind of feel like playing a few games, but honestly, I'm so tired, I don't think I can talk. So, I'm not really sure this is going to be too interesting for you guys. So please stay tuned for future streams. Follow me on Twitch, sub to me on YouTube. Enjoy yourselves as much as you can on other streams. We're going to try to host somebody now, so we're going to look for a raid. Don't go anywhere yet. You're going to try to find a nice player to host at this point. So go to Twitch if you can. So you can go to twitch.tv/mikefield. You can obviously join the raid. So I do highly encourage you to do so. So go to twitch.tv/mikefield and just join my raid. Here is the link. If you haven't followed me on Twitch yet, you can do so right now. If you prefer Twitch as your medium, I stream on both kind of platforms at the same time. So it is going to be that. And we can watch SC2QXC. I think it's going to be fun to watch. He's a very good SC2 player, I think. So it's going to be cool to see how it goes for the man. And we're going to host this player. So you're going to rate him right here, right now. Have a nice one, guys. Enjoy yourselves. And please join the raid on Twitch if you can. So see you, folks. We're going to start the raid. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. I did enjoy myself streaming for you, of course. It was a blast, and right now that's all she wrote, and we're just gonna go for a nice hefty raid. Dear Twitch viewers, so dear YouTube viewers, we're actually going to also provide you with the link so you can actually join the raid. Please, if you want to support the channel, it's also kind of a nice way to support the streamer. If you want to start a raid, you can, if you actually want to join the raid, you can go to his Twitch TV directly as well and do this. You don't have to go through my own Twitch if you find that confusing or annoying. This being said, that's it for me today. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. And let's just have a nice raid in towards Mr. SC2QX. Say, yeah, please, you have to click join the raid. You have to click join the raid if you want to join it. It is on the chat interface. And yeah, see you guys. It was a blast casting for you as always. I hope to see you again in the future. We're gonna be probably we're gonna do some streams where I play the game as well, or recast some pros, like kind of without tournament settings. So yeah, just stay tuned for that and enjoy yourselves and see you around, folks. See you around. So raid it is.